Chapter 1801. They say, after level 6, the gap in combat power isn't that huge anymore. But this rule does not apply to Big Brother. Facing such ordinary level 6 enemies, Big Brother has an absolutely crushing strength. Especially when employing secret sword techniques to launch a surprise attack. One strike, one kill, without ever failing. Quickly picking up these spoils of war and corpses, Purgatory Demon Sword and Leon retreat rapidly. More archdevils of hell are already attacking. Their objective has been achieved, and they cannot afford to linger in battle. Otherwise, once level 7 devils determine the victor, it would be difficult to leave. And Duke MGM has already died in the recent chaotic battle, his corpse also taken by Leon. Levi lets out a heavy breath, his forehead covered in sweat. This strike, so exhilarating. Killing 4 level 6s with one sword strike, such a feat, other primordial soul wizards wouldn't even dare to dream of. But Levi has done it. Firstly, his innate spell, Golden Dragon Break, is inherently powerful, having refined many truth oddities and continually optimized his model to amplify his spell power. Secondly, he possesses a sword spirit that perfectly complements this spell, taking its power to a higher level. Moreover, the Amethyst Light Sword is a 6-circle high-grade magical artifact, which is quite remarkable itself. If it was top grade, it might be even more powerful, and with the last strike just now, it could have directly shattered that Archdevil of Hell's shield ghost tool. This Amethyst Light Sword, when I get back, I'll have Holy Infant refine it again with Achilles Fire Ore, aiming for top grade. As the refinement level of Holy Infant improves, the success rate for top grade will surely increase, without needing a guarantee after 10 consecutive attempts. Purgatory Demon Sword and Leon's figures appear, and he says, "Big Brother, these are the spoils of war from those people." Levi says, "I'll keep them first, and we'll distribute them after this is all over." Purgatory Demon Sword says, "These 4 were all killed by Big Brother, I won't take part." Levi says, "Not at all, if it weren't for you drawing their fire, my surprise attack wouldn't have succeeded so smoothly. Let's not bring this up again, I am well aware." Warmth rises in Purgatory Demon Sword's heart. Big Brother, truly a good person. Generous and kind. He is simply a refreshing presence in the wizard world of today. Levi looks into the distance, and says, "Let's leave for now, this battle among the 4 level 7s won't end anytime soon." The commotion he caused is no small matter, and Prince Tusk is even stronger than he imagined. The plan to hunt level 7s is put on hold for now. Later on, he'll find a way to challenge a 7-circle cave wizard to a cross-realm battle, ensuring his record of cross-realm combat is not lost. A month later, in the southern region, news comes forth. Prince Tusk, facing 3 enemies alone, ultimately killed the level 7 Chicken Crown Demon of the Chicken Crown Demon tribe. The other 2 were heavily injured, saw that the situation was unfavorable, and scattered in flight, whereabouts unknown. Prince Tusk achieved a complete victory, leading the powerhouses of Rogel City to completely crush the remaining defenses of Goth City and take it down. The Sheep-horned Demon tribe within the city surrendered and submitted, becoming part of the Pig Demon tribe. After taking down Goth City, Prince Tusk struck while the iron was hot, hastily heading to the other 2 major cities and successfully taking them down. From then on, this individual, who had harbored ambitions for a long time, finally achieved his goal of unifying the South. At this point, no one cared about the death of the Wild Boar Duke anymore. For Prince Tusk, if political marriage could not be used to climb up through an alliance with the Demon Fox tribe, then he would use his own fist to fight for his territory step by step. And at this time, Levi temporarily bid farewell to the Purgatory Demon Sword and left the tumultuous south to head to the north. The 4 Grand Dukes together congratulated him with 500 million joss paper, of which he gave 100 million to the Purgatory Demon Sword. Now worth 700 million joss paper, he remained recklessly mingling in the Devil's cities and auctions, purchasing the materials he needed. He spent money like water, exchanging it for various special resources from Hell. Ultimately, at an auction, he managed to acquire the Stone of the Dead for 50 million joss paper, just as he had hoped. Moreover, along the way, he altogether collected more than 30 soul stones. Returning to the wizard world and refining these, he could potentially avoid years of arduous cultivation and achieve 6th circle perfection early. Moreover, he also learned that during this period, the famous Desire Realm which had been searching the 6th layer for himself and the Purgatory Demon Sword, even issuing a bounty announcement throughout the territory. In the blink of an eye, Another year passed. The 17th year of Nora. With just over a year left until the opening of the Dark Ancient Tower. During this time, Levi devoted himself entirely to refining the Book of the Undead, finally advancing it to a 6th-ring magical artifact. An ancient and eerie black book floated in the void, sturdy and incredibly thick, with a total of 10,000 pages. Levi flipped through the pages and said, "Another 6th-ring masterpiece wizard artifact. Looking at it, it can contract up to 3 level 6 undead at most. For the rest, I'll strive to fill it with middle level or higher undead, there's no need for low level undead to occupy a spot." A month after the completion of the Book of the Undead, swordsman Jerry also broke through to level 6. Now, he appeared no different from a real person, except that those surges of death energy marked his identity as an undead. After reaching level 6, Jerry mastered a sword skill called Sealing Demon Slash, which was quite powerful, even slaying an archdevil of hell who coveted Levi's wealth. Subsequently, Bone Dragon Yugos and its elite undead army were all brought into the Book of the Undead by Levi. Undead below level 6 were, in Levi's eyes, the most cost-effective cannon fodder, not much different from his own shadow army. Of course, among these undead, there were still a number of potential seeds. For instance, the vengeful spirit girl who mastered the Book of Curses and the snowflake warrior whose sword skill was mastered to perfection. If they could reach level 6, they could become powerful forces. With the upgrade of the Book of the Undead, Levi's agenda in Hell was also realized. Only 2 things were left unfinished. One was to take a look at the upcoming Netherworld market to see if he could buy the host god fruit. He still had 400 million joss paper, which he could not spend in the wizard world, it all had to be liquidated into resources. The second was to find himself a Hell agent, responsible for purchasing resources and collecting information for Levi in Hell. He wanted to enslave a stronger devil, using this as an opportunity to expand his influence in Hell. The Purgatory Demon Sword alone was not enough, he was, after all, a wanted criminal, his identity inconvenient, and he had his own business and goals. After much consideration, he found a suitable target. That was the proud daughter of heaven, the Desire Realm Witch, whose potential was limitless, status distinguished, and had just advanced to level 7, making her the most suitable candidate. However, with his current strength, it was obviously unrealistic to confront such a level 7 talent. This matter would require long-term planning. Note, the Chidian App Activity Center has a discount event for this book, offering coupons for up to 1,000 points off for 400 and 100 points off for 30, which is quite substantial. Interested readers can check it out. Chapter 1802. 6 months later. The Netherworld Festival, which occurs only once every 100 years in Hell, arrived. On this day, no matter if it was the first layer or the 9th, the entire sky of Hell displayed an endless, trans-universal black river. The river exuded a terrifying aura, as countless devils and undead creatures shouted in unison. Mother River descends upon the world. This river phantom was, startlingly, the legendary underworld source river that resided deep within the underworld, governing the reincarnation of all beings. Inside a devil city, Levi stood in a tavern, gazing at the high sky. His heart was incredibly shocked. This was a river without visible end, ceaselessly flowing like the river of time. He could also see that there were countless capillary-like tributaries surrounding the underworld source river, extending into the void. The records in the books are indeed true, the Mother River resides in the underworld, yet it can connect to multiple planes. Those transcendent souls that reincarnate are sent randomly into multiple planes through these tributaries to begin anew. It's too astonishing, it has already surpassed the realm of legends. Some say the Mother River is an extremely powerful life form, similar to the Blood River Will. Others say the Mother River is a rule embodiment without the consciousness of a life form. The true nature of the Mother River was unknown to Levi. From some hidden knowledge he had acquired, the Blood River will seem to be intricately connected with the Mother River. Therefore, the true souls of the Blood clan could enter the Blood River instead of the underworld to cleanse their memories for reincarnation. But the two were not on the same level. At the same time, on the underworld source river, one could indistinctly see sailing ships with masts and sails, which traveled along and slowly descended. One of them came to land not far from the wilderness near the city where Levi was. The Netherworld market is open, the Netherworld merchants have arrived. No one knew who shouted it out, but the devils who had been impatiently waiting rushed out of the city. One devil felt secretly elated. Ha ha ha, I've been thrifty for 100 years, saving up a full 10,000 joss paper, this time, I will return with a full load. Levi didn't rush to board that sailboat, after all, he was neither devil nor undead creature. If that netherworld merchant bore hostility towards him, or if the rules did not permit it, his presence would be futile. There was no sign from his danger perception. But facing beings of the underworld like a netherworld merchant, Levi reckoned his danger perception might be useless. With this thought, he called Isa out from the ancient Banyan fairyland in an uninhabited place and had her take a stack of joss paper to find the netherworld merchant. After not too long, Isa returned to Levi with a small box. Levi asked, "What is this?" Isa replied, "This is the lost box, which is said to randomly contain a life's memory. From level 1 to level 9, every level is possible. If you're lucky, these memories might carry inherent knowledge inheritance. By the way, this item is valued at 1000 joss paper." Levi thought to himself, "Isn't this just a memory blind box?" It appears now that either the Mother River or some powerful existence in the underworld might have stripped away fragments of a life's memories to create this item. This suggests that Leon is no ordinary being. The saint scorpions of human legends are said to be the insects of the underworld. It seems there might be a grain of truth to that. Clearly, the majority of these memory blind boxes were junk. Those who could obtain the memories of life forms above level 6 were few and far between. The reason is simple. Looking across the multidimensional plane, the proportion of level 6 experts was minuscule. As for obtaining level 9 memories, the probability was practically zero. At 1000 joss paper per box, the price was not cheap. This must be a method for the underworld to recollect joss paper. Joss paper could only be manufactured in the underworld. Levi had tried to study it but failed. The currencies of the transcendent world were often related to ether stones and soul stones, usual equivalents related to cultivation. But joss paper, which really was just paper money similar to the previous life's banknotes made of what, nobody knew. A grand wizard from the School of Death once researched it and conjectured that joss paper might be refined from life form's lifespan. The billions of spirit coins that Levi had may well be the lifespan of countless life forms. Since foreigners could also participate, Levi felt somewhat relieved. Nevertheless, he found a place to secure his horse carriage and prepared to self-destruct and return to the city at a moment's notice. He didn't want to live a second life. He sought not the afterlife, but the present life. The eerie sailing ship docked in the wilderness, with devils entering one by one, disappearing. Levi prepared himself. Stepping onto the ship, a bustling and noisy scene ensued. Despite looking small from the outside, the ship had a chien-kun inside. The vast deck, like a plaza, seemed boundless. Nearly all the devils from the city were there, and it didn't feel crowded. In the center of the plaza, a black armored giant towering a kilometer high, emanating a terrifying aura and holding a death god scythe, stood silently. Levi gasped. Completely inscrutable, I fear this might be a level 8 being. Is a mere netherworld merchant such a formidable entity? He figured that it was probably because this was the 6th layer, and to maintain order, the underworld dispatched a level 8 powerhouse capable of suppressing the entire field. If it were the earlier layers, then the strength of the netherworld merchant would correspondingly be reduced. On the plaza, there were notice boards. 1. No fighting, stealing, or misbehaving here. Otherwise, you will be executed mercilessly, and your soul will not enter reincarnation. 2 transactions are in joss paper. If you do not have enough, you may use your lifespan to make up the balance. Chapter 1803. Seeing this, Levi's heart turned cold. Astral world is belief, abyss is slaughter, nightmare is fear, and the underworld is lifespan. Now, it seems extremely likely that joss paper is minted from lifespan. Levi came up to the black armored giant's stall and began to rummage through the items. 7 days soul returning grass, price, 5 million joss paper. Levi's face brightened in happiness. 7 ring healing herb, when converted into ether stone, would cost around 10 million, yet here it only requires 5 million joss paper. Indeed, without middlemen to jack up the prices, it's a good deal. This item had many uses, the more the better, so Levi quickly made the purchase. At the stall, there were indeed many good things. What sold the best were actually those lost boxes. A group of devils of hell were opening the boxes like gamblers, some leaving satisfied, seemingly having acquired some decent memory inheritance. Others were unwilling and frustrated, only able to regretfully leave the scene. With the lover's rune's blessing, my luck should be fairly good. If there's any remainder after buying other things, I might as well try my fortune. If I can get an inheritance of level 6 or higher, whether it be combat techniques or spells, that would be a profit. Levi felt his heart stirring. Suddenly, Levi's gaze sharpened. At the center of the stall was a fruit which he was all too familiar with. Host God fruit, price, 200 million joss paper. As expected of the netherworld market, the resources here are indeed abundant. Levi suspected that, like himself, many wizards mingled in the market each time, buying things before heading to the wizard world for resale business. On second thought, this wasn't a bad way to make money. As long as one is confident in their own strength, they could hunt devils in hell for joss paper and convert it to ether stone through the netherworld market. However, this approach was still fraught with substantial risk. Once or twice might be fine, but if one does it consistently, they would inevitably alert the rulers of hell. And then they might send powerful beings to crushingly defeat those involved, leading to losses outweighing the gains. Given the expensiveness of host god fruit, the devils here simply couldn't afford it. Even though they knew it was valuable, they could only watch with open eyes as Levi bought it. Damn, how can this pig demon be so rich? Yet, he's already bought a lot. I roughly tallied, it's at least starting from 200 or 300 million. Could this person be an archdevil of hell? Eyes full of covetousness landed on him, barely concealing their greedy desires. A devil is synonymous with greed. Levi paid no mind to this. Should these minions dare to trouble him, he could just kill them off. His Shadow Dragon talent needed a new batch of Shadow Core anyway, striving for everyone to be rank 4, rank 5. He also bought some underworld soul stones from the stall for 100 million joss paper, totaling 23 stones. All in all, it was still cheaper than in the wizard world. By doing so, Levi had unwittingly collected 55 soul stones. Refining all of these should increase his spiritual force by about 200 points. Of course, one shouldn't refine too many all at once. Otherwise, just like before, the rapid expansion of spiritual force could lead to an unstable foundation. After sweeping through the rest of the materials and resources at the stall, Levi was left with only 30 million ether stones. The other devils watched Levi in astonishment. The items they all purchased together were no match for Levi alone. Is this what the world of the wealthy looks like? Damn the wealth disparity. Even the black-armored giant couldn't help but take another glance at Levi. In the 6th level of hell, those who could spend over 10 million in the netherworld market were the elite class, those spending over 100 million were only those high-ranking archdevils of hell. With his identity and strength, he naturally could tell that this pig demon Levi was disguised as a foreigner. But he didn't mind it one bit. The underworld is a neutral world, responsible for balancing the multidimensional plane. For the multidimensional plane, the all clans are all treated uniformly. Just like how death is impartial to everyone. From ancient times to the present, how many have sought eternal life? Yet in the end, before the long river of time, they will all exit stage left, only a matter of sooner or later. And the reason the netherworld merchant noticed Levi was that he felt an aura of a lord on him. Levi waved his hand, directly collecting the remaining lost boxes on the stall into his inventory. In the end, he finally managed to spend all his money. What is earned in the underworld is spent in the underworld, not a penny is to be taken back home. Inside Levi's storage ring, there were 30,000 extra memory blind boxes, waiting to be slowly opened back in the wizard world. He loved draws the most. Gaze after gaze sized up Levi, with bad intentions. Levi didn't care in the slightest. The netherworld merchant inwardly chuckled. Usually, the netherworld market, in such a remote small town, never managed to sell out stock, but this time it sold out ahead of schedule. With a single thought, all the other devils disappeared from the square, but Levi was left behind. Levi's heart stirred, calmly saying, "Elder, I haven't broken any rules here, have I?" The black-armored giant smiled and said, "Little fellow, don't worry, I have no ill intentions toward you. It's just that I sense a familiar aura from you." Levi said, "Please speak, Elder." The black-armored giant said, "What is your relationship with the Undying Nether Emperor?" Levi said, "The Undying Nether Emperor, I have never heard of this person." The black-armored giant smiled and said, "Oh, right, Undying Nether Emperor is just how we in the underworld call him. In the multidimensional plane, its name is, the Undying Bird." Levi thought to himself. As expected of a powerhouse from the underworld, he could actually sense that faint aura from the undying bird on me. Chapter 1804. It seems as he initially thought. The undying bird in the underworld must be a big shot. The undying Nether Emperor sounds like an incredibly awesome being. It might even be a noble ruler in a place like the underworld. Levi said. Some of the cultivation techniques I practice are related to the undying bird, perhaps that's the reason. The black-armored giant said. That's right, the undying Nether Emperor once stated that in the multidimensional plane, he indeed left some extremely thin bloodline breathing techniques. It seems you are practicing the path of bloodline advancement. Levi was somewhat horrified. He truly recognized the terror of the underworld. A netherworld merchant could actually discern some of his secrets. But on second thought, it was normal, as the underworld source river connected the multidimensional plane. What kind of civilization and transcendent system has the underworld not seen? In front of such an ancient world, the wizard world can only be considered a newcomer. Levi said. Indeed so. The black-armored giant said. As one of the descendants of the undying Nether Emperor's bloodline, you do qualify to go to the underworld. Are you interested in taking a look? Levi replied with a helpless smile. Senior, let's forget it, with my strength, I should not step into such a supreme place. The black-armored giant chuckled. You are quite cautious. Well, I was just whimsically chatting with you because you are special. I see your future prospects, like the sunrise, always on the rise. 10,000 years later, you might be another powerful being who shakes the multidimensional plane. Let's leave a good karma today, for ease of conversation when we meet again, ha ha ha. Levi said, flattered. Senior, you think too highly of me, I'm but a nameless miner, how dare I shake the multidimensional plane? The black-armored giant said meaningfully. Nameless miners don't have your kind of wealth, and certainly not as a foreigner. Levi knew that this black-armored giant most likely guessed that his money was obtained through robbery. But the other party didn't seem angry, probably used to it. The black-armored giant said. I observe your spiritual force fluctuation, it seems you mainly cultivate as a wizard. Speaking of which, there once was a powerful being from the wizard world, who entered the underworld and shocked many nether emperors. His name is Sauron. As a wizard, you should have heard of him. Levi said. Naturally, he is our ancestor of wizards. The black-armored giant said. If you eventually go to the underworld, you might be able to admire many of the ancestor of wizards' elegance. He is quite a big name in the underworld. Levi nodded. He didn't expect this netherworld merchant to enjoy chatting so much. It was probably because of his netherworld envoy special effect. After chatting for a long time, the black-armored giant said. I should return to the underworld now. Oh, by the way, I am called Diagotean. If you ever come to the underworld, feel free to find me. Levi said with a smile. If I go to the underworld, I'll contact you immediately. He estimated that with his personality, to even think of going to the underworld, he should at least have the strength of a 9th Circle Grand Wizard. By that time, the other party might even start calling him senior. The black-armored man boarded a massed sailboat, sailing into the river Phantom in the sky. Standing at the bow, he waved goodbye to Levi. Levi didn't expect the identity of a netherworld envoy to be so useful. Moreover, the people of the underworld seemed different from what he had imagined. From the burly man's conversation, Levi sensed a detachment beyond worldly concerns. Probably because as beings of the underworld, they are accustomed to life and death. On the ship, the black-armored man scattered all the joss paper he had collected into the underworld source river. These paper bills turned into streams of black gas, melting into it and disappearing elsewhere. After bidding farewell to the burly man, Levi found himself surrounded by a group of devils. They were like jackals that had been lying in wait. Among them, there was a level 6 archdevil of hell, who chillingly said, Inferior pig demon, share some of that lost box on you with us, happiness shared is happiness doubled. Levi shed the body of the pig demon, transforming into a sorcerer clad in black armor and wrapped in black gas entwined. With a black shark tooth-shaped sword in hand, he sneered. He, I didn't expect someone bold enough to rob me. Is my purgatory demon sword unable to move, or are you guys floating up high? Levi drew his sword and slashed out, black flames forming dragon abominations attacking devils in all directions. Suddenly, the devils were in an uproar. Damn, it's the purgatory demon sword. This person has appeared among us, quickly inform the Desire Realm Witch. Run! He is the monster who can kill 4 archdevils of hell with a single sword. No wonder several level 7 experts were sent from the 7th layer to investigate this matter, has his strength become so exaggerated. After the battle in Goth City, the notorious reputation of the Purgatory Demon Sword, in the 6th level of hell, was known to all. Because the battlefield was too chaotic, Levi never showed himself. So, the devils all thought that Purgatory Demon Sword instantly killed 4 Grand Dukes. His reward money directly skyrocketed to 500 million joss paper. As for this result, Purgatory Demon Sword was quite satisfied. On the battlefield, after Levi burst with full power, sweeps of black flame sword chi, like mowing, took away the lives of many devils. 3,000 Shadow Corps also emerged from Levi's shadows, entering the battlefield to wreak havoc. One-man army, that's what it was, be it in number or strength, he matched these devil army. Chapter 1805. The Archdevil of Hell realized things were turning south and attempted to flee. But he saw Levi stepping on air, approaching with a sword, and the frost barrier sealed him off. Immediately afterward, with the move Rock ascends to the 9th heaven, a magnificent sword chi of black flame engulfed the Grand Duke. Before long, except for a few devils that escaped, most were buried here. The Shadow Corps returned to their places, and Levi exhaled a breath of turbid air, saying, "Good, the reward money for the Purgatory Demon Sword just increased again. How should he thank me?" He collected all the corpses to feed Long. As for Leon, his soul-collecting pace couldn't keep up with Levi's rate of killing. Thus, many low-level devil souls escaped into the underworld. Levi was helpless about this. In fact, after chatting with Digao, the netherworld merchant, he realized that he had underestimated the strength of the underworld. These vast numbers of low-level souls entering the underworld might actually be a good thing. This way, there wouldn't be a massive disruption of the balance of rules in the underworld. Otherwise, if the underworld really started an investigation, wouldn't they have to fix Leon's bug? At last, after tallying the spoils from these devils, Levi frowned and said, "Trash. So many of them, yet they contribute less than 100 million joss paper. Have they really worked hard all these years? Why do they have so little money in their pockets?" It turns out, what hell had the most was not devils, but paupers. Suddenly, his danger perception wildly alerted. A level 7 expert is coming, better to leave. Shortly after, several powerful auras descended. Their figures were voluptuous, their charm boundless, they were the trio of witch sisters. The leader, the Desire Realm Witch, frowned and said, "We hurried over, yet this guy still managed to escape. I didn't expect him to hide in this remote small city." The sorceress of the sensual realm said, "Sister, is the Purgatory Demon Sword really as powerful as the rumors say? Instantly killing 4 Grand Dukes with one sword? If so, will it be dangerous for us to continue chasing him?" The Sky Realm Witch said, "Don't worry, our big sister's strength is extraordinary, not something a typical level 7 early stage can compare to. That Purgatory Demon Sword, although strong, is still level 6 and not to be feared." The sorceress of the sensual realm said, "You're wrong, that Purgatory Demon Sword may be strong, but it's impossible for it to kill 4 Grand Dukes with one strike. The truly formidable one is another prey. I've seen him in action, his sword light stretched for hundreds of miles, with red flames patrolling the heavens, his momentum was terrifying." Hearing their sister's evaluation, the 2 younger sisters became even more curious about that Purgatory Demon Sword's ally. The Desire Realm Witch said, "If I can dual cultivate with this person, surely my strength can advance further. Continue the search, otherwise, if he returns to the wizard world, our chances will be slim. You two just help your sister well, after I have enjoyed him, I'll share him with you." The sorceress of the sensual realm coquettishly said, "Sister, why can't we enjoy him together?" The Desire Realm Witch said, "I fear he cannot withstand, drained by you. A promising seed like this must be sustainably utilized to avoid waste." Hell. A certain city. The Purgatory Demon Sword, hiding his identity and evading assassins, looked at his own wanted poster. Purgatory Demon Sword, reward amount, 530 million joss paper, from the wizard world, possesses powerful sword skills, repeatedly killed archdevils of hell, extremely insolent. What's going on? Why has my reward money increased by 30 million? He couldn't figure it out and silently left. Currently, the passage to the 7th layer was controlled by the Hell Enforcer. He could only wander around the 6th layer, engaging in guerrilla warfare with the devils. Sooner or later, he planned to use Black King Prison, and slaughter his way through the 9 layers of hell. Half a year later. Nora, 18th year, month of beginning. Only a little over half a year left until the opening of the Dark Ancient Tower. Ancient Dragon Continent. Levi returned to the human realm, having been away for several years. Phew, the air in the human realm is still sweet. Hell has too much negative energy, dense with death energy, the elemental power is relatively scarce, really not suitable for wizard cultivation. My younger brother is tough, to have cultivated to the primordial soul realm in such an environment. That desire realm which, let her be complacent a while longer, once I grow a bit stronger, I'll go and enslave her. Flower Hall. The meditating Flower Knight opened his eyes, his face joyful. Finally, home. Levi's figure appeared, saying. Nothing happened in my territory while I was away, right? Flower said. With me guarding, what could happen? Levi chuckled, lifted the floral building, and said. This time in hell, I've gained a lot, come, let's go to the bed, and I'll tell you all about it. Flower blushed and said. Could you still focus on telling stories then? Imperial Palace. Levi and Flower were talking about the strange and marvelous events from his journey in hell. It was like a drought meeting sweet rain, parting is sweeter than meeting. As they talked, both were parched and breathless. After a few more days. Flower, hearing Levi narrating the story of the Purgatory Demon Sword, lay on the bed and panted slightly. Demon Sword Dragon Wizard, I've heard of him, a junior to me, I thought he had perished. Didn't expect that in hell, he quietly became a 6th ring senior. Levi said. Yes, his character is good, forthright and righteous, worth befriending, now he's become my junior. Flower joked. You're quite impressive. She suddenly became serious and said. Right after you went to hell, a big shot came to the Endless Sea. Levi asked. Who? Flower said. High Skywalker, the chief enforcer of the Congress, he said he came to thoroughly investigate some previous complicated cases in the Endless Sea, but I suspect, it might be the Letny family investigating their son's death. Chapter 1806. Levi pondered. Little wonder I had the feeling someone was using astrology to calculate my fate, turns out it was this person causing mischief. 100 Flowers said in surprise. It seems his astrology failed, or else if he knew you were in hell, he would have tried every possible means to eliminate you there, and perfectly covertly at that. Levi nodded. It was the book Ms. Lucy gave me that saved me. 100 Flowers said. Ms. Lucy is so formidable, I've always felt that she isn't just an ordinary primordial soul wizard. Levi strongly agreed, then he asked. By the way, did the law enforcement department come to the ancient dragon continent for an investigation? 100 Flowers shook her head. Not currently. Given the Letny family's pettiness, they surely won't let this go so easily. But since the Grand Wizard himself couldn't divine your whereabouts, I'm much more at ease. As for a legendary wizard, she believed that the Letny family wouldn't be able to afford such a figure. It wasn't to say that the Letny family couldn't have a legendary wizard as backup, it was more that legends wouldn't bother themselves with such trivial matters. Levi said. I'm going to be in seclusion for a while, during this time, I'll need you to help defend the territory. 100 Flowers said. Got it, you focus on your cultivation. The two of us should strive to reach the 7-ring realm as soon as possible. Even if we're found out, I reckon the Wizard Council wouldn't give up on you just for an electric eel wizard. Levi comforted her. Don't worry, they won't discover us. The soul of the electric eel wizard had been devoured completely, even his memories extracted. As for his flesh, it became the golden fertilizer for long, now being absorbed by the plants. He had essentially been erased from the world by Levi without leaving any trace behind. Back at the ancient Banyan fairyland. Levi bathed and changed his clothes, with music fungus playing Good Luck. The fungus did not enhance luck, but Levi believed this tune should have a special effect. Over 30,000 boxes, there should be some good things to open, right? He opened a box casually, and a series of illusory scenes unfolded like a carousel. A tiny green turtle hatched, grew into a big green-haired turtle, and then was killed by a wizard. That's it. 1,000 joss paper, gone with a snap. However, he was mentally prepared and continued opening boxes. Thus, it continued for 3 days. 30,000 boxes, all opened by Levi. The vast majority were useless memories, which Levi took as viewing one short story after another. The protagonists of these stories had long since left the world. But there were still some gains to be found. Among them, Levi had acquired a rather impressive primordial soul spell, as well as combat techniques from alien races, both of level 6 standards. With this, he calculated that he had still made a profit. After all, it only cost 30 million joss paper. The Lover's Rune was still very useful, for others, it would probably have been a total loss. The primordial soul spell, named Holy Light Barrier, was a rare light faction magic of excellent quality. Levi learned it immediately, making it his 6th primordial soul spell. Now, setting aside innate spells, the primordial soul spells he mastered were almost all offensive. Indeed, he needed a protective one. One couldn't just forego wizard defenses due to the strong knight defense methods. Holy Light Barrier could serve as his 6-ring protection field. Furthermore, with the blood battle imminent, he felt it necessary to learn some light faction spells to combat demons. The level 6 combat technique was a type of whip attack named Blood Whip. From a mid-sized alien race from another plane of level 6 strength. This type of technique was not very compatible with Levi. He left it at Dusk Holy Temple for the knights to reference and decipher. To extract the essence and discard the dross, and to create night battle skills. Next, Levi waited patiently for the ancient tower to open. He was eager to see what the 6th layer looked like. That day, in ancient Banyan fairyland, Flaming Mountain, the cultivating black lotus beast opened its eyes, looking up at the sky. An endless surge of fire elemental power began to roll. It can't be someone breaking through to level 6, could it? The black lotus beast murmured. No, it must be that dragon egg about to hatch. Not long after. Feeling the anomaly, Levi and Mana hurried over. Levi, looking at the black-scaled giant egg in the land of blazing flames, was excited. After hundreds of years, this guy is finally about to hatch. Mana said. I'm so excited about seeing the legendary pure-blooded dragon clan. Dragon clan and pure-blooded dragon clan were completely different concepts. The latter was rare, exotic, and powerful. 100 Flowers also arrived. She glanced at Mana, then silently stood beside Levi, holding his arm, and said. The only pure-blood dragon I've ever seen was Immortal Banyan Dragon Lady. Today I'll get another eye-opener. A pure-blood dragon's birth caused a shift in the winds and clouds, and members of the Dragon Palace gathered to witness the birth of a legend. Merely being born brought such a scene, akin to a level 6 undergoing tribulation, such was the prestige of the pure-blooded dragon clan. The fire elemental power all poured into the black-scaled giant egg, the fierce flames scorched the surface of the shell, and the high temperatures twisted the air. The eggshell began to crack, and black ashes and sparks danced. The sky above Flaming Mountain was filled with the ashes, creating a cloud layer resembling dragon scales. Crack! The black-scaled giant egg completely broke open. With a piercing dragon roar, members of Dragon Palace, even those of the 6th level dragon clan, felt a natural fear. This was the might of a true pure-blooded dragon, somewhat different from Levi's night techniques. Chapter 1807. An ash dragon hatchling coiled on the ground, its dragon eyes tightly closed. Its scales were like that of charcoal, emitting the glow of embers. Not long after, the hatchling opened its eyes, spread its wings with a wingspan of over a dozen meters, and a 5th circle aura surged to the heavens. Levi said. No wonder it took so long to incubate, born at level 5. It's already a height unattainable by the masses. 100 Flowers said. Indeed extraordinary. Just uncertain if it holds any hostility towards us. Levi said. No matter. If this little one doesn't know better, then simply arrange for the crimson enslavement. It might be strong in the future, but right now it's only at level 5, incapable of causing big waves. Everyone was looking at the ash dragon nervously, wanting to know what it would do. The ash dragon looked curiously at these people, then following its instincts, flew towards Levi, whose aura was the closest match. It landed beside Levi, lowered its head, lay down there, and fell into a peaceful sleep. The sound of its snoring, like the roar of an engine, began to rise, leaving everyone dumbfounded. 100 Flowers hesitantly said. It doesn't see you as its father, does it? Mana said. By its demeanor, it seems so. Levi pondered within. It seems that the reborn ash dragon can't awaken its past life's memories upon birth. It's also possible it encountered some mishap, losing its previous memories. The ash dragon before him felt just like an ordinary dragon clan hatchling, naive and unknowing. Of course, it's not ruled out that it's just acting, pretending not to know anything despite having level 9 memories. The ash dragon had just hatched and was too exhausted, having consumed a great deal of strength. Levi let everyone else leave, staying alone to accompany the hatchling. Several days later, the hatchling finally woke up. It placed its head by Levi's feet, looking fiercely hungry. Levi took out some transcendent creature meat and some nutritional potions, asking, "Can you speak?" The little one looked at Levi with confusion, seemingly not understanding what he was saying. However, it didn't hesitate to gobble up the food offered. Levi, stroking its dragon head, said, "Eat up, remember, I am your family." Dragon Palace welcomed a new member. Levi named the ash dragon Sandy. Sandy really saw him as a father, following Levi around all day like a little puppy. Considering Sandy was still very young, Levi did not start drawing blood for the time being, as there was no shortage of Death Ember Dragon's secret medicine now. Half a year later, Sandy was now able to hunt on its own, and Levi had released some transcendent creatures within the fairyland for it to prey upon. Time passed by. That day, in the Imperial Palace, Levi took out the ancient tower scepter, watching the countdown return to 0. After a flash of light, he had disappeared from the spot. Dark Ancient Tower. 5th level. Million Mountains. Levi's figure emerged. Before his eyes was an underground world, dark and damp, wrapped in a demonic aura, where bomb mushrooms grew abundantly. Levi harvested a batch of mature level 4 and level 5 mushrooms. All these things can be used as supreme divine talismans for mass production. He intended for soldiers in the battle group to be equipped with bomb mushrooms. He also left many plants to naturally breed and expand the species population. Lastly, he released some 5th circle alchemical creatures, paired with an array, to guard this place and prevent natives from picking. Having done all this, he came to the site of the great battle with Jin of the 9 Cities Alliance. The huge pit caused by the thunder cannon of yesteryear still exists. Only now it has grown into a lush forest and has gathered water to become a small lake. Unbeknownst to me, Jin has been dead for over 200 years. Levi's gaze flickered, his spiritual force dispersed, seemingly searching for something here. Suddenly, he flew downward, turning towards the underground. The deeper he went, the hotter it got. Eventually, before Levi, appeared a vast ocean of magma. A small flame snake, only about a foot long, was swimming in the magma, absorbing fire elemental power, and its body even had extremely faint traces of runes. Levi revealed a relieved smile. Sure enough, after the fall of a primordial soul wizard, the dissipation of the mark of truth in the world does have a chance to form a truth oddity. However, it seems this little snake is only the embryonic form of an earth-grade oddity, and it needs hundreds of years to fully mature. To make it serve me, clearly, it's not timely. Levi estimated that such secret knowledge should not be a secret to the upper echelons of the wizard world. Those top wizard organizations might even use this method to build a primordial soul cemetery, specially cultivating truth oddities. Now that everything is settled here, I can head to the 6th layer. Ancient Tower. 6th layer. This place is also a complete world, and its size compares to some large plains. However, the 6th layer has not formed 3 major native civilizations like the 5th layer. Here, powerful alien races stand tall, each dominating their own territory. Having the authority, although Levi didn't know the exact location of the oddities, he could infer based on the terrain and environment of this world which places might nurture oddities. He released Jin to lead the way. After a long time, he arrived in a scorching land where volcanoes stretched on endlessly. Jin squeaked excitedly and quickly led Levi to a fiery red bush at the edge of a cliff. The bush also had a few sparsely growing dates. Levi's face lit up with joy. Fire dates, greatly beneficial for the cultivation and meditation of the burning faction. This treasure is useful for both me and the Holy Infant, especially for the Holy Infant, who has been too busy with weapon making and has fallen behind Gondaf and me. The fruit of the fire date tree matures once every 200 years, but with fertilization, it can produce a batch every 100 years. Levi immediately dug up the fire date tree, planning to take it back. In the wizard world, a single fire date is worth millions of ether stones, truly a money tree. After all, heavenly materials and earthly treasures that can aid in the cultivation of a primordial soul are very rare. By comparison, the yin soul date is of a much lower grade, and its effect on the primordial soul pales in comparison to the fire date. Levi petted Jin and said, "The lad is becoming more and more reliable. Time flies." Levi, accompanied by Jin, traveled north and south through the sixth layer, setting foot in all sorts of perilous places, finding many resources and rare plants. Many of these places were guarded by level 6 upper level beings. However, in front of Levi, they were nothing to worry about. But along the way, he only gathered 3 earth-grade oddities and 1 sky-grade oddity, and half of them had already been refined by Levi. With a year almost passing, not even the shadow of a sky-grade oddity was seen. One day, Levi followed Jin to a location suspected of harboring treasure. What appeared before them was a continuous range of snow mountains. Danger perception was giving a strong warning. This indicated that within the snow mountains, there might be a creature of at least level 7 in hibernation. Seeing how anxious Jin was, it was highly likely that there was an extraordinary treasure inside. Fully armed, Levi made sure to leave a way back, with hermit runes flashing, ready to explore further. Chapter 1808. Ancient Tower. 6th Layer. Great Snow Mountain. A slightly plump but nimble white figure zipped through the snow mountain, resembling a snowman with broad feet that allowed it to race across the snow like the wind. Behind it, a damaged, pitch-black airship crashed through the air. The airship bore a flag, illustrated with a 2-headed skeleton pattern clearly indicating that this was a pirate group. On the pirate ship, a group of burly, 2-headed monsters eyed the snowman ahead. The leader, a 30-meter-tall 2-headed man wielding a huge axe, proclaimed, "Fellows, we've discovered a new world. This place is practically heaven, so many resources and lands, scarcely a civilization in sight." This 2-headed man, named Bixita, emanated a level 6 aura and looked quite impressive. He was the commander of the giant axe pirate group, hailing from a modest mid-sized plane known as the Ice and Fire World. The double-headed clan ruled this world, an inherently powerful transcendent race with 2 heads, Bixita being one of its most distinguished members. Regrettably, the double-headed clan had suffered ill fortune. Their world encountered mishaps and was on the brink of destruction. Bixita, taking his clansmen aboard an airship unearthed from the relics of the Ice and Fire World capable of voyaging through the land of darkness, abandoned their home in search of their new world within the vast darkness. To scavenge for resources, they became dark pirates, declared outlaws by numerous civilizations. Adrift in darkness for hundreds of years, they recently encountered an unseen black hole vortex. Upon re-emergence, they found themselves in this new world. The new setting thrilled Bixita and his people. After wandering the land of darkness for so long, they deeply appreciated the sense of solid ground beneath their feet. Moreover, the elemental power of this new world was exceptionally dense. Being a race of spellcasters, this place was highly conducive to their cultivation. A vice captain observed, "Boss, it seems like this little snowman is leading us in circles." Bixita responded, "I've noticed. It must be worried about us finding its tribe and is doing this on purpose. Someone, capture it alive, I want to interrogate." "I'll go, boss." A rank 5 vice captain volunteered. Holding a staff, he chanted and transformed into a trail of black smoke, pursuing the snowman. The snowman looked panicked. Its body disintegrated, turning into flakes of snow, blending with the snow mountain. Suddenly, the 2-headed man waved his staff, sending a shockwave spreading out, causing the entire mountain to begin avalanching. The snowman's body was ejected, landing in a large hand. Levi, curious, peered at the snowman, muttering to himself, "Interesting, there's even a group of snow elves living here." Snow elves, a type of fairy but larger in size, once wandered both the wizard world and the human realm, known among the mortals as Bigfoot or Snow Mountain Monster. They dwelled in the land of extreme cold, immensely powerful yet timid in nature. Some wizard organizations of the School of Frost even kept snow elves to assist with menial tasks. The 2-headed man, seeing Levi, shouted loudly, "This snowman is the prey of our giant axe pirate group, hand it over immediately and leave this place, or else our captain, 2-headed demon Bixita, won't let you off." Assuming he was no match for Levi, he attempted to borrow the tiger's fierceness. Levi set the tense snow elf down. The latter quickly burrowed into the snow, peeking out to say, "Thank you." Levi casually remarked, Giant Axe Pirate Group? Never heard of it. Shadow, capture him. Behind him, a figure formed by the Archdevil of Hell, a rank 5 shadow, quickly subdued the two-headed man. You! How dare you capture me, you're doomed. Just wait for death. Our boss will not spare you. With a single arrow, armies will meet. Evidently, the boss had left an invincible impression in his mind. Before long, a damaged airship descended upon the scene. With an order from Dragon King Li, 3,000 of the Black Shadow army encircled the distant airship. Not only that, the Book of the Undead appeared, turning its pages. Tens of thousands of undead spirits surged like a flood, crying around the airship. Among them were a frostbone dragon and a dark-haired swordsman emitting a formidable level 6 aura, specifically Aguz and Jerry. The wings of the frostbone dragon overshadowed the sky, and frost fire spread wide, their roars thundering. Jerry's expression was stern, hand on the hilt of his sword, ready to draw at any moment. Upon witnessing this spectacle, the rank 5 two-headed man felt his legs weaken. He consoled himself internally that his boss could handle this adversary. The next moment, however, Bixida on the pirate ship suddenly knelt down. Wizard Lord, spare my life, please. I truly meant no harm to that snowman, we just arrived and were merely seeking directions. He recognized Levi's status as a wizard, a profound and indelible shadow etched in their hearts by wizards as the weaker race of the Pan Plane. Levi asked. Aren't you from the Giant Axe Pirate Group? Bixida replied. Lord, you misheard, we are the Giant Axe Travel Group, just passing by this place unintentionally, we'll leave immediately, not disturbing your cultivation. Jokingly. This wizard's presence was far stronger than his own, commandingly leading such a formidable army of summoned creatures, he stood no chance against such a force. Chapter 1809. That's really unlucky. He originally thought he had discovered new worlds, but now it seems he may have mistakenly entered the wizard world. Levi smiled and said. Since you're here, don't leave, I'm not some big villain. In his hand appeared a blue shark tooth-shaped sword, the Excalibur. You and your subordinates swear an oath on this sword according to my demands, and you can live. Bixida hesitated for a moment and then said. Okay, we agree. Being surrounded by tens of thousands of summoned creatures' army, how could he not agree? After taking the oath, Levi asked. Are you from the giant tribe? He noticed that these two-headed people were generally over 10 meters tall, and this leader was even as tall as 30 meters. Bixida said. We are the double-headed clan, also considered part of the giant tribe. Our ancestors were anomalies born from the combination of frost giants and flame giants. Hence, our double-headed clan naturally has an affinity with the two elements of flame and frost. There are quite a few dual-class casters like myself. Levi noticed that one of Bixida's heads was emitting high temperatures, while the other exuded cold air, which was indeed magical. Generally speaking, ice and fire are incompatible, and those who can cultivate both are rare. The Holy Infant is an exception. After asking some more questions, Bixida answered them all quite cooperatively. He said. Follow me, you won't have to be pirates anymore. I see there are barely 100 of you in total. Who knows, one day you might provoke a powerful foe and get wiped out. How about this, once I'm done here, I'll find a place for you so that you can settle down and lead a good life. Bixida was delighted and said. We, the double-headed clan, thank the Lord. Who would choose to be pirates if we had the choice? Levi found a place and settled the group of double-headed clan members well. With his current level 6 authority, he could take out more people. Although the double-headed clan was small in number, their overall strength was not weak. Bixida was at level 6 early stage, not only physically strong and skilled in physical techniques but also possessed some spellcaster abilities, albeit somewhat rough. Once back in the ancient dragon continent, the double-headed clan could be arranged to enter the Tower of Dawn and the Dusk Holy Temple to systematically learn wizard knowledge and the night-breathing technique. This group of two-headed people, born with a relatively dense giant bloodline, Levi thought, should be able to practice the giant breathing technique. With a blood battle imminent, Levi wanted to increase the military force of the ancient dragon continent as much as possible. Watching Levi leave, the members of the Giant Axe Pirate Group, as if waking from a dream, Bixida said. This can also be considered a blessing in disguise for us. This lord has an extraordinary background. It's time to say goodbye to the days of wandering in the land of darkness. On the other side, Levi found the little snowman again and said. You're safe now. Among all fairies, the Frost Elves have quite strong overall strength. The School of Frost has a guardian organization that includes a rank 6 Snow Elf. The Snow Elf timidly said. Lord, hello, my name is Beta, thank you for saving me. Levi said. No need to be polite, it was just a helping hand. I'm new here, and I feel a powerful presence within these snow mountains, do you know what it is? Beta looked scared and said. Lord, you must be referring to the overlord of this great snow mountain Dragon King Andreas. All creatures of this snow mountain, including us the tribe of Frost Elves, must obey its commands. Levi pondered. Snow Mountain Dragon King. It seems that it is the level 7 being he had sensed. Levi surmised that it must be some kind of adult Dragon King whale. A level 7 Dragon King whale, its strength must be very formidable, must be cautious on this journey. After getting acquainted with the Snow Elf, Beta brought Levi to the Frost Elf's lair, which was actually in a small secret realm. Inside the secret realm were houses built of ice and snow, reminiscent of Mongolian yurts, densely packed. At the very center, there was a huge temple. Inside the temple was a silver dragon that radiated a domineering presence, coiled upon a throne of ice. Ice-like crystalline scales covered its entire body. Snow Silver Dragon, indeed it was a sub-dragon species, its pure bloods are known as the Frost Dragons Snow King Dragons. The Snow King Dragon is a legendary dragon race, on par with the Ice Dragon. According to the information obtained by the Holy Infant, the mother of the Blue Dragon Lady was an ice dragon. It looks like this great snow mountain is the territory of the Snow Mountain Dragon King. With its formidable strength, it enslaves weaker races living here into its tribe. For the noble dragons, this was very normal. The noble dragon species only want to sleep, leaving the collection of food and resources to their dependents. Inside the clan leader's temple, Levi met the leader of this group of snow elves. This was a towering snow giant nearly 10 meters tall, radiating a peak level 5 aura. It respectfully said. I am Snow Clan Chief Quay, I thank the Lord for saving Beta. Levi said. No need for thanks, it was just a small effort. I came here to learn about the deeds of the Snow Mountain Dragon King. Upon hearing about the Snow Mountain Dragon King, the clan leader's face clearly showed a change in color and he cautiously said. Lord, what do you want to know about it for? Levi said. I suspect the Dragon King has stolen something of mine, and I want to get it back. It seems that the location of the treasure pointed out by Jin is likely the lair of the Dragon King. Faced with a level 7 being, it was not excessive for Levi to be cautious. The clan chief said. Lord, you may not know how powerful the Snow Mountain Dragon King is. When it spreads its wings, it can cover the whole mountain. When it roars, the great snow mountain trembles. When it is enraged, the piercing ice storms can rage on for 7 days and nights. It is the god of the great snow mountain. Chapter 1810. Hearing the terrifying description from the clan leader, Levi calmly said. I know. Seeing that Levi had made up his mind, the clan leader sighed and relayed all the information he had learned when he had visited the Snow Mountain Dragon King to Levi. He also harbored a glimmer of hope in his heart. If Lord Levi, by some chance, really defeated the Snow Mountain Dragon King, it would be a good thing for the Frost Elves, they wouldn't have to live in such fear. After obtaining the information he wanted, Levi left the secret realm. Before he left, Beta asked. Lord, are you going to slay the dragon? Levi smiled and said. Slay the dragon? No, my favorite thing is to make friends with the Dragon Clan. Dragon King Peak. The mountain soared 30,000 meters, piercing the sky, and was the highest peak in the Great Snow Mountain area. From here, one could overlook the endless silver mountain ranges, a breathtaking view. However, the area around Dragon King Peak was truly forbidden territory. Thousands of years ago, a powerful being from beyond the heavens descended. It claimed itself Andreas and declared its sovereignty over this part of the Snow Mountain region. In fact, it held absolute dominance not just over the Snow Mountain region, but over the entire northern region of the 6th layer. At the peak, stood a majestic ice and snow temple. By employing the labor of its tribe, the Snow Mountain Dragon King had spent a century to construct this dragon palace. Inside the temple, a giant dragon, sculpted like ice and snow, was coiled up, sound asleep. With each breath from its nostrils, a blast of cold air swept out of the temple and around Dragon King Peak, creating a perpetual blizzard. Underneath the giant dragon was a literal mountain of gold coins, gems, various shiny metals, treasures, and even some wizard tools. Among these treasures, a cold blue eyeball that resembled a bead stood out. It blinked from time to time, and its pupil reflected icy blue truth runes. It seemed to want to leave this place, but each time it barely flew out, it was blown back to the Snow Mountain Dragon King's side by a violent blizzard. At the foot of Dragon King Peak, a figure was hidden in the void. It was Levi. His body flashed with hermit runes, and he dared not even take a deep breath. This pressure inadvertently emanating from the Snow Mountain Dragon King as it sleeps is weighing on me. This creature evokes a sense of danger in me even greater than the Red Whale Ancestor Witch. It must be nearing the middle stage of level 7. Originally, Levi wanted to try and subdue the Snow Mountain Dragon King. Now that he thought about it, he decided to forget it. Safety first. Levi estimated that there were very few native experts in the entire 6th layer who could compete with this giant dragon. In his mind, Jin was anxiously squeaking clearly. It had sensed the location of the rare treasure right here. Levi said. Couldn't you find a safer place? He pondered his next move. With my current strength, forcibly breaking into the temple to steal treasures. Even if there is a chance of success, it's too risky. Besides, the Dragon King might become alert before I get close, and swat me away with one slap. Invisibility runes wouldn't allow him to be completely invisible under the eyes of a level 7 expert. Not being sensed in a place like Dragon King Peak was already the maximum he could achieve. Levi thought hard and suddenly came up with an idea. That's right, use the secret sword. My secret sword has a sword spirit. I'll send her in, grab the treasure and run. With the speed of the secret sword, if done in one go, I should be able to escape. Besides, I can also create 4 spiritual weapons to entangle the Dragon King. With this thought, he quickly moved hundreds of miles away from Dragon King Peak to a relatively safe distance. Old rules set up the horse carriage and the Death Ember Divine Palace. In his mind, the amethyst light sword appeared, and within the sword world, the sword spirit opened her eyes. It's all on your performance now, Fleur. Levi took a deep breath and began to build up his strength. If he failed this time, alerting the Dragon King, he would have to wait until he had absolute power to take its treasure. At the same time, below Dragon King Peak, 4 white giant wolves made of glacier and snow materialized. The white giant wolves flew into the sky, shattered the void, and in an instant, arrived at the Dragon King temple. Inside the temple, the sleeping Dragon King seemed to sense that danger had arrived. It opened its eyes, and its cold pupils looked forward. The 4 white wolves pounced fiercely, cornering it. How dare you disturb Andreas's slumber, prepare to die. It had dominated the Great Snow Mountain for thousands of years. During this time, countless challengers had tried to slay the dragon or wandered into this place by mistake, including a few wizards over 200 years ago. All of them, without exception, failed. The spoils of war beneath it were its glory. Clearly, Andreas was a typical dragon that loved gold and silver treasures. Roar! The terrifying roar of the dragon spread across Dragon King Peak. The avalanche began, and the blizzard intensified. The Dragon King spread its wings. With a great inhale, the mountains of gold coins and gems turned into a torrent and flowed into its belly. Just then, a flicker of red flames appeared, stabbing towards the Dragon King's face. Sensing danger, the Dragon King stretched out its claw, and a thick ice wall emerged, impregnable. But then, that flare of red flames turned out to be just a feint. A phantom of a female knight emerged from it. She swung her hand, picking up the eyeball and 2 other nearby objects. Whoosh! The red flames made a 180-degree turn and shot away into the sky. Chapter 1811. Roar! The Dragon King, enraged by being toyed with. These things were just as important to it as those glittering fate coins. Dare to steal from me? I want you dead. It spread its dragon wings, shattered the void, and transformed into a beam of light, chasing after the red flames. The 4 white wolves that encircled it were brutally shoved aside by the irrational Snow Mountain Dragon King. One of them was even struck by the terrifying dragon tail, instantly disintegrating into a flurry of ice crystals. The other 3 ferociously bit at the Dragon King, but on its impregnable ice crystal scales, they left only scratches and claw marks. The Snow Mountain Dragon King roared furiously, took to the sky, and with a flap of its wings, knocked away 2 white wolves. The horrific frost breath, shining with an unbearable bright blue light, plummeted from the sky, piercing through the white wolves. These 4 spiritual weapons, under the full wrath of the invincible Dragon King, were quickly destroyed, while the Dragon King remained unscathed. It scanned the area with its dragon eyes and spotted a figure already boarding a horse carriage, about to leave. A mocking glint appeared in the Dragon King's eyes. Frozen moment. In an instant, frigid rays shot out from its body, forming an ice-cold prison. Time in the area seemed to slow down, everything moving in slow motion. In reality, it wasn't affecting time, merely using the cold to slow down everything in the environment. Its form melded into the void, and an earth-shattering dragon claw reached for the person on the carriage. Levi's heart chilled. Nine-headed Emperor Dragon. Boom. Nine-colored divine light illuminated Great Snow Mountain, clouds layered upon each other like scales. The nine-headed Emperor Dragon's imposing illusion, with the Thunder Emperor in tow, surfaced. In an instant, the invisible slow-motion world frozen by the Snow Mountain Dragon King was shattered, and Levi's movements returned to normal. At this moment, all creatures in the Great Snow Mountain were terrified. Someone dares to challenge the authority of the Snow Mountain Dragon King. For thousands of years, those who did so perished. Will this person become the next one? Roar! The massive body of the nine-headed Emperor Dragon, in front of the Snow Mountain Dragon King with its wingspan were to over a kilometer, seemed rather insignificant. But the following Emperor's illusion fearlessly delivered a decisive slash. Boom! War King Catalog 7th Layer Sacrifice Life for Justice. In the rare crisis of battle, Levi actually understood the 7th layer, which he had never mastered before. Boom! The dominating Chaos Sword energy, like a force that creates heaven and earth, struck the Snow Mountain Dragon King's chest, blasting away a large section of scales, exposing the blurred flesh beneath. The Snow Mountain Dragon King screamed in agony, mostly surprised. This tiny insect managed to breach its defenses? Such injuries, hardly worth mentioning. But it barely remembered the last time it was injured. From the nine-headed Emperor Dragon's heads, one after another, fire dragon tribulations shot towards the Snow Mountain Dragon King, engulfing it in a sky full of fireballs. In a blink, all the fireballs were frozen by the cold. Roar! The enraged Snow Mountain Dragon King spread its boundless icy blue wings, bursting through the flames. It breathed the cosmic air and frosted cold enveloped all directions. The nine-headed Emperor Dragon froze, the Emperor froze. With a crack, all shattered. Quietness returned between heaven and earth. The void ripples dissipated. The man had long since left the scene by horse carriage. The Snow Mountain Dragon King's eyes pierced through the void, and with a beat of its wings, it surged in after the escapee. All the creatures in the Great Snow Mountain trembled. The Dragon King is furious, this person's luck seems more bad than good. Indeed, no one can withstand the fury of the Dragon King. Upon the silver war chariot, Levi felt that the sense of danger had not subsided. This big guy is too terrifying. He exerted his full strength, urging the heavenly horse to speed up. Thankfully, the chariot rune was already level 11, which provided a clear advantage in speed. After 4,000 li, Levi emerged from the void, and swiftly, he used the Scarlet Divine Palace to escape thousands of li more. Your average primordial soul wizard could not fly this far breaking through the void. But the Dragon King is a level 7 expert, naturally extraordinary. Eventually, Levi felt the sense of danger fade away. His own void energy flickered wildly, enduring like a marathon runner, tireless. Before long, he had already appeared 10,000 li away, out of the Great Snow Mountain Earth realm. His hermit rune flickered as he continued to flee. When it comes to the art of escape, Dragon King Levi was already consummately skilled, peerless in his realm. Meanwhile, in the Great Snow Mountain, the Snow Mountain Dragon King spiraled in the high sky, eyes ablaze with fury. Human, I won't let you go. On the 6th layer somewhere. After reaching safety, Levi meditated with closed eyes, waiting for the ancient tower scepter to return him. That battle just now, I exerted all my strength and actually clashed with the Snow Mountain Dragon King, who is nearly at the level 7 middle stage, for a moment. Indeed, the gap between the 6th and 7th circles isn't as huge as between the 5th and 6th. By this measure, with all my techniques unleashed, I could probably fight evenly with a 7-circle cave wizard now. Once my main breathing technique reaches level 6 late stage and my meditation art reaches 6th circle perfection, perhaps I can face the Dragon King head-on. Facing the Dragon King, Levi didn't feel the same despair and powerlessness that he experienced when he was a 5th circle facing the 6th circle. Relatively speaking, he was still more than capable, at least escaping was no issue. However, that Dragon King's ability, akin to freezing time, is too abnormal. If it were any other 6th Circle Primordial Soul Wizard, they'd be toyed to death by the Dragon King. Fortunately, my wizard form is strong enough. The battle with the level 7 expert was immensely fruitful for Levi. Even though he fled ignominiously, he still maintained his dignity and demonstrated the spirit of facing the Dragon King. Chapter 1812. Let the old Dragon King swagger here for a while. In the next century, I will come back. By then, even if I can't beat it, I should at least not be as embarrassed as today. And in the century after that, I, Levi, will defeat it fair and square. Should he manage to subdue a level 7 sub-dragon, Levi would be much more confident facing the blood battle. Even among the top organizations, a level 7 wizard is an extremely rare presence. Like the witch's family, there are only 4 apparent 7-circle wizards. I can't believe that with that sword strike I just made, I actually understood the profound meaning of sacrifice life for justice in a life and death situation. Levi had thought his talent was not enough to grasp this technique. It turned out that he had always been too cautious, never truly sacrificing life, let alone seeking justice. When the Snow Mountain Dragon King used the technique Frozen Time, Levi felt unprecedented pressure and a touch of life and death crisis, which naturally led to a breakthrough. This technique is indeed powerful, directly breaking through the Dragon King's defenses. With this, Levi had cultivated all the Barbarian King's battle skills to the 7th rank realm. He took out 3 things, which were the spoils of war he risked his life to snatch. First, there was a fiery red ore, radiating scorching heat, distorting the surrounding environment. Blazing Sun Meteorite Iron, 7th level fire element metal. Not bad at all, even more precious than Achilles' Fire Oregon. The piece of Blazing Sun Meteorite Iron was not large, but Levi planned to combine it with Achilles' Fire Ore and reforge his Crimson Dragon Slash. As a level 6 divine weapon, the material of Crimson Dragon Slash needed an upgrade to match the power of the Crimson Emperor Dragon. After his battle with Wild Boar Duke, his frequently used 8 Desolate Halberd was shattered. Hence, he intended to forge the Crimson Dragon Slash into a heavy sword. A heavy sword without a sharp edge is a masterpiece of skill. It would make using combat techniques smoother and more powerful. The second spoil of war was a shiny spell crystal ball. After probing it with his thoughts, Levi revealed a pleased expression. Another top-grade spell, indeed. The crystal ball recorded a spell named Death One Strike. Like Death Finger, this too was a spell created by a lich. When cast, it forms a death shadow out of negative energy. If the enemy is already severely injured, there's a good chance they will be instantly killed by the scythe in the death shadow's hand, their soul obliterated, truly a divine soul annihilated. Such a spell is too vicious and violates the rules of the underworld, making it a forbidden technique banned by the Congress. Yet in the School of Death, there are still some who practice it in secret. More than 200 years ago, someone came to the Dark Ancient Tower, strayed into the territory of the Snow Mountain Dragon King, and was killed by the dragon. The spell Crystal Ball was treasured by the Dragon King as a treasure, and now, Levi reaped the benefits. Compared to Death Finger, the success rate of Death One Strike is much higher. Of course, the conditions are more stringent, as the enemy must be seriously injured. Death Finger, if luck is on your side, could kill an enemy in full condition, which is the difference between them. It must be said that the liches indeed made a tremendous contribution to the research of the School of Death's spells, though these spells are quite unorthodox. After mastering Death Finger, Levi will possess the 7th Primordial Soul spell. His goal is to imprint at least 12 true traces to ascend to a 7-circle wizard, which would be enough. Aiming to learn too many spells is not realistic. Otherwise, before advancing to Grand Wizard, Levi would have to gather a full set of 81 true traces. The last item of the spoils of war was the showstopper. Levi held a blinking icy blue eyeball in his hand. Upon seeing this item, he instructed the sword spirit to snatch it first. The crystal ball and the ore were just conveniently seized because they were close by. According to the illustrated guide of strange items, this was the Cold King's Eye, a genuine Morning Star level oddity. After refinement, there is a high chance to gain a special Morning Star level frost talent and a small chance to obtain a special spiritual creature companion. This item is for the Holy Infant, as for me, its use is not so great anymore. This expedition to the Ancient Tower. Having acquired the Fire Date Tree, 7th level ore, Morning Star artifact, and a group of giants with decent talent, Levi was thoroughly satisfied. Several days later, The ancient tower closed. Levi and the double-headed clan members, who had inadvertently entered the ancient tower, returned home with a full load. Ancient Dragon Continent. Emperor's Palace. Levi's figure, along with Bizeta and others, appeared as he spoke. This is the wizard world, an extremely powerful realm. From now on, settle down and cultivate on my territory. Anyone who dares to cause trouble will answer for it with their entire clan. Hearing of the collective punishment, Bizeta was so scared he almost knelt on the ground again. He solemnly said, "Lord, we will certainly cultivate honestly, I will supervise my tribe." Then, Levi had someone from the Tower of Dawn and the Dusk Holy Temple each select a portion of the double-headed clan members to take back and nurture. These double-headed clan members were already very strong. The weakest among them were level 3 standard, and there were quite a few at level 4 and level 5. With a bit of nurturing, they could be shaped into formidable forces. In time, forming a giant battle group would be enough to call it Levi's ace troop. After making arrangements for the double-headed clan members, the Holy Infant also returned to the organization. Levi solemnly handed over the Cold King's Eye to the Holy Infant, saying, "Hard work indeed." Holy Infant smiled and said, "Not hard at all, it's what I should do." Levi coughed upon hearing this and said, Chapter 1813. Then, when you have time, help me reforge the amethyst light sword. Don't worry about the expense, I've allocated 200 million ether stones for you to buy the highest quality materials and forge me a top-grade secret sword. Do you have confidence? Holy Infant said. No problem, is there anything else you need to refine? Levi said. Not for now. Levi intended to reforge the Crimson Dragon Slash, a bloodline divine weapon, by himself to facilitate subsequent alignment. Holy Infant took out a ring and said, "This is the Falling Star Ring, a top-grade wizard tool, even better than the original top grade. Try it and see how it works." Levi looked at the ring, which shimmered exquisitely and even displayed anomalies, and exclaimed happily, "Good, very good." With a thought, he slipped the Falling Star Ring onto his arm. The ring, weighing 720,000 caddies, did not cause him any discomfort. On the contrary, with the ring's enhancement, he felt his strength and explosive power greatly increase. "This suits me so well. Thank you." Levi, unable to put it down, hurried off to practice his punches. Holy Infant returned to the Endless Sea to refine oddities. On the training field. Facing the sea, Levi threw a punch, and the Falling Star Ring unleashed a wave-like force. The terrifying power built up, creating an extreme fist wind. The fist wind spanned 20 li, splitting the sea and raising giant waves. Boom! The momentum was staggering. 100 flowers appeared and said, "Looking at you, you've made a breakthrough, haven't you?" Levi laughed heartily. "Your star ring is still just top quality, right? After Master Fire Dragon is done with his tasks, I'll have him refine it for you, aiming for an upgrade to top grade. As my woman, how can you not have a top grade wizard tool?" 100 flowers said excitedly. "That's wonderful." On the seashore. With their spirits high, Levi and 100 flowers engaged in a vigorous battle in the sea. After countless rounds, breathing heavily and dripping with sweat, 100 flowers' legs gave out, and she conceded, admitting she was no match for Levi. Only then did Levi let 100 flowers off. Suddenly, he raised his eyebrows when he saw an anomaly coming from the direction of the Tower of Dawn. Picking up 100 flowers, he said, "Let's go, Herman has advanced, let's check out the excitement." After many years, the Tower Master was finally advancing. At the Tower of Dawn, Herman's place of secluded cultivation. In the sky, anomalies appeared, resembling mirage-like scenes. Levi saw vast steel jungles sprawled across the earth, bustling traffic, war fortresses scattered across the starry sky, countless mechanical creatures, and looming in the clouds like immense planets, the mechanical celestial. The mechanical celestial, expressionless, with gears of holy light swirling behind his head, was seated on a lotus throne bristling with cannons, hands joined in prayer, exuding a cyberpunk vibe of magical realism. Levi was profoundly shocked. Where is this? Could it really be the legendary path of mechanical ascension? These phantom mechanical deities unleashed devastating laser-like divine punishments aiming to annihilate the Tower Master. The Tower Master transformed into his most classic belligerent T-Rex form, firing cannons from his back, colliding with the divine punishments, sweeping shockwaves across. Tiny mechanical creatures flew out from his body, arraying themselves and emitting brilliant light, weaving an illusory energy barrier protecting his figure. Levi's expression was grave. The tribulations faced by the Tower Master seemed more formidable than the wizard's 3 calamities and 4 disasters. The path of machinery is as arduous as ascending to the heavens. After an unknown duration, while the storm clouds of tribulation had not yet dissipated, a mechanical deity suddenly extended a finger, as if piercing from illusion into reality, bringing an immense pressuring force. From the surface of the Tower Master's body, thousands of small insect-like mechanical creations flew out, throwing themselves at the finger like moths to a flame. Explode! Accompanied by a terrifying explosion comparable to a 6th circle spell, the deity's finger was blown apart, revealing densely packed mechanical components beneath. A drop of oil-like spiritual substance fell from the sky. Then, more such oil followed, all merging into the Tower Master's battered mechanical body. An ethereal spectre leaped out. Unlike undead or soul entities, it resembled a collective of numerous programs and mechanical runes forming a humanoid consciousness. The spectre transformed into the previous appearance of the Tower Master, smiling kindly. Within the mechanical body, countless tiny mechanical creations surfaced, swallowing minute material particles and commencing self-repairs. After bursts of sparks, a tall elderly man with white hair appeared. It was indeed the Tower Master. He examined his new body and remarked, "The soul of the burning machine, marvelous indeed." At this moment, his understanding of mechanical school knowledge and computational capabilities took another step further. Stella, in her steel sea dragon form, observed the entire scene of the Tower Master's tribulation and said, "Herman, since the great tribulation of the myriad machine plane, you might be the only 6th level mechanical life form across the pan plane." The Tower Master said, "As of now, I cannot yet consider myself a true mechanical life form. True mechanical life forms are transcendent of life and death, having attained eternal life. I still have a long way to go." Levi said. "Congratulations, Tower Master." The Tower Master laughed. "With today's breakthrough, let's all celebrate properly. I have been meaning to discuss our future plans." Levi immediately summoned the leaders of various major organizations. The 18 Twilight Cavalry, various ancient kings, battle group leaders, and powerful beings like Holy Emperor Joe all came to celebrate the Tower Master's breakthrough. Everyone sang and danced in joy, indulged in a feast, and afterwards, the Tower Master chatted with Levi. "To prepare for the blood battle, I plan to start mechanical transformations on the ancient dragon continent from tomorrow." Levi asked. "How exactly will you do it?" The Tower Master said. "For instance, equip the battle groups and organizational members with standard mechanical battle armor. The materials for these armors need not be expensive. With the mechanical school knowledge, using brass, mithril, and luminant gold as base combined with elemental metals, I can create relatively affordable yet powerful armors. Even if they are damaged, the loss isn't significant, as the materials can still be recycled and re-entered into the production line. Moreover, we can manufacture a large batch of surveillance mechanical creations to monitor the ancient dragon continent all day. If we have enough materials, I could even create something akin to War Treasure, a mechanical warfare fortress. This way, when facing demons, we can attack or defend, and even temporarily retreat from Nora to avoid disasters, searching for a new homeland." Levi, upon hearing this, nodded and said, "Sounds like a great idea. Next, let's mobilize all members of the Mechanical Alchemy School to take action. This big plan needs to be executed step by step. If it really works out, I can try to gain support and investment from significant figures, and perhaps even stir a major transformation in the wizard world. In this realm, the mechanical path might be difficult to reach the supreme. But with rational utilization, it could play a significant role in the civil war." Chapter 1814. In fact, after witnessing the anomalies akin to future technologies during the Tower Master's ascension to level 6, Levi felt that there must be a powerful mechanical civilization existing in this world. According to the Tower Master's introduction, currently, the path of mechanics within the Sauron plane is all created by machine sage Madison. This individual's origin is mysterious, equivalent to the strength of a 9th circle grand wizard. Moreover, he is listed as a fellow by Sauron, the foremost powerful entity of the Pan plane. The Round Table mentioned that Sauron doesn't choose fellows based on their realm, but rather values their potential or their contributions to the creation of new transcendent systems. Figures such as the Arcane Emperor and the Origin Holy Emperor, and the Machine Sage all possess just level 9 strengths, but were chosen by Sauron. Levi guessed that Sauron's intention is to find additional alternatives outside the wizard system to aid the growth of wizard civilization. However, time changes things. Wizard civilization indeed enhanced explosively, but the elementalist school still remains the absolute mainstream, while body refinement, alchemy, and mechanics are merely minor paths. Especially the mechanical path, which Levi feels holds great potential, has not developed. This is quite regrettable. The mechanical path is the most likely to achieve significant accomplishments through the crystallization of collective wisdom. But in an era that pursues personal power, it indeed seems less popular than traditional wizards. Presently, the Tower Master is at the 6th realm of the mechanical path, Soul of the Burning Machine. This stage involves transforming human consciousness and soul into mechanical forms, creating a mechanical soul that possesses memories and emotions. The mechanical soul is undying, the mechanics are immortal. This is similar to the primordial soul. However, the mechanical soul ultimately cannot transcend the category of the soul and will still face death. Its lifespan, compared to ordinary primordial soul wizards, doesn't have much advantage. When the mechanical soul ages, no matter how strong the mechanical body is, it can no longer be driven, leaving only an empty shell. The realms of the mechanical path, the first 4 levels, are all deemed mechanical transformation, specifically divided into basic, intermediate, advanced, and top level, after which begins the 5th realm, human-machine integration. The 7th, 8th, and 9th realms are mechanical soul unity, all machines are one, and eternal consciousness. Machine Sage Madison in the past was the only one in the realm of eternal consciousness. It is said that his consciousness now exists eternally atop the legendary mechanical Skynet, devoid of the concept of a soul. At this time, it has already begun to depart from the category of ordinary life. If in Levi's previous life, Madison could be understood as a piece of code with personality. This code, uploaded into what Madison referred to as the mechanical Skynet, can at any time find a mechanical body to download the consciousness into, store it, and then intervene in the material plane. But what exactly the mechanical Skynet is, even Madison himself did not fully research it. He called it Second Star Realm. Madison once stated that faith and mental projection can create a star realm, giving birth to powerful beings that claim themselves as gods. In the mechanical path, the operation of mechanical runes and program instructions, and the birth of mechanical souls, all point towards a supreme world composed purely of mechanical truths and knowledge. This is his envisioned mechanical Skynet. If advancing to level 10, becoming a legendary wizard-like being, is understood as the ascension of the mechanical path, then the ascension of the mechanical school is successfully performing mechanical divine enthronement in the mechanical Skynet, integrating human and net, advancing to level 10. He calls this realm mechanical divine realm. If one can reach this realm, in a moment, one can interfere with all mechanics of the multidimensional plane, issue billions of commands, control mechanics, alone form an army, traverse the astral seas. It can also, in a short time, carry out large-scale mechanical transformation on a plane, transforming it into an invincible plane fortress. Most importantly, it transcends beyond the underworld, not bound by the restraints of life, old age, sickness, and death. Like a god, achieving the immortality unique to the mechanical path. Just hearing his vision, Levi felt that if it really could be achieved, the mechanical divine realm might be even more formidable than ordinary legendary wizards. At least in terms of lifespan, achieving a form of immortality. The Tower Master said. Madison failed. As the first one to attempt this, his consciousness lost its self-personality and got lost within the heavenly net, without a trace. Thus, before the mechanical divine enthronement, he left his legacy in the myriad machine plane for someone fated. If one day, this successor could rescue him back through the mechanical Skynet, that would be even better. The Tower Master also isn't certain if this path can be successful. But once the bow is drawn, there's no turning back, the mechanical path is now his best choice. Levi feels that there is much potential in the mechanical path. Especially the single-soldier mechanical battle armor, which through relatively inexpensive extraordinary metal alloys, can be mass-produced. It might not be very useful for high-end battles, but it could be very effective against those large numbers of demons. To surpass a steel body with a flesh body requires a very high realm of support. Single-soldier mechanical battle armor is the perfect weapon against low-level demons. Especially for knights and lizardmen, those physical body practitioners, when paired with mechanical armor, both defense and strength can be greatly enhanced, making it easier to kill demons of the same realm. Levi immediately decided to allocate a portion of the income from the Tower of Dawn as research funding for the Tower Master. Chapter 1815. Considering that this grand project is extremely expensive, merely relying on the Tower of Dawn, which has only been founded for 200 years, is hardly sustainable. He also allocated 100 million in research funds to the Tower Master himself. Only a preliminary development of armor suitable for low-level knights is required to begin with. Let's test the outcome first. After receiving the funding, the Tower Master immediately led his team to delve into research and development. And the Tower Master would also frequently report the progress of his research to Levi. Regarding single-soldier mechanical battle armor, Madison's legacy contained corresponding knowledge, designs, and blueprints. But times have changed, and many areas are no longer suitable for the present day. Thus, it was necessary for the Tower Master to make some adjustments and modifications. Steel, brass, mithril, luminant gold, and rare elemental metals are used, in various proportions, to create alloys of different levels. Based on this, mechanical battle armors from level 1 to rank 5 are forged. Armors are divided into different models according to their uses, equipped with various power weapons such as the chainsaw fist sword, power spear, power axe, etc. These power weapons can maximize a soldier's strength, bringing their lethality to the maximum. Of course, this armor must also be sufficiently flexible, enabling the knights to unleash the full force of their combat techniques. Breathing techniques, combat techniques, talent brands, armor, and the bomb fungus cultivated by Levi, knights, and lizardmen fully armed to the teeth will surely shine in the blood battle. Half a year later. Endless Sea. Above the fire dragon shop. An infinite gathering of ice and fire elements began, manifesting layer upon layer of lotus petals. Half of these petals were ice blue, emanating a bone-chilling cold, the other half were crimson red, with heat permeating the air. Upon such an anomaly's appearance, it immediately startled the weapon craftsmen inside the shop. They flew out with shocked expressions. What's happening? Could it be that someone is breaking through to primordial soul here? That shouldn't be the case. Among us ordinary weapon craftsmen, the highest cultivation is only a 5th circle senior, far from reaching primordial soul. Perhaps Master Fire Dragon has refined a top-grade wizard tool again, giving birth to an anomaly. The Fire Dragon shop had now become a signature establishment of No. 1 Witch City. The city was famous for it, near and far. Weapon craftsmen aspiring to join the Fire Dragon shop came in an endless stream. The sky's ice and fire lotus eventually transformed into a grand and noble purple lotus. Eventually, the anomaly dissipated. Alexandra and Elsie, the two stunningly beautiful witches, said. Everyone disperse. It's merely an anomaly from Master Fire Dragon's weapon refinement. With the primordial soul wizard speaking, the weapon craftsmen returned to work, and the passers-by dispersed as well. Living in a city with such a prodigy, such events will have to be gradually accustomed to. Just as those historical records of the wizard world, and the biographies of legendary wizards mention, those great figures in their youth would create anomalies every so often. It's just a matter of getting used to it. The Holy Infant's retreat. He opened his eyes, frost in the left, and blazing flames in the right, radiating splendid light. The promotion of the ice and fire body even caused an anomaly to arise. This cold king's eye is indeed extraordinary. Of course, I can't discount the effects of the Flame King's arm. He felt his aura had improved significantly, his face filled with joy. The Cold King's Eye had boosted his spiritual force by 60 points. Now, his spiritual force had reached 2,420 points. With the current Ice and Fire body, I could call it the Ice and Fire Holy Body. My dual element affinity talent has advanced further. Within a century, I could possibly advance to become a 6th ring senior. In any case, my achievements today are all thanks to the 2 truth oddities bestowed by my original self. Ordinary primordial soul wizards can hardly even wish for one morning star level oddity, yet I have refined 2. The Holy Infant felt a warmth in his heart. Indeed, only one's own people will care for oneself. In this indifferent wizard world, the original self is his soul and belief. Aside from advancing the elemental body and improving spiritual force, the Cold King's Eye also has another important function. A seemingly ordinary snowball flew out from the Holy Infant's mind. The snowball was round with short and feeble limbs, and its surface adorned with abstract, emoticon-like cute features. This was a special spiritual creature born from the refinement of the Cold King's Eye. The Holy Infant named it Snow King. When the Snow King appeared, the temperature in the secret room plummeted, freezing everything. It was as cheerful as a little elf. With the frost element's power converging from the heavens and earth, the snowball began to expand endlessly, soon filling up the secret room. Yet this was not its limit. The Holy Infant took the snowball on a void travel, emerging above the sea. The snowball continued to swell, finally reaching a diameter of a kilometer, spanning between the heavens and the earth, an impressive sight. Explode! The Holy Infant commanded. Boom! A terrifying shockwave swept across more than 10 miles, spreading coldness everywhere, the sea instantly frozen solid. What incredible power, even more potent than my fire dragon tribulation. Like his companion sword spirit Fleur, Snow King was a combat-oriented special spiritual creature. After the explosion, countless snowflakes fell from the sky, then drifted back to the Holy Infant's side, covering his whole body, turning the Holy Infant into a slightly comical snowman. The Holy Infant casually created a wound on his body, which quickly healed itself and disappeared without a trace. Self-healing and physical enhancement as well. Besides, the snowman form itself boasts considerable protective capabilities. In a thought, the Snow King returned to its original form, looking a little weak, as if it was about to melt. Chapter 1816. The Holy Infant nurtured it within the sea of consciousness. Attack, defense, self-healing. A trinity. In the void. Yali Alexandra and Elsie's figures appeared, they said with smiles. Congratulations, Master, for your further increase in strength. The Holy Infant laughed. Haha, it's nothing. I am about to go to the Midland continent to attend an auction. Please watch over the shop for me. Yali Alexandra said. Master, please go ahead. The Holy Infant took the funding from the main body, planning to purchase some rare materials to reforge the amethyst light sword. In Nether Capital. A certain inn. A wizard dressed in a grey robe looked at the shop that just caused an astonishing anomaly. He secured the doors and windows. Master Fire Dragon's power has grown even stronger. He recited an incantation, and a black shadow appeared. It was the ancient Sound's snake. Lord Snake Envoy, when shall we assassinate Master Fire Dragon? His strength is increasing too rapidly. The later we act, the more variables there will be. The Snake Envoy said. Don't rush. The headquarters is currently arranging manpower. Next, a level 6 peak amethyst being, coming from the amethyst race, will arrive in the wizard world to assist you in your mission. The grey-robed wizard exclaimed. What? The amethyst race? For real? Has the amethyst race joined the Council of 10,000 clans as well? The Snake Envoy said. There's no need for such surprise. In the future, more and more powerful beings from our council will appear. The grey-robed wizard had mixed feelings. The amethyst race is a military empire. If members have joined the Council of 10,000 clans, it means that the fifth strongest across the plains, the Amethyst Saint, has also joined. He asked. Lord, when will the amethyst race arrive? Lord Snake Envoy said. The purple crystal world is quite distant from the Nora plain. Without the aid of strong beings or treasures, if they try to traverse here with their bodies, they would surely miss the opportunity to strike. Therefore, a group of the amethyst race and other alien races' strong beings will be uniformly dispatched around the Nora plain, executing the assassination plan. The grey-robed wizard said. With the addition of this strongest tribe across the plains, our assassination operation will indeed run much smoother. The battle at the ancient tower, even though the amethyst race suffered a terrible defeat in the end, everyone still witnessed the might of this race. If one encounters them one-on-one, only the top-level talents of the wizard world can deal with them relatively calmly. Among those of the same realm, an ordinary wizard is likely no match for them. A level 6 peak amethyst race being can be called invincible below the 7th circle. With the addition of my 6th circle perfection, killing Master Fire Dragon should pose no problem. The Snake Envoy said. Continue monitoring Master Fire Dragon and don't act recklessly. The Green Light Walker acted on his own initiative, attempting to assassinate the Golden Dominator. As a result, he capsized in the gutter and died without a burial place. The grey-robed wizard said. Your subordinate understands. It is said that the Golden Warmer has also been placed on the killing list. However, this person is extremely secretive and not a public figure. Up till now, no member of the organization has discovered his whereabouts. In the Amethyst civilization world, an imposing figure, towering like a heavenly deity, stood firm in the sky dome. He was thousands of feet tall, his body, perfect like amethyst, marred with numerous scars. From the scars emanated an awe-inspiring aura, revealing the formidable power of their creators. The Amethyst Saint. The fifth strongest across the Pan Plane. A powerful being who has fought with gods of the astral world and legendary wizards, and yet has survived to this day. No matter how the outside world views him, he is a god in the eyes of the Amethyst race. Everyone genuinely respects him from the bottom of their hearts. The Amethyst Saint said solemnly. According to the incomplete statistics of the Council of 10,000 Clans, since the inception of the Wizard Council, within the Pan Plane, 3,657 civilizations, big and small, have either perished, becoming history, or been assimilated by wizards, becoming spiritless slaves and lapdogs, and their homelands have turned into colonies of the Colonial Federation. Our Purple Crystal civilization also once fell into such a plight, but ultimately, we tenaciously exist to this day. However, to this day, we are still unable to shake off the shadow of the wizards. The Nora world is expanding, much like the wizards' ever-growing desires and ambitions. The Pan Plane also faces a calamity like no other in millions of years because of Nora. If we cannot stop it, even our Purple Crystal world may get devoured and become part of it. Whether it's you below or I, we will all turn into the dust of history, into the raw materials for the wizard's weapon refinement. My friends, do you wish to see such an outcome? On the square, tens of thousands of Amethyst race members roared loudly. We want to live. The Amethyst Saints said. Yes, to live. We just wish to survive. The lives of the Amethyst race are also lives. All living beings are born noble, without any distinction of hierarchy. Next, some of you among us will be sent to the Nora world to carry out extremely dangerous assassination missions. I want you to use the fists of the Amethyst race to tell those so-called wizard geniuses what the strongest tribe really is. With one splendid slaughter after another, defend our homeland. Are you ready? Countless Amethyst beings said. We are ready. Saint, let me go. I will go as well. In the crowd, a level 6 peak Amethyst race member, whose face was filled with fervor, named Wanda. He had been chosen as a member of the council and was about to head to Nora to carry out his mission. For survival, for the Amethyst race, I will make those geniuses shiver with fear from my killing. Cultivation knows no time. 4 years later. Year 22 of Nora, month of beginning. Dragon King Li was 345 years old. Chapter 1817. Over the past 4 years, he has gradually refined the soul stones from hell, the fire dates from the ancient tower, and various oddities, step by step, in a gradual progression. In these 4 years, his spiritual force has increased by more than 100 points. Now, his spiritual force has reached 3,700 points, only 300 points shy of the lower limit standard for 6th circle perfection. He hasn't finished refining those soul stones yet. Once all are refined, he should nearly achieve 6th circle perfection in spiritual force. Not just in spiritual force, his primordial soul spells, and cultivation progress are also quite impressive. The 4 grand spells Netherworld Water Prison, 6 Suns Continuous Explosion, Thunder Dragon, Hell Lord, all are at level 14, the standard of the 6th circle. And Death Finger, Holy Light Barrier, Death One Strike, all have been cultivated to level 13. The 9-headed Emperor Dragon which forms on him have already been branded with a full 7 true traces. By the time his spiritual force reaches the 6th circle perfection, attaining 9 true traces shouldn't be an issue. Next is pursuing even more true traces, the more, the better. Additionally, the 6th grand rune of the rune language Fool Rune, has also been cultivated to level 4, with power of fooling and foreknowledge increased by 30%. After reaching level 4, the cultivation speed of Fool Rune has also started to slow down. Path of Knights. Golden Brilliance Dragon Breath technique is progressing towards the late stage of rank 6. Not long ago, Crimson Emperor Dragon Breathing technique advanced to the middle stage of level 6. Levi's Crimson Emperor Dragon body has further advanced, significantly stronger than in the early stage. The diameter of Crimson Emperor domain has expanded from 7 km to 9 km. Once the domain is deployed, Levi's strength attribute increases by 550%, with other attributes increasing by 120%. Spell abilities like Sun's Wind have also further strengthened. After advancing the Crimson Emperor Dragon, Levi's power has once again been significantly elevated. In facing his hypothetical enemy, the seven-circle cave wizard, his winning odds have considerably increased. Nowadays, the cave wizards have either been recruited or turned into dark pirates. Finding a suitable sparring partner for Levi is truly not easy. Just as he entered the ancient Banyan fairyland, a shadow pounced on him, licking Levi's face with its tongue. Who else could it be if not Sandy? Over the years, Sand's size has basically not changed. Though pure-blooded dragon clan has a high upper limit and are born at rank 5, their growth rate is indeed slow. Levi is no longer anxious, letting Sandy grow naturally. Aside from drawing some blood for research, he hasn't pressed Sandy too much. This guy is already developing slow enough, Levi temporarily won't add any more burdens. Flaming Mountain. The fire dates that Levi transferred back are thriving. The fertilizer derived from the corpses of level 6 experts is given priority to such rare plants that have a short growth cycle and facilitate cultivation, such as 9-leaf blood datura and dead soul date tree. As for plants like iron tree, Levi no longer expects them to flower soon. Planting trees is just like this, you can't rush it. It's worth mentioning that the Dragon Banyan giant tree that Levi previously transplanted from Dragon Ruin's mysterious realm, after nearly 200 years of growth, it is also nearly ready to bloom and bear fruit. By then, with heavenly materials and earthly treasures like dragon scale fruit, the growth rate of Dragon Palace members should be able to improve. Compared to wizards and knights, the power enhancement of these Dragon Clan members is indeed slow. In a valley within the fairyland, the level 7 treasure Heavenly Fire Fortress has now temporarily become the headquarters of Dragon Palace. Levi today came to check on the status of the four-eyed shrimp dragon and snake king dragon. He has been continuously injecting them with purification elixir for nearly 40 years. After inspection, there are still plenty of corrosive powers remaining in the snake king dragon, requiring continued purification. But the four-eyed shrimp dragon has been completely purified. He then removed its crimson enslavement. Freed from control, the four-eyed shrimp dragon regained clarity. It looked at Levi with a somewhat wary gaze, its claws displaying a ready-to-try attitude. If you don't want to change from being three-eyed to two-eyed, just behave yourself. Casually, Levi burst forth a terrifying 6-dragon majesty. The four-eyed shrimp dragon immediately curled up, showing submission, forming a master dragon covenant. With this done, he still has 2 slots vacant for crimson enslavement. Under the ancient banyan tree, Mana and Martha, the 2 women blessed with ample time, were busy playing mahjong. This is also the entertainment method Levi instructed for them, most suitable for passing the time. The red flame mink, seeing Levi's arrival, quickly burrowed into Mana's soft, expansive embrace. Mana said meaningfully, "It's been a while, Dragon King Levi, got lost in the pleasures of companionship, unable to extricate yourself." Levi laughed and said, "I came to purify the red flame mink." Mana sighed. "It's nice to have a companion, unlike us, so lonely." Levi helplessly said, "Your loneliness is due to your long lifespan, but you've got little to do, too much idle time leads to boredom." Mana laughingly said, "Better get going, I don't want to hear your reasoning." Levi chuckled heartily, grabbed the red flame mink. Now completely purified, Levi removed its crimson enslavement. The red flame mink's fur was always missing in patches. Finally, one patch grows a fresh layer, and then another spot is gone. It shivered, its gaze a little resentful. Levi said, "Be content, look at other black beasts, living miserably in the land of darkness, unsure of surviving the next day. At least here, you have no worries over food and clothing, no natural predators, just some flesh wounds, that's all. You should be grateful to me for providing you with a platform to express yourself in a retirement job opportunity." Chapter 1818. Red Flame Mink nodded in agreement, then transformed into a ray of light to seek out Mana. Next, to match wits and bravery with the Letney family, 3 crimson enslavement slots should suffice. The 345th Round Table Meeting. Levi sat in the center, with 100 flowers beside him, all the knights present. The 18 Twilight Cavalry, now all at level 5, had become even more composed and resolute than before. Clearly, each of them had undergone many hardships that were not meant for outsiders to know. Among them, the one who had advanced the fastest was still the Vice Commander, the Blood Knight. By now, he had reached the peak level 5, and was starting to prepare for his promotion to level 6. As for Ash, Divine Light and other Elder Knights, they were mostly at the late stage level 5. Correspondingly, the middle generation knights were all uniformly at the mid-stage level 5. Among them, the Steel Dragon Knight, last year, ascended to the realm of a 5th circle wizard with 6 talents. 300 years old and a 5th circle, his cultivation pace wasn't bad. In fact, if not for his pursuit of the 6th talent, he could have achieved it even faster. In the end, he managed to exchange contribution points for an oddity Levi brought from the ancient tower, which gave birth to his 6th talent. As for the new generation of knights, aside from the Fire Dragon Knight who was at mid-stage level 5, the others were still in the initial realm. There are also a few members of the Dusk Holy Temple who have advanced to level 5, starting to stand out. Even a few had challenged the 18 riders, only to end in defeat. After 400 years of development, the knights had completed their metamorphosis. The underground romance between 100 Flowers and Levi is no longer a novelty. Levi even encouraged the Knights of the Knights to take the initiative to woo the witches of the Tower of Dawn, keeping relationships internal. After the meeting, Tower Master Herman came to the Dusk Holy Temple with his team, all smiles. Levi, we have initially developed a few level 1 experimental armors, and would like to find a knight to try them out. He waved his hand, and 3 mechanical armors with a brass hue emerged. These are level 1 battle armors, particularly suitable for level 1 knights. The mechanical battle armors appeared somewhat bulky, exuding a heavy metal feel. Each stood 3 meters tall, equipped with chain swords, power axes, jet devices, and mechanical cannons. Levi randomly selected 3 level 1 knights. The Tower Master implanted a mechanical creation similar to a chip into these knights' bodies and equipped each with a wristwatch-like device. He explained. The chip directly connects to the soldier's consciousness, allowing them to freely control the armor. The wristwatch is a simple armor storage device, which is convenient for carrying. At the same time, the wristwatch is also a charging device, with fuel being the fuel oil I developed, refined from the fats of transcendent creatures. Of course, fuel can also be ether stone, which is more effective but costly. If it's widely used later, it will consume a lot of ether stone. Levi said. Not bad. He then chose 3 more level 1 knights of similar strength for a challenge. The next moment, accompanied by the roar of machinery, the 3 mechanical creations powered up. They may seem heavy, but to the surprise of knights, as they instinctively used combat techniques, the mechanical battle armors could synchronously execute them. Boom! 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 With collision sounds, knights not wearing armor were sent flying on first contact, their figures embarrassing. Once stabilized, they shouted and charged at the mecha warriors. Rumble! The sound of metal combat attracted more knights to watch. The mecha warriors could be said to completely suppress ordinary knights in all aspects, whether defense or strength. Boom! As the cannon roared, the 3 knights were blasted away, leaving deep craters in the ground. Phew, if that cannon hit me, my armor and blood chi probably couldn't withstand it. So this is the power of machinery. Obviously our flesh and blood at this level can't compare to finely forged steel bodies. Yes, the most important thing is that such heavy mechanical creations can use combat techniques. That's just unfair. Levi applauded. Not bad, with such mechanical battle armor, every knight could become a killing machine dominating the battlefield. Such mecha warriors could act as our special forces, let's call them extreme warriors. Levi himself being a supreme knight, it made sense for his soldiers to be called extreme warriors. The Tower Master nodded. Extreme warriors? Sounds good. Levi said. Next, continue to develop more advanced, diverse models of extreme mecha, and strive to equip each of the 3,000 knights of the Holy Temple and the elite battle group of the Lizardmen of the Ancient Dragon Empire with one. My suggestion is that the mecha should bring out the strengths and specialties of the knights. For example, if some knights excel at defense, then create protective guardian mecha that can better protect their teammates in combat arrays. The Tower Master said. That's what I was thinking. Extreme mecha is just a general concept. There will be different types, which will form different teams of extreme warriors for complex and diverse missions. Levi expressed his agreement. After witnessing the capabilities of the extreme warriors, every knight longed to own their own extreme mecha. Levi announced that since they cannot yet be mass-produced, knights ranking high in the annual Knight Martial Arts Tournament would be given priority for the test slots. Chapter 1819. Invisibly, this drove the knights to train their combat skills more fervently and enhance their cultivation. The martial spirit trend grew even more prevalent. Levi also learned that due to the imperfect manufacturing process, the production cost of a level 1 extreme mecha, along with regular maintenance expenses, amounts to a staggering 50,000 ether stones. If one wishes to popularize them on a large scale and utilize them long term, these costs would definitely be unsustainable for the financial power of the ancient dragon continent. After all, the wear and tear on armor are severe, and once it's scrapped, it can only be recycled and reproduced. Moreover, the costs of level 2 and level 3 armors would inevitably be even more expensive. However, there's no other way, as starting any venture is the most difficult at the beginning. Once the manufacturing process is perfected and all the infrastructure and equipment are established, the subsequent costs can be much lower. Endless Sea. Fire Dragon Shop. Inside the weapon refinement room. Accompanied by a burst of treasure light, a secret sword emitting a faint amethyst light appeared. Holy Infant said. Another top-grade product is ready. Nowadays, the proportion of amethyst in the amethyst light swords is very low. Talking strictly about hardness, amethyst is still better suited for making secret swords. The amethyst initially obtained from the Rust Dragon Wizard was merely from a level 6 early stage Purple Crystal clan member. In terms of quality among level 6 amethysts, it's only average. If there were level 7 amethysts or peak level 6 Purple Crystal clan members, the hardness of the amethyst light sword would significantly increase. With the power of Golden Dragon's blessing, it should be possible to pierce through the defensive field of a 6-circle perfect wizard. Perhaps even a 7-circle wizard's defensive field might not hold. However, there are no traces of the Purple Crystal clan inside the ancient tower anymore. Levi also searched the 6th layer but found no amethyst. Hunting the Purple Crystal clan in the Purple Crystal world is also unrealistic. Out of necessity, Holy Infant had to purchase blue diamond gold, a substitute for amethyst, for a high price of 1 billion on the Midland continent. He took the freshly made top-grade secret sword, left the Fire Dragon shop, and headed to the human realm. Meanwhile, inside Nether Capital, a grey-robed wizard contacted the Snake Envoy, saying, "Lord, that Master Fire Dragon has left Nether Capital." The Snake Envoy said, "I know, but try to refrain from taking action in the Endless Sea. There are many powerhouses here, and unexpected events can easily occur. According to our spies' reports, Master Fire Dragon has a stronghold in a new continent in the human realm. You and Wanda go directly to the human realm to ambush him. Although the Mortal Wizard Association governs the human realm now, there aren't many powerful beings there." The grey-robed wizard said. "I understand, I'll have Wanda prepare." Land of Darkness. A figure in a purple robe with a burly physique gazed longingly at the outer sea region of the human realm. He was the level 6 peak Purple Crystal clan member, Wanda. "Is it starting? Just the thought excites me. This Master Fire Dragon, who previously killed my good brother Fanta in the Dark Ancient Tower, after hundreds of years, I can finally avenge him today." Endless Sea. Letney family. That day, the family's 4 great witch kings, family head, and other powerful 7-circle and 8-circle beings all were solemnly gathered in one place. In space, countless undead and evil spirits revolved around, forming a dark space channel. A middle-aged wizard wearing a black robe with a pale complexion descended gracefully holding a black umbrella. Molten Gold Wizard King said, "The entire Letney family welcomes the Hell Walker." This intimidating middle-aged wizard, none other than the 9th Circle Grand Wizard, high figure in the Congress, Hell Walker Robert. A long-lived lich, a walking fossil. Among Grand Wizards, Robert's strength could not improve due to the disadvantages of being a lich. His realm wasn't the highest. However, due to the vast knowledge gained over his long lifespan, his power stands among the top in Grand Wizards. Robert said, "Please, no need for formalities. I am here at the behest of High Skywalker to cleanse the endless sea of evil. I cannot stay long, now take me to the place where Electric Eel Wizard met his demise to investigate. Once the murderer is identified, I will leave." Robert spoke with great confidence, having solved countless difficult cases with his knowledge of the dead man's last words skill. Currently, the curse spells known by the apprentices of the School of Death to make the dead speak pales in comparison to his. Hearing the words of the Hell Walker, the Molten Gold Wizard King sighed in relief. With such confidence, it should be secured. Whether in terms of realm, knowledge, or power, the Lich Hell Walker surpasses the High Sky Walker by a significant margin. Moreover, according to High Sky Walker, Hell Walker's proficiency in astrology and curse spells is also above his. If the Hell Walker cannot find the murderer, then in the wizard world, aside from the legendary wizard, it is impossible for anyone else to find out. The Molten Gold Wizard King might as well give up. Very soon, accompanied by the Molten Gold Wizard King, the Hellwalker arrived at the site of the Star League. Without wasting words, he sat cross-legged in the void. With a wave of his hand, a terrifying corpse puppet emanating a 9th level aura silently stood up to protect him. It's evident that he is a cautious and steady person. He chanted the incantation with a serious expression. A phantom spirit emerged from his body and plunged into a suddenly appearing pitch-black rift. This spell allows him to locate souls in the land of death by using the resentful aura they emitted in life. Even if the souls have become undead or have reincarnated, he could find them and induce them to speak their last words through the resentful aura they left behind using a secret technique. Time ticked away second by second. The Hellwalker's expression grew tense, confusion in his heart. The soul has been obliterated, not reincarnated. This is troublesome, but not insurmountable. He coughed and said. The soul of the electric eel wizard has been obliterated by a secret technique, escaping reincarnation. Investigating this will be extremely difficult. Hearing Hellwalker's tone, the Molten Gold Wizard King understood and hastily said. Lord, I will increase the original deal by 30% if you can help me find the main culprit. With this response, the Hellwalker closed his eyes. I'll do my best. The next moment, his primordial soul emerged, radiating vast and boundless spiritual force fluctuations like the endless sea, clearly taking this very seriously. Hell. A certain place. A phantom figure in a black robe descended here, which was none other than the Hellwalker. Before long, a black armored giant with a bull's head, holding chains, appeared and asked. Robert? What brings you here? Robert said. The soul of the electric eel wizard, Uwe Vander, hasn't entered the underworld. Didn't you notice? The bull-headed giant said. Oh? Really? I'll check. He closed his eyes, and then said. Indeed, it hasn't entered. Isn't that normal? In the multidimensional plane, it's common for some souls to be detained by various great divine powers. Robert said. Could you check who intercepted this soul? I have a soul pearl here that you might find interesting. The bull-headed giant took the black bead and inspected it, then smiled. Right, I'll be right back. He disappeared, and Robert closed his eyes in calm wait. Several days later, the bull-headed giant reappeared, his expression uneasy, and hesitated. I don't want this soul pearl anymore. I can't handle this matter, sorry. Robert said. What? You couldn't find out? The bull-headed giant said. It's not that, but I can't tell you. Chapter 1820. Hell. Robert's heart surged with shock and awe. Based on his experiences dealing with Bullhead, if he couldn't speak of it, that meant that this matter was inevitably linked to the legendary. Damn, who could be behind the murderer? The Hellwalker pondered. Forget it, involving the legendary, I shouldn't speculate rashly. He sighed internally. Bullhead Giant said. If there's nothing else, I'll be leaving first. Robert replied. Thank you. He vanished, leaving Hell, and returned to the wizard world. Beside the Bullhead Giant, a figure clad in black armor emerged. It was none other than the Netherworld merchant, Diego known. Bullhead Giant said. Good thing you reminded me, otherwise I might have made a mistake. Black armored giant replied. The electric eel wizard met his fate. Why should the Hellwalker trouble himself for someone already dead? Bullhead Giant said. Everyone has their price. We're no exception, are we? Diego spoke. That may be, but people die for wealth, as birds die for food, such has always been the way of the world. Caution is paramount. Bullhead remarked. I never thought that the one intercepting the electric eel wizard's soul would be that existence. The underworld source river, over the long years, due to certain events, gave rise to individual entities. These individual entities later became powerful beings within the underworld, each with their own duties. These powerful beings, known as Nether Emperors within the underworld, also carried other titles across the multidimensional plane due to their might. The Undying Nether Emperor was one among them. Additionally, Blood River Will, ambitious to ascend further on the path of domination having left the underworld, was once one as well. Today, in order to investigate the cause of the electric eel wizard's death, another former Nether Emperor was unearthed. Bullhead said. Do you think we should report this matter to the higher UPS and bring this Nether Emperor back? Diego replied. There's no need, is there? Such powerful beings take every step with intent, it's not for us to interfere. With the Nora plane convergence underway, isn't it also an opportunity for a Nether Emperor wishing to advance further? Bullhead said. That's true. Alas, these great beings, what they think about all day is indeed beyond our guess. Best we dutifully do our jobs and live another year if we can. Endless Sea. League of Stars Relic. A phantom merged into the Hellwalker's body, and he opened his eyes, saying, I offer you, the Letny family, a word of advice, restrain your members more in the future, lest they bring disaster upon themselves. I've discovered who the murderer is, but I cannot tell you. Knowing would do you no good. I've said all I care to, take care. Before the molten gold wizard could even speak, the Hellwalker stepped into a void passage and vanished from the Endless Sea, evidently heading back to the central realm. The molten gold wizard king murmured. Who could it be? Why can't it be said? Could it be, the electric eel unwittingly offended some great figure I'm unaware of? He believed the Hellwalker hadn't lied to him, piecing together what the High Sky Walker had said. He was almost certain now that the truth behind the electric eel wizard's death was obscured by a legendary wizard. The electric eel was only a sixth circle wizard. How could he have provoked such a personage? Alas! Now there's trouble. A new problem arose. If the electric eel had accidentally crossed a force behind a legendary wizard, would that legendary being take their anger out on the Letny family? Enough of that, I must warn Shenjin as well. He had already lost his grandson, he couldn't afford to lose his son, too. North Sea Realm. The Black Abyss Walker's projection said. Madam, the Hellwalker has also left the Endless Sea. Lucy said. Robert must have found some clues in the underworld, and I suppose he won't be involved in this matter any longer. The Black Abyss Walker said. The Congress is too corrupt, and the Letny family is a prime example. This blood battle might well be an opportunity for reform. Lucy remained silent. It's difficult to change, too much is at stake, the water's too deep. Without the resolve to make painful sacrifices, it can't be done. And human civilization, no matter how it evolves, humanity remains the same. However, some overly arrogant types do indeed need to be dealt with. At the very least, to settle down for a while, that's a good thing. Central Realm. High above. A tranquil manor floats, drifting in the breeze. This is the residence of the High Sky Walker, who is lying on a sun lounger, soaking up the sun, meditating or pondering. Suddenly, a figure in a black robe arrives, saying, You're still as leisurely as ever, even I, a lich, cannot compare. High Sky Walker laughed and said, Reaching the legendary is as hard as ascending to the heavens, better to live in the moment than to worry about the future. Sir, how are things with that matter? The Hellwalker replied. You're mistaken, the one who killed the electric eel wizard isn't backed by a grand wizard but by a legendary wizard. So, this isn't a matter for us. We've finally reached this position, below only the legendary and above all others, it's best not to get involved in senseless conflicts. The High Sky Walker's relaxed demeanor vanished, his expression slightly changing as he said. Not even with your methods, you weren't able to find the culprit? Your astrology skill is unparalleled among grand wizards. The Hellwalker turned away, his back facing him as he said. Chapter 1821. I'm just reminding you as a friend. Other than that, I can't say much more. The blood battle is imminent, let's focus on preparing for this great tribulation. High Sky Walker's expression was solemn. Being in a high position for a long time made me forget the caution of my weaker days, alas, I must remember this lesson. Human Realm. Imperial Palace. Levi was cultivating here, much like a lonely, old man. Recently, 100 Flowers went to find Triss, leaving Levi alone at home. Levi was quite happy about that. After marriage, a man really needs such time alone. I wonder when Ayak will be back home? Hopefully, she hasn't gotten too comfortable and forgotten to return. My Wizard Tower research can also be scheduled for discussion, which is perfect to pair with 100 Flowers project. Men and women working together makes the work less burdensome. Gondifa's pharmacist skills have improved impressively, now a third circle pharmacist. Compared to Holy Infant, Gondif still isn't trying hard enough, how can this continue? I need to urge him more. Speaking of which, I haven't taken the energy sex heart test yet. Forget it, I'll talk about it later. It would be embarrassing if it turns out I have no heart at all. Holy Infant pulled Levi out of his rambling state. Top quality amethyst light sword, see how it performs. A sharp, light purple secret sword floated in the void, grasped by Levi's hand. In his mind, the sword spirit couldn't wait to fly out and reside in the sword world. She could feel that the sword world seemed more spacious. That meant this secret sword could store more pools of elemental power. Moreover, the sword itself was harder than before. This allowed her to collide with the enemy more resolutely, tearing through the enemy's defensive field, destroying their wizard tool. Levi, feeling the excited mood of the companion sword spirit, knew that the new amethyst light sword was definitely top grade. This sword might be more appropriately called the blue light sword. Levi, looking at the sword blade where the blue light overpowered the purple, joked. Holy Infant seriously said. Should I dye it purple for you? Nowadays, amethyst is less than 1/5 of the materials, hence the diluted color. Levi responded. No worries. Even if this secret sword were black, Levi would still call it the amethyst light sword. Too bad, amethyst is a rare material not easily found. He sighed alone. Outer Sea region. Holy Infant murmured. Seems like I still can't forget about amethyst. I'll check out the auctions in a while. Previously, during the opening of the Dark Ancient Tower, presumably, members of Level 7 Purple Crystal Clan died at the hands of wizards. However, such top-grade material for weapon refinement, those willing to sell are probably few. After a long time, reaching a deserted area in the sea, Holy Infant halted, then was about to tear through the void. However, the void was like stagnant glue, unmovable. From all around, a total of 16 soaring white lights quickly wove a massive cage, enveloping the area. Boom! 9 crimson divine dragons in the cage shot up explosively. Flames swept through, the high temperature instantly evaporating the sea water, creating a temporary vacuum. The white cage shook violently but did not collapse. Holy Infant, holding the Purgatory 9 dragon umbrella and standing on the extreme fire wheel, looked solemn. A grey-robed wizard appeared from the void and smiled. Not bad for a genius wizard, such quick reflexes. Unfortunately, I've watched the recordings of your battles hundreds of times, I know every move of yours. Holy Infant sneered. As a wizard, yet a lapdog for the Council of 10,000 Clans, how shameless. The grey-robed wizard retorted. As long as it keeps me alive, where is it different to be a dog anywhere? Aren't you also serving someone else? The next moment, Holy Infant's expression changed, her protective force field glowed intensely, the Purgatory 9 dragon umbrella suddenly contracted, enveloping her. Boom! A bright purple fist emerged from the void. A majestic aura of fist wind blasted out like a laser cannon. Boom! Purple light soared like a nuclear bomb. In the face of ultimate power, the sea was blown upwards, completely airborne. The seabed, the rock strata, were also blasted and flipped up, turning into irregular shards flying everywhere. The Purgatory 9 dragon umbrella was blown away like a bowling ball, bouncing around within the cage. A tall, fit purple figure quietly appeared. Such a strong wizard tool, the primordial soul I killed recently, his wizard tool was smashed with one punch. Yours is intact, truly worthy of a genius, this trip was worthwhile. Holy Infant's expression shifted slightly. Purple Crystal Clan. Wizard World, how could there be Purple Crystal Clan? Only one possibility exists, the Purple Crystal Clan has also joined the Council of 10,000 Clans. This means, the power of the Council of 10,000 Clans is even stronger than he imagined. Lucky for him, his Purgatory 9 dragon umbrella had already been upgraded to top grade. Otherwise, that terrifying punch, even a 6th ring masterpiece wizard tool, might not have withstood it. A top level 6 Purple Crystal Clan member, their strength, cannot be measured by common sense. The grey-robed wizard said. By the way, considering your talent, if you take this now, you might escape this tribulation. A worm-like creature resembling a 7-guild eel emerged from the void, drifting towards Holy Infant. Holy Infant's eyes narrowed. Heart-stealing worm. This creature, he had only seen in books, known to be exceedingly difficult to refine. Its effect is to parasitize others, until eventually, even the mind is controlled. Chapter 1822. He took a deep breath and raised his hand to call forth the fire dragon tribulation. Terrifying red flames shattered the worms into oblivion. At the same time, the crimson dragon ring flew out, heading straight for the grey-robed wizard. Behind the holy infant, purple chi surged from the east, coalescing into a clawed, antlered, eagle-eyed purple extreme holy dragon. The grey-robed wizard countered with an innate spell, knocking the crimson dragon ring away. He sneered. "Fine, if you seek death, I shall grant it." He was a 6-ring perfect wizard, and he had with him a level 6 peak from the amethyst race. Such a combination could even challenge a 7-circle wizard. Not only that, to ensure success on the first attempt, he had also borrowed a set of top grade 6-ring enemy trapping arrays from the organization. With such a meticulously planned heavenly net, the Master Fire Dragon was bound to die today. After the emergence of the purple extreme holy dragon Dharma idol, it stood back to back with the holy infant to guard against an ambush from the amethyst race. Boom! Wanda's momentum peaked, stirring the sea into turmoil. Holy skill moon gaze. He took a deep breath, purple power coursing through him, erupting from his head as a purple giant beast resembling a constant star. This beast, named Moon Gaze, was a terrifying mythical creature seen by the Amethyst Saint while wandering the land of darkness in his early years. During that encounter, the Amethyst Saint was even overpowered. Later, obsessed with that encounter, the saint created this holy skill, emulating the fury of Moon Gaze. Wanda extended a finger, pointing. The phantom of Moon Gaze above him also stretched out a tentacle resembling that of an ancient god. Zap! Pieces of space shattered, sucked into a turmoil. The purple extreme holy dragon was surrounded by a raging sea of fire on one side and the ice hell on the other. The fire dragon roared, and the ice dragon danced. Both innate spells were unleashed simultaneously. This was the strength of his ice and fire holy body. That one gesture pierced through the worlds of both ice and fire. Even the purple extreme holy dragon was torn open, its power continuously dissipating. Holy Infant was terrified, the gap in strength between him and the amethyst race was too great. He was a mere 6-ring ordinary, facing a level 6 peak foe. He was a genius, but the other was the strongest of the Panplane amethyst race. Using the holy dragon for defense, the holy infant could only hold on momentarily under another grey-robed wizard's hands while wielding the Purgatory 9 dragon umbrella, feeling increasingly powerless. This was an absolute crushing force, and he knew that if he didn't reveal his trump card soon, he might meet his end here. Enough, I intended to keep this for my true self, but today I must save myself first. After all, I can die, but these rare treasures and top-quality equipment must not be lost. The holy infant looked resigned as he waved his hand. More than 20 red dragon tribulation talismans flew towards the grey-robed wizard, enveloping him. He did not attack the amethyst race. He knew, with the opponent's magic resistance and invincible body, these talismans were not a threat. But for the grey-robed wizard, if lucky, it could inflict heavy damage. The grey-robed wizard's face paled in shock. Are these spell scrolls? So many. Boom, boom, boom. Accompanied by terrifying flames shooting into the sky, like numerous nuclear bombs exploding simultaneously. Dozens of fire dragons appeared, then merged into one, transforming into a 1,000-meter-long crimson divine dragon. The divine dragon, with its head and tail reaching into the heavens, roared uproariously and self-detonated. The terrifying force made Wanda temporarily retreat, not daring to approach. Even the prison array trapping the holy infant cracked. Seizing this chance, the holy infant shattered the void, with the Purgatory 9 dragon umbrella covering his retreat as he prepared to flee the area. Holy skill star descent. Yet, Wanda reached into the void with both hands, muscles bulging with purple veins, as he forcefully yanked downward. Boom! Just as the holy infant entered the void, a terrifying force abruptly ejected him. He remained calm, analyzing his situation like a robot. His conclusion was, he was most likely to perish here. This time, the enemy truly came prepared. Especially this member of the amethyst race, its power was incredibly fierce, even more so than the last encounter with the 8-armed demon witch. The Council of 10,000 Clans was truly sparing no effort in targeting him. The firelight dissipated. The grey-robed wizard, disheveled and smoking, wore a fierce expression. Wrapped around him was a wizard tool like a magic carpet, its surface scorched and cracked. Under the devastating explosion, even his 6-ring perfect defensive field quickly shattered. Fortunately, his sole artifact, Dragon Skin Magic Rug, crafted from the skin of a level 6 earth element sub-dragon species, which was a 6-ring high-grade wizard tool and primarily defensive in nature, barely blocked the attack. The grey-robed wizard was extremely infuriated. You deserve to die, being merely a 6-ring ordinary cultivation yet possessing such an array of high-grade, top-grade wizard tools, and trump cards. He was a 6-ring perfect wizard and aside from one high-grade soul artifact, he had nothing noteworthy. Why would there be such pay-to-win players in this world? The Holy Infant sighed. If the number of talismans could have doubled, that attack might have severely injured this man. However, the severe damage to this man's soul artifact would definitely affect his spiritual origin significantly. Elsewhere. With Wanda's earth-shattering punch, the purple extreme holy dragon was completely shattered, disappearing like smoke. Wanda shook off the ice and fire from his body, saying, "Not bad, I've succeeded in warming up." He took a step forward, parting the sea, and suppressed with both fists. Holy skill moonfall. The ultimate power turned into a purple full moon descending from the heavens, crushing down towards the Holy Infant. The Holy Infant's 9-dragon umbrella flew out, and the Snow King appeared, growing with the wind, and exploded with a blast. Chapter 1823. He exerted all his strength to withstand the heavenly might of the attack. Crack! Holy Infant seemed to hear a slight bursting sound coming from within the umbrella's rib, and thought to himself that this was bad. Just at this moment, another powerful and commanding presence swept over. Billions of dreamy purple star flowers, falling between heaven and earth, sealed off Wanda. Seizing the opportunity, Holy Infant, holding the ancient umbrella, escaped. Flower language eternal star. A golden-haired witch, dressed in dragon armor, carrying a shark-tooth-shaped sword, and with a valiant figure, descended from the sky, exuding the aura of 6th circle perfection. Bang bang bang! Amidst the explosion, Wanda ripped apart the barrier's seal. Squinting, he looked towards the golden-haired witch. Flower Witch Elena, what, you're standing up for him? Elena was also on the killing list of the Council of 10,000 Clans. Unfortunately, this woman's cultivation had reached 6th circle perfection, and she was too highly ranked, also being a top-level talent. Therefore, the Council of 10,000 Clans decided to temporarily refrain from assassinating such talent, waiting until the blood battle began. Unexpectedly, they encountered her today. 100 Flowers originally wanted to go home to find Levi but felt a terrifying wave of battle halfway there. This place was far from the ancient dragon continent, and she hadn't intended to get involved. But upon discovering it was Holy Infant, she hurried over without hesitation. Elena transmitted a message. Our strength may not be enough to handle these two, be ready to retreat at any moment, I will cover for you. Holy Infant said. Thank you. Honestly, it's a miracle that Holy Infant was still alive under the assault of these two. This only shows that the path of Duo-Bayo Wizard is indeed feasible. The top-grade wizard tool played an indispensable role. The grey-robed wizard transmitted to Wanda. Prepare to retreat, we can't stay here too long, these two have definitely contacted the Congress enforcers. Wanda said. I don't care about Elena, but Master Fire Dragon, must die. I'll hold off Elena, you kill the Fire Dragon. He exploded forward like a train engine, with amethyst light arriving in an instant, a palm that shattered the void aimed at 100 Flowers' face. 100 Flowers was surrounded by the flower barrier, with the star ring flying around her, and behind her, a humongous tree phantom that pierced the heavens appeared. She knew that Wanda was the strongest opponent she had ever met, and absolutely could not be underestimated, so she went all out from the start. On the other side, Holy Infant's 9-dragon umbrella flew out, clashing with the grey-robed wizard once more. The red infant sword even surged into the clouds, beginning to gather strength. With 100 Flowers sharing the terrifying pressure of the amethyst rays, relying on the power of the wizard tool, he could also hold his own. Seeing the secret sword, the grey-robed wizard's expression changed, behind him emerged a giant wizard form like the rock tortoise shell. The rock tortoise had a ferocious lizard head, branded with at least 8 true traces. Compared to Holy Infant's purple extreme holy dragon, the rock tortoise was relatively ordinary. However, with the enhancement of 8 true traces it was more powerful and mighty than the holy dragon. Boom boom boom. The holy dragon was suppressed by the rock tortoise, unable to turn the tide. Seeing this, the grey-robed wizard sneered. Under the sea, hundreds of rock thorns burst through the air towards Holy Infant. 100 Flowers saw Holy Infant struggling, she muttered a spell. The next moment, the dragon's protection ring on her finger glowed brightly. Come out, Levi! Boom! 9-colored divine light filled the sky, with dragon scale-like clouds layered on top of each other. A dragon-shaped phantom, only slightly smaller than the nine-headed emperor dragon, roared as it descended. 100 Flowers didn't hesitate to use the power projection Levi left in the ring. Levi's unemotional projection gently lifted a hand. Above the sea, 4 majestic azure-green divine dragons appeared, attacking the grey-robed wizard. Because it was a projection, the azure-green divine dragons barely had level 6 strength, but their numbers were sufficient. With their involvement, Holy Infant's pressure instantly lessened. The grey-robed wizard's face changed. What kind of wizard form is this? He could naturally tell that a powerful being had left their power projection inside Elena's ring. Generally speaking, such projections of strength are far less powerful than their real selves. This projection's aura seemed not quite at 6th circle perfection, yet it emitted a dangerous feeling that made his heart palpitate. 4 Azure Dragon spirit weapons, along with Duo Bayo Child Holy Infant, suddenly made the grey-robed wizard's level advantage less obvious. Although he was at 6th circle perfection, he had slowly reached this level through the lifespan, with not much time left, otherwise, he wouldn't have joined the Council of 10,000 Clans. Upon this thought, he transmitted. Wanda, let's retreat, today's not our lucky day, this woman has messed things up, we'll act another day. Wanda was fighting spiritedly with the projection of the 9-headed Emperor Dragon. His every strike, with strength that could break all techniques, shattered one innate spell after another with fist winds, in combination with a storm-like attack, making the Emperor Dragon's body break and sway. 100 Flowers seized this chance to cast her prepared primordial soul spell. Boom! A sun-like flower erupted. Wanda was sent flying, with fine cracks appearing all over his surface. From a distance, several powerful auras were approaching, it looked like nearby enforcers. Seeing this, Wanda, unwilling, clenched his fists. Sacred skill star sinking. 2 purple giant stars collided explosively, sending shockwaves that blew everything within a 20-mile radius. After the turbulence, the figures of the grey-robed wizard and Wanda had long since vanished. Levi's unemotional projection slowly dissipated. 100 Flowers looked up to the sky, deep in thought. In her palm, 2 plum blossom-like brands glowed eerily. Holy Infant asked. Are you all right? 100 Flowers shook her head. Someone's coming. 2 sixth ring senior presences arrived, dressed in Congress robes. Chapter 1824. We are law enforcers from the nearby New World, Lord Elena, what just happened? Elena said. I was passing by when I found assassins from a mysterious organization in league with the Amethyst race attempting to assassinate Master Fire Dragon. They've now fled. The enforcer said. What? The Amethyst race? Is this true? 100 Flowers nodded. They must have escaped to the land of darkness. The enforcer said. Thank you for the information, we will report this to our superiors immediately. An abrupt change of circumstances. The Holy Infant decided not to head to the Endless Sea for the time being, but instead returned to the ancient dragon continent with 100 Flowers. Some time later, the figure of Levi appeared, he spoke in a cold voice. Where are those 2? The Holy Infant said. They've escaped. 100 Flowers said. I've recently learned a new primordial soul spell called Plum Blossom Mark. Those 2 have been marked by me, and I can sense their general direction. However, this spell only lasts for 7 days, and if a level 7 expert intervenes, it's possible they could forcibly erase it. Levi thought for a moment and said. I will inform Gandalf, next, we'll get our revenge. According to 100 Flowers tracking, the grey-robed wizard and the Amethyst race took separate escape routes. The Amethyst race entered the land of darkness, while the grey-robed wizard incredibly headed for the Midland continent. Midland continent? The underground world. There was a hidden witch city. A wizard tower stood tall like bamboo shoots. A figure in grey robes appeared in this place, gazing at the back of his hand. A plum blossom mark that glimmered faintly, flashing with light. Damn it, I've been branded by that woman Elena. The brand didn't seem to have any negative effects, except being difficult to remove. He tried many methods, all to no avail. He knew that even if he cut off his arm, the mark would still remain. This person was the grey-robed wizard who attacked the Holy Infant. After leaving the human realm, he and Wanda were chased by Congress enforcers. Having no choice, they split up to evade capture. Wanda continued to flee in the land of darkness, while he took a gamble and returned to the Midland continent. As the saying goes, the most dangerous place is often the safest. But after his return, he discovered he had been located. Thinking quickly, he sought out a witch city ruled by a dark wizard. Black Earth Witch City. This was also where he started his rise. Within the city, there were 4 primordial soul dark wizards, with one particularly significant figure guarding the place. The Black Earth City Lord, Raven Ancestor Witch Pomik. This person was also an emissary of the Council of 10,000 Clans and happened to be his senior. He could help remove the brand. However, he had to act quickly, or else if Elena brought powerful Congress enforcers, he would be doomed. Inside the wizard tower surrounded by crows, he met the Black Earth City Lord, a bald wizard whose face was obscured by his cloak. The city lord had already heard about the incident and said in a cold voice, "If it weren't for giving face to the snake envoy, I would kill you right now. Do you realize how much trouble your actions have brought us?" The grey-robed wizard said. "Please, Lord, remove this brand from me." At this point, the Black Earth City Lord wasted no more words. He looked at the plum blossom mark on the back of the grey-robed wizard's hand. A powerful 7-circle spiritual power swept across, transforming into an invisible hand that erased the plum blossom mark. The grey-robed wizard let out a sigh of relief and thanked. "Thank you, City Lord. I will leave Black Earth City immediately." The Black Earth City Lord said. "Get out." After leaving Black Earth City, having the brand removed, the grey-robed wizard felt much lighter as he murmured to himself. "Now Elena won't be able to track me. As for Wanda, it's up to his fate. The tracking effect of the brand should have a time limit, and it can't locate over too long a distance. With his strength, he should be able to get through this safely." On his way, the grey-robed wizard noticed an approaching 6-circle aura, hurrying on its way, and it looked somewhat familiar. Gandalf. On the other side. Upon reaching the Midland continent, 100 Flowers' expression changed. She spread open her palm, where 2 plum blossom marks had been, now, one had disappeared. "That guy moved too fast, he's already had a level 7 expert remove my brand, and I've lost my tracking on him." Levi asked. "Is the brand on the amethyst ray still there?" 100 Flowers said. "It is." Levi said. "Then let's go after the amethyst race. Wait, Gandalf has run into trouble, and it's not far from us." Finished speaking, he opened the ancient Banyan fairyland, sending 100 Flowers into it. Then, he entered the Scarlet Dark Dimension and quickly set off. Boom! A shocking explosion erupted over the wilderness, and the blast wave uprooted the towering ancient trees below. Gandalf's figure was forced back, his body gleaming with ancient god runes, shining golden. On his bronze-like chest was a sharp earth spike embedded in the Radiant King armor. Had it not been for the Radiant King armor, even with Gandalf's refined body, he would likely have been pierced through. In front of him was a grey-robed wizard he had never seen before, who had just launched a surprise attack on him. 6th Circle Perfection. Gandalf's expression was grave. The grey-robed wizard didn't waste words, the rock turtle Dharma form emerged, pressing down towards Gandalf. After resolving the brand, he coincidentally encountered Gandalf on the road. He figured, having failed to assassinate Master Fire Dragon, why not try to assassinate Gandalf? If he failed, he would run. With Gandalf's abilities, it was impossible to capture him. But if he succeeded, he could compensate for his failure and receive a handsome reward. Compared to the Master Fire Dragon, who was equipped with top-grade wizard tools and pursued the dual cultivation path of ice and fire, Gandalf was considered less dangerous within the organization. Chapter 1825. Aside from a relatively strong body tempering technique, there was nothing special about him. He felt that, with the crushing advantage of his own realm, he still had a hope of success. The rock turtle Dharma form attacked, and Gandalf dared not to take it lightly. Behind him, the demon-suppressing Ming King Dharma idol emerged. 1,000 hands without space. He started with his strongest move right off the bat. The Ming King's arms stretched out, resembling the 1,000-armed guanyin and a peacock fanning its splendid feathers. A wall of impenetrable fist winds formed, hurtling towards the rock turtle. Boom! The wall of fist winds shattered, the rock turtle smashed through it, creating an overwhelming sound. Seeing this, Gandalf didn't waste words, he roared and the flash great sword glowed intensely. Holy light shining! It blinded the grey-robe wizard's eyes. The piercing white light dissipated, and Gandalf's figure was already in the distance. The grey-robe wizard settled down, Thinking Gondafa's strength was indeed average, upon seeing him, all he could do was to run, and today he would surely capture him. Where do you think you are going? He pursued to kill. During this, Gondaf attempted void travel, but it was thwarted by the wizard's spells. Ahead. Gondaf was surrounded by divine light, using the skill divine light flashes from the ancient god body refinement technique, greatly increasing his flying speed. But the grey robe wizard's realm was higher than his, and for the time being, he couldn't shake him off. The grey robe wizard sneered. Let's see how long you can keep up this speed. Just await your demise gracefully. It was Master Fire Dragon's good fortune to have been saved by Elena. In this place, with no villages ahead and no shops behind, no one was there to rescue Gondaf. Who knows how much time passed? Gondafa's speed had noticeably slowed down, the ancient god runes on his body had dimmed, clearly unable to support the divine light flashes skill any longer. He said helplessly. I bear you no grudge, why do you seek my life? The grey robe wizard replied indifferently. In my life's actions, I need not explain to you. He pointed a finger, and on the ground ahead, walls of earth rose up with a thunderous sound, blocking Gondafa's path. Countless body-refining runes flickered, the demon-suppressing Ming King shattered mountains, and fist shadows flew towards the grey robe wizard. A defensive field revolved around the grey robe wizard, fending off the onslaught. A magic carpet flew out, enveloping heaven and earth, trapping Gondaf within. The grey robe wizard chuckled. If you were a sixth-ring senior wizard, maybe I wouldn't be able to get you, but now, in the face of absolute power, everything else is illusory. Today was indeed a blessing in disguise for him, and he was in a good mood. Crackle! In the sky. Instantly, a crimson crack burst open, boom! Billions of red flames fell from the sky, enveloping almost 20 miles of land. From the 7th floor of the Warlord Catalogue, sacrifice life for justice. A white sword chi, more brilliant than starlight and more dazzling than the sun, cascaded down. Boom! Accompanied by the sound of the defensive field shattering, the grey robe wizard's body was knocked away like a kite with a broken string. The magic carpet abandoned Gondaf and swiftly circled back to protect him. Intense pain swept through him, and to his shock, he found that his lower body was gone. He used a spell to stop the bleeding and focused his mind to look over. But what he sees is a figure wrapped in red flames, wielding a shark-tooth-shaped sword and filled with killing intent, standing between heaven and earth. It was Levi. 100 flowers emerged beside him, scoffing. Tisk tisk tisk, safe and sound, traitor. The grey robe wizard was horrified, clearly not understanding the situation. Damn it, I just captured Gondaf, how did I run into this woman again? Is she everywhere or what? How did she find me? The brand was clearly removed by the Black Earth City Lord. And who is this man enveloped by flames? 100 flowers sneered inwardly. If this person hadn't bothered Gondaf, it truly would have been difficult to find him. By a twist of fate, he encountered Gondaf on the road, and couldn't help his petty attempt to launch a sneak attack, not knowing that Gondaf was a duplication of Levi. Levi struck with another sword, countless frost particles bursting forth, the frost sword realm suddenly formed, leaving the grey robe wizard who was about to flee trapped. The grey robe wizard's innate spells shattered the barrier, and the ice dragon prison fell from the sky. Bang! 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 3 wind-chasing arrows block off the grey-robed wizard's movements. Levi used avoid travel to appear above him and chopped down with the reforged red dragon heavy sword, carrying the Mount Hua splitting force. Boom! Sword chi tore through heaven and earth, slamming the grey-robed wizard's figure into the ground. Boom boom boom! A terrifying self-destruction shockwave surged, and a primordial soul shadow wrapped in a magic carpet escaped. The grey-robed wizard was decisive, choosing to self-destruct and escape with his primordial soul in a critical moment. His face held a resentful gaze as he looked at the plum blossom mark that had appeared on his primordial soul. Clearly, that damned woman had taken the opportunity to add a tracking mark when he was unguarded. Threads of a web from Leon emerged, aiming to envelop the grey-robed primordial soul. The latter, heart-hardening, exploded the magic carpet. The blast annihilated the web and even sent Leon, who was concealed in the void, flying far away, tumbling over and over. The grey-robed primordial soul escaped into the void, heading straight for the Black Earth Witch City. At this point, the only plan was to keep diverting the disaster eastward. If that pair of curs dares to chase him to the Witch City, then the 7 Circle Dark Wizards will teach them a lesson. Levi held 100 flowers by her slim waist. Lead the way. 100 Flowers blushed. All right. Gandalf picked up Leon, who was still tumbling in the air, and pursued. Eradicate evil thoroughly, and never give the enemy a chance to rise again. Black Earth Witch City. A primordial soul arrived, extremely feeble. Inside the pitch-black wizard tower, Black Earth City Lord's face turned cold. Why is it you again? Ghost claws materialized in the void, capturing the grey-robed primordial soul in his palm, and interrogated. The most important rule of the Council of 10,000 Clans is to not engage in fratricide. Otherwise, he would have already slapped that grey-robed wizard to death. Suddenly, he noticed the plum blossom mark on the surface of the grey-robed primordial soul. You! The grey-robed hurriedly said. Lord, I was forced, you can't. The next moment, the grey-robed's primordial soul exploded, truth trace dissipated into heaven and earth, presence completely gone. A resentful, ethereal soul looked at Black Earth City Lord. You're killing me will suffer from the oath backlash. Black Earth City Lord turned pale, and coldly said. That's better than keeping you alive. Suddenly, his face changed. Above the Witch City, a figure with murderous aura clenched its right fist. 2 heavy falling star rings, each weighing 720,000 pounds, collided, emitting a muffled sound of metal clashing. Behind him, an anomaly subtly appeared. Countless stars fell like rain under a pair of red flame's iron fists. Boom! Levi's veins bulged as he unleashed his strongest punch ever with all his might. The force squeezed space, with blood chi transforming into a red flame's giant dragon. Wherever the giant dragon passed, the void suddenly shattered, creating a 30-mile-long corridor of nothingness. Boom boom boom! The city's array, under the terrifying impact, instantly crumbled. The residual fist wind lifted the Witch City, elevating it into the air as if a giant hoisted it from below. The entire Witch City rose from the ground. Subsequently, a shocking explosion swept through. Amidst the chaos, Leon's spider silk took away the grey-robed wizard's soul. Presumptuous! A furious roar from Black Earth City Lord came through, his palm-sized black claw reaching for the figure. Boom! The figure exploded, its presence instantly dissipated, and the claw caught nothing. Black Earth City Lord watched the continuously collapsing underground world and murmured to himself. Such a powerful sixth circle wizard, this is a first. Chapter 1826. Midland Continent. The once thriving Black Earth Witch City has now been reduced to ruins. What happened? Our stronghold couldn't have been compromised, could it? Such a formidable presence, a punch that sent the Witch City flying. Who is this deity? The dark wizards discussed animatedly, visibly shaken. In the recent explosion, many dark wizards perished on the spot. Chaos reigned at the scene, cries of pain were incessant. Raven Ancestor Witch, with hands behind his back, stood atop the rubble, sweeping 7 rings level energy about and quieting everyone. Several sixth circle dark wizards flew over. Lord, should we give chase? Raven Ancestor Witch said. No, don't chase. We've been compromised here, it's time to withdraw. That person likely pursued Kara and has nothing to do with us. However, following this battle, our stronghold will certainly be exposed. Those underlings of the Snake Envoy, utterly useless, always failing to accomplish anything and only making things worse. Though he said this, the power of that person who had just left was undeniable, no wonder Kara couldn't stand against him. Even Raven Ancestor Witch himself felt a sense of threat. Out in the wilderness. Within the Divine Palace, ashes fell, accompanied by embers and sparks, as Levi's form reconstituted itself. He opened the portal to ancient Banyan fairyland. Leon had already wrapped the grey-robed wizard's soul in poison, a sixth circle perfection wizard had been slain by him. Previously, that person had been wounded by an explosion of a holy infant's supreme divine talisman, sustaining damage to the spiritual origin and then battling with Gandalf, using up their strength. Then, ambushed by Levi, the wizard was severely injured in a single sword strike. His Crimson Dragon Slash, having been reforged, was now even stronger. Combined with the power of the Crimson Emperor Dragon at the level 6 mid-stage, and the Warlord Catalog's 7th floor, defeating this wizard seemed only natural. However, according to the Holy Infant's description, this wizard's strength was much weaker than that of the 8-armed Demon Witch or the level 6 peak members of the Purple Crystal clan. A tough fight was expected next. Gandalf's spirit was also somewhat languid at the moment as his Radiant King armor had sustained some damage. He spoke. Next, are we pursuing the Purple Crystal clan in the Land of Darkness? Levi replied. Yes, you drink the medicine first to restore your spirit. 100 Flowers said. I can still sense the approximate coordinates of that purple crystal person. We need to speed up, any further and I fear we may lose them. But Commander, your recent sword strike and punch were quite impressive. Gondaf and the Holy Infant returned to ancient Banyan Fairyland to recuperate. Levi, carrying 100 Flowers, ripped through the crystal wall and entered the Land of Darkness. He said. I'm heading into the Sea of Ruins now, remember to report the position to me. 100 Flowers smiled. No problem. Powered by Sky Dragon's energy, Levi transformed into a pure, immaculate Sky Dragon, flickering with wind thunder power, and vanished into the void. The endless Sea of Ruins, boundless and vast. Levi looked at the sky-piercing giant beasts wandering in the distance and couldn't help but feel astonished. When will I also be free like this, transcending above the multidimensional plane? 100 Flowers replied. If you transcend, don't forget to take me with you everywhere. Levi responded. Of course. The two chatted while following the trail of the Purple Crystal clan. Midland Continent. Laplace led a group of wizards to Black Soil City. On the earth, a massive, abrupt circular pit emerged, resembling a vicious wound on the wilderness. The entire witch city seemed as if lifted into the air and then crashed down, in chaos and disarray. Laplace wore a solemn expression. Not long ago, the Soren Holy Tower's instruments detected an energy fluctuation nearly at the Seven Rings level. Worried it might be the mysterious organization or dark wizards causing trouble, he hurried over to discover the scene before him. He took out the mirror of the past to look back in time. In the mirror's image, he saw the figure of the Black Earth City Lord. It's him, Raven Ancestor Witch. He pledged allegiance to the Council of 10,000 Clans, had carried out numerous terrorist attacks in Midland Continent, and I didn't expect him to be hiding here. The next moment, he saw a fire dragon phantom, devastating and creating a void tunnel that stretched 30 miles. The shockwave shattered the witch city's defensive field, lifting and overturning it, many dark wizards dying instantly. Raven Ancestor Witch's Seven Rings energy burst forth, his spells coalescing into terrifying black demon claws, reaching for a shadowy red figure in the sky whose face was indistinct. With an explosion, the figure vanished without a trace, and Raven Ancestor Witch returned empty-handed. Could it be, a sixth circle wizard dared to strike at the heart of Raven Ancestor Witch's stronghold? Laplace doubted his eyes. Even he had to be cautious when facing Raven Ancestor Witch. The mirror of the past can't trace back. The attacker possesses powerful anti-astrology methods and must be a hidden trump card of some important figure, gaining experience in the world. He conjectured it was someone from the Council of 10,000 Clans who had failed to kill the target and was then counterattacked and pursued to their lair. Sixth circle realm with such strength. What would it be after the seventh circle? Even the top geniuses in the wizard world paled in comparison to this person. Laplace sighed inwardly, recognizing the world is indeed full of hidden dragons and crouching tigers. Suddenly, his communication device rang. Lord, Dragon Knight Wizard Group found the trace of the Purple Crystal clan that attacked the Master Fire Dragon. Laplace said. Trap it, I'll arrive swiftly. Be careful and don't be careless. This is a level 6 peak Purple Crystal clan, you must treat it as you would a Seven Rings powerhouse. He hung up, raised his hand, and a flying vessel like a flying shuttle appeared. This mission must capture that Purple Crystal clan. To dare cause trouble in our wizard world, they truly know not what death is. Chapter 1827. Land of Darkness. A meteorite. Wanda sat cross-legged, the figure of Snake Envoy projected in front of her. The expression on Snake Envoy's face was unsightly as he said. What happened? How did Kara die? Wanda extended her palm, gazing at the plum blossom mark in the center as she replied. He and I acted separately, he might have died in an enforcer's siege, it doesn't matter, he wasn't of much use anyway. Snake Envoy coldly spoke. What do you mean by that? Both of you couldn't kill a Master Fire Dragon, and now with only you left, isn't the situation even more hopeless? Wanda responded. It was simply bad luck, encountering some mishaps. Otherwise, be it the Master Fire Dragon or the Flower Witch, both would be mere souls in my palm. She clearly didn't hold much respect for Snake Envoy. If not for the Amethyst Saint's advice to follow the organization's directives, why would she consider retreating? She would rather endure severe injuries than fail to obliterate the Master Fire Dragon. Snake Envoy remarked. You are marked with a tracking mark, now run as far as you can. Once the duration passes, return to Nora. Wanda turned off the projection. Her lips curled up into a smile as she stood up, exhaling deeply and declared loudly. How interesting, it's always the beast chasing the flock, but now, the flock dares to ambush the beast. Around the meteorite, 3 sixth circle presences emerged, 2 ordinary sixth circle, and 1 sixth circle senior. Furthermore, ripple slashes spread out as 300 bloodthirsty 4th circle and 5th circle figures descended. Dragon Knight Wizard Group. An elite unit active in the Land of Darkness, known for their prowess in overcoming the strong with the weak. Stars linked one after another in the Land of Darkness, forming a heavenly net encompassing the entire meteorite. The essences of 6th circle wizards and the warband wizards interconnected, powerfully directing spell power into the heavenly net like flowing water. Thunderous roars. Lightning, fire, landslides, tsunamis, numerous apocalyptic anomalies appeared. A colossal knight, 1,000 meters tall, clad in scale armor, riding a giant dragon, emerged as a phantom. The knight's cloak fluttered, his gaze as commanding as the gods, majestic without anger. The 6th circle senior wizard spoke. You are already trapped by our combat array. Surrender yourself. His name was Yabek, the leader of this patrol team. This team, belonging to the Wizard Council's battle group, had repeatedly undertaken missions in the Land of Darkness to clear out Black Beast lords and alien races. Rich in combat experience and powerful, they had even slain level 6 peak Black Beasts. Facing the Amethyst race, Yabek still felt somewhat apprehensive. Wanda laughed. As expected of wizards, indeed fond of fancy tricks. I've heard your battle arrays have triumphed unstoppably in wars across the multidimensional plane. Today, let me witness it myself. Yabek inhaled deeply and ordered. All units, spare no effort, slay the enemy before you. This place wasn't far from the wizard world, 7 circle wizard Laplace had already arrived in the flying shuttle, they just needed to hold on until he reached. Thunderous roars. When the 300 wizards of the Dragon Knight raised their hands, a terrifying beam shot out. Boom! Wanda's form flickered, the beam hit the meteorite directly, splitting it into 2 halves. Thunderous roars. The Land of Darkness itself trembled. Wanda's expression remained unchanged, but her heart was slightly surprised. This battle array's power is unusually profound, as the saint claimed. Wizard civilization isn't only about numbers, it has its own uniqueness. I mustn't underestimate them. She stepped on the void, leaping up, transforming into a purple light, and with a palm strike, aimed at the great starry net. Thunderous roars. The terrifying force gushed out, the starry net was instantly stretched tight, appearing as if it might snap at any moment. The next moment, that force was neutralized by the power in the net. Only some aftershocks, evenly distributed through the net, reached the wizards forming the combat array. Yabek commanded. Form the earth and ocean shield, fire the storm and flame spear. Boom! The wizards from the earth and ocean school each cast their spells. Instantly, a hefty shield formed from water currents and sticky earth protected all the wizards. Wanda's expression tensed, her right fist clenched, and she launched a probing fist wind, fully exploding the meteorite. The shockwave swept onto the shield, which swayed like tar but did not shatter. Her force, once again neutralized, made her realize the severity of the situation. Boom! The giant dragon underneath the Dragon Knight spewed fire and fierce whines. In front of it, a long spear formed from wind and fire materialized. The moment the spear appeared, the void could not sustain itself and shattered with a boom. Kill! The starry net pressed downward, continuously shrinking, shields pressing from all directions, leaving no space for Wanda to maneuver. Left without a choice, she faced the wind and fire spear. Boom! The wind-fed flames erupted, raising a small sun about 10 miles in diameter in the Land of Darkness. High-temperature wind blades scurried within, slicing. Under such might, a 6th circle senior wizard, if resisting directly, was almost certainly doomed. Aya! With a heaven-shaking roar, within that sun engulfing the Land of Darkness, a negligible purple speck of light suddenly began to expand. The red sun turned into a purple sun. The next moment, the purple sun exploded, brilliant purple flames shooting out in all directions. Chapter 1828. A purple figure, its surface completely melted and its features blurred, staggered out. Boom boom boom. The shield wall shone brightly, continuously resisting the assault of the purple flames. Yabek looked gravely ahead. He saw the amethyst race's melted body start to reform, and in a moment, it was restored to its original state. Wanda gasped for breath, exhaling a large breath of fiery essence, feeling his slightly diminished strength. That last strike was pretty tough to take. He clenched his fists tight, and an immensely strong and invincible aura surged to the heavens. First, kill that sixth ring senior, he is the array core, with him dead, this grand array will break without a fight. Bang! Wanda shot out like a purple cannonball. His right fist clenched, a layer upon layer of amethyst began to adhere, swelling into a massive giant fist. Holy skill covering country! Boom! The robust purple fist's power erupted. Yabek said. In my position, shield wall times 10. Whoosh! 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 In front of him, one after another, liquid earth shield walls appeared, totaling 10 layers. Boom boom boom! Wanda's fist power collided with the shield walls. The first layer, the second layer, the third layer, like an armor-piercing bullet, he smashed through 7 layers of the shield wall relentlessly, then crashed into the 8th layer. Crack! The shield wall shattered. What met him was a surging river of frost, unstoppable in its grandeur. But then the Dragon Knight revealed frigid air gushing from his palm, freezing everything. Glacier seal, full power, seal. Crack! Those long rivers of frost wrapped around Wanda's figure, freezing him layer by layer. Moments later, Wanda was completely sealed within, unable to move. Yabek said. Indomitable spear, full power, break. In the hands of the Dragon Knight appeared a long spear, condensed from the power of metal element, radiating an aura of indestructibility. He leaned back, as the giant dragon roared, readying to throw a javelin. Boom! The indomitable spear shattered the void, pierced through the glacier, and appeared in front of the amethyst race's face. Yabek murmured in his heart. Can it kill him? If it was just an ordinary 6th circle perfection wizard, he was confident he'd inflict heavy damage, but his adversary was a level 6 peak member of the Purple Crystal clan. He ordered. Prepare Thunder God's hammer, full power. The Dragon Knight's palm reached for the sky, thunderclouds gathered from the void above, and a purple warmer materialized in his palm. Below. Inside the glacier. A pair of purple hands shattered the seal, narrowly pinning the metal spear. The spear's immense force blasted him away and pierced 3 inches deep into his hard amethyst body, exploding. Boom! Purple fragments scattered, half of Wanda's head blasted open with a gap, but with a surge of mighty strength, he clenched and shattered the spear. Purple light flared, and his head was restored as before. Yabek's brows furrowed. An undead body without weaknesses? No, in this world, there is no true sense of immortality, it's just not enough power. He waved his hand. The knight wielded the Thunder God's hammer, descending towards the amethyst race. This was the combat array's most powerful strike, and if it couldn't resolve the amethyst race, they would have to entangle him until Laplace arrived. Wanda, who had been suppressed by a herd of sheep, now erupted completely. I'm going to tear you apart. Drum-like sounds came from within him. Holy skill sacred armor. Boom. A purple flame ignited atop his head, and he donned a purple scale armor. A surge of purple chi erupted from him, overwhelming like a tsunami. His fist collided with the Thunder God's hammer. Billions of tons of lightning burst forth, creating a thunder ocean that covered 20 miles. Waves comprised of electric snakes rose and fell, all converging on Wanda. In his purple scale armor, Wanda was like a demon god of destruction. With a tear in the void, he forcibly split the thunder ocean. Die! He thrust out a palm. A beam of purple light pierced through. The earth and ocean shield surged to maximum power. Boom! The terrifying impact completely tore through the starlight net that bound Wanda. He inhaled and exhaled like a giant whale, creating a sharp ripple slash that spread outwards. One by one, the shield walls broke, and the faces of the warband wizards paled. Clearly, they too were almost at their limits. Yabek immediately ordered. Defend with all your might, minimize harm, wait for the 7-circle wizard, we must capture this one. The Purple Crystal clan didn't have that many strong members above level 6. Killing one would be a great gain. Land of Darkness. Inside the flying shuttle. Laplace had a serious expression. Hold on, Yabek, I'm on my way. He had great confidence in the strength of this battle group. Otherwise, he wouldn't have had them intercept the amethyst race. But he also didn't want the battle group to suffer too many losses. For the Congress, training an excellent warband wizard was no easy task. These individuals are the backbone of the future blood battle. Yet, as he watched the latest combat footage from the front lines, he knew this battle would come at a considerable cost. The strength of this amethyst race member was somewhat terrifying. Spread the coordinates of the battle far and wide, and see if there are any nearby primordial soul wizards who can lend a hand. The battle with the Council of 10,000 Clans has already begun, no one in the wizard world will be able to stay out of it. Land of Darkness. On a shell-like wizard tool, an elder with white hair sat cross-legged. This person exuded the aura of a sixth-ring senior, the very Black Pearl Boy Garcia. 300 years ago, as a late bloomer, he became an ordinary sixth circle wizard, and everyone thought that would be his peak. Unexpectedly, 300 years later, he silently advanced to the senior realm of the sixth circle. Chapter 1829. Moreover, judging by its momentum, it has been in this realm for some time now. Garcia, returned from his planar travels, has gained a great deal. This time, with the rare life extension treasure I've obtained, my lifespan has reached 2,300 years. 1,000 years should be enough for me to break through to the 7th circle, right? Garcia did not set high demands for himself, it was enough if he could break through before the end of his lifespan approached. All of a sudden, he furrowed his brows. The amethyst race has invaded the wizard world, their assassination attempt on Master Fire Dragon was unsuccessful, and now they have fled to the Land of Darkness, where they are besieged by patrolling wizard towers. After a moment of hesitation, he changed direction and flew towards the Land of Darkness not far away. Fragments of shattered stars float in the void. Yabek had a pale complexion. As time went by, the scales of victory began tipping toward the amethyst race. The battle group array was indeed powerful, but its main component was a group of 5th circle wizards. As everyone knows, the difference between the 5th circle and the 6th circle is like an insurmountable chasm. In fact, if it weren't for the support of 3 6th circle wizards, these 5th circle wizards would not have been able to hold on for so long. The amethyst race was too well-rounded, with strong magic resistance in a level 6 peak realm, they could hardly be killed by anyone but a 7th circle wizard. The shield wall began to weaken, and after one of the amethyst race members smashed a shield with a punch and slapped his hand, the 6th circle ordinary wizards in the raid formation and the 5th circle wizards behind them were directly blown away. Some wizards' defensive fields shattered, and they turned to ash instantly. 3 wizard forms appeared, rushing towards the amethyst race. Yabek said, "Do not fall into disarray, keep up the formation. This is our only hope." The wizards of the battle group exerted all their strength, the Dragon Knight appeared again, standing together with the amethyst race. Sacred Skills Nirvana Star. Wanda was like a mad demon, with a purple giant star appearing behind him, knocking back the 3 wizard forms. Suppress. He pressed down in the void. The giant star directly obliterated 2 of the wizard forms, leaving only Yabek's wizard form and the Dragon Knight still holding out. At this moment, a streak of light from a 6th ring senior wizard tore through the sky like a rainbow. Primordial Soul Witch Phase Pearl Moon Spitting. A black shell pearl, marked with the mottled signs of the years, emerged, spitting out a full moon. Boom! Wanda's figure was sent flying once more, a circular brand visible on his chest, unable to heal. He laughed. Another one? Just what I wanted. Yabek felt relieved when he saw who had come. Thank you for your support. Garcia said. I'm not sure how long I can hold on, but the Congress's powerhouses must be close, right? Yabek nodded his head. The surge of primordial souls erupted with an explosive momentum, the Dragon Knight battle group, not to be outdone, engaged Wanda in fierce combat again. During this period, some 4th circle and 5th circle wizards fell, but no one backed away. Sheep and cattle fleeing are precisely the scene predators yearn to witness. The shock and horror in Wanda's heart were beyond words. To think they could muster such strength, but, this is where it ends. For every member of the amethyst race, to kill the accursed colonizing wizards is their honor. Not being able to go to the Dark Ancient Tower to slaughter has been my regret for hundreds of years, and now, with so many elite wizards before me, I'll kill to my heart's content. He had long ignored the words of the snake envoy like the wind passing by. Boom! After another earth-shattering collision, Wanda closed his eyes, and his purple heart thundered like an engine. Rivers of purple strength flowed from his limbs and body, turning into purple dragons, dancing wildly amongst the stars. Wanda's figure swelled, expanding rapidly to a kilometer high, comparable to the Dragon Knight's phantom in the battle group array. His form stooped, and one after another sinister purple serpent head grew out of his back. Finally, a total of 800-meter-long purple-scaled giant snakes appeared. And Wanda had long ceased to resemble a human, transforming into a beast with serpentine heads and kilometer-long stature. The 8 serpent heads, with 12 dim yellow snake eyes, looked at everyone, with menacing snake tongues flickering. Holy Spirit 8-headed giant snake. To force me to use Holy Spirit, I, Wanda, acknowledge that you are not a mere rabble. You are worthy of my full effort, to consume. The 8-headed giant snake sneered. At this moment, whether it was Yabek or Garcia, or those wizards from the battle group, a storm of shock and horror surged within their hearts. Flying shuttle! Laplace exclaimed. Damn it, this member of the Amethyst race has actually grasped the Holy Spirit. Holy Spirit was similar to the wizard form but was a more brutal approach. It is said that only Amethyst race members of level 6 and above have the qualification to cultivate it. They need to refine the soul of a powerful creature within themselves and fuse it with their true soul to give birth to a Holy Spirit. This method is extremely powerful, allowing one to transform into a terrifying behemoth, but during the process of cultivation, it's easy to lose oneself. Therefore, among the Amethyst race, practitioners are few. But those who succeed are truly ruthless individuals of the Amethyst race. Laplace was somewhat out of sorts. He worried that the wizard battle group would be annihilated because of this, for which he would be to blame and would regret it for the rest of his life. Upon this thought, he left the flying shuttle, uttering an incantation to burn his lifespan, and transformed into a streak of light. On the battlefield, the 8 serpent heads waved, tangling the Dragon Knight before crushing it entirely with explosive force. Wanda, looking at the wizards whose eyes could not hide their fear, felt extremely elated. So powerful, this is the Holy Spirit law. Even if there's a risk of completely turning into a monster from lengthy use, I accept it. All of you, die. Rationality was gradually covered by his beastly nature. Chapter 1830. At this moment, he felt that even if a 7-circle wizard came, he could blow them away. 8 snake heads twisted and entwined, transforming into a Gatling-like biological cannon. 8 purple flame flows burst forth, converging together, rushing towards the wizard battle group. The brave wizards of the Dragon Knight battle group felt despair for the first time. The world-ending flame flow spanned the starry sky, unstoppable. Yabek, Garcia, and the wizard forms, were all blasted away. In the blink of an eye. In the void, thunder and lightning roared. Boom! An explosion sounded. A magnificent red flame giant sword extended from the void, stretching 1,000 meters, plunging into the void below, forming a giant red shield. The amethyst light exploded, energy fluctuations rippled, and the red flame giant sword was blown away, continuously shrinking in mid-air, and landed in the hands of a robust and majestic figure behind. His face was resolute, clad in heavy armor, standing in the void. It was Levi. His muscles bulged, holding the red flame sword, he took a step forward. Above his head, the sun, moon, and stars seemed to dim. The endless aura of heaven and earth converged into his body, transforming into a radiant sword chi like the Milky Way. Whoosh! The sword chi surged upward, splitting the leftover waves of the purple flame flow, unrelenting in its momentum, blasting towards the 8-headed giant snake. Boom! The 8-headed giant snake was blasted tens of miles away, smashing through several meteorites before it staggered to a stop. There appeared a massive gash in its chest, purple energy leaking out, clearly wounded severely. Struck heavily, Wanda's remaining sanity recovered, and he looked towards the newcomer. A swordsman wrapped in red flames, face unclear, stood with his sword drawn, imperiously. Those dominating golden eyes swept over, 2 invisible forces collided, giving him a long unfelt sense of crisis and oppression. Within the wizard battle group, one wizard after another, prepared for death, widened their eyes looking at the towering swordsman. Who is this? I haven't heard of him. Does anyone recognize this senior? No. He's too strong, I feel only a 7-circle wizard could withstand that strike. How did he do it? Could he be a 7-circle wizard? Having narrowly escaped death, the wizards were both shocked and puzzled. Yabek said. Everyone, take the medicine to restore your strength and injuries quickly. Life wizards hasten the healing, prepare for the second round of fierce battle. With this reminder, the wizards remembered they weren't safe yet. It was uncertain whether this suspected body-refining wizard senior could defeat the amethyst race. Being able to withstand a strike did not mean he could defeat it. The Dragon Knight battle group had come a long way, having killed many level 6 beings, both black beasts and alien races. But none as powerful as this amethyst race before them. Yabek said. Thank you, sir, for offering your help. This creature is extraordinarily strong, just hold him off for a while. Our 7 circle wizards are on their way, and we will provide fire support. Garcia too was shocked as he looked at the red flame figure. He's too powerful, even though I feel his realm isn't much stronger than mine, but in front of him, I can't help but feel insignificant. Levi looked calmly at the approaching 8-headed giant snake, took a deep breath and said. You guys retreat first, I'm afraid of accidentally injuring allies. His tone was understated, yet it carried an undeniable authority. Yabek hesitated. Sir. In the void. Flowers descended, merging into a stunningly beautiful figure. Yabek's expression changed upon seeing her. Flower Witch Elena, did you also hear the broadcast? Elena nodded. I've been chasing this amethyst race here. Your battle group has exhausted too much, step back for now. The 2 of us are sufficient to handle this, otherwise, we'll be distracted taking care of you. Seeing another 6-circle perfect wizard join the fight, and a top-level talent like Flower Witch at that, the wizards in the battle group finally felt relieved. Thank goodness. Yes, even if it's just the Flower Witch, she's enough to hold on until the 7-circle wizards arrive, and then we'll show these alien races. The battle group retreated to rest and recuperate. Yabek and the others consciously provided cover for Levi and Elena, preventing other enemies from joining the battlefield to sneak attack. Elsewhere. Laplace Wizard temporarily stopped burning his lifespan with the escape method, and heaved a sigh of relief. Thank goodness! He hadn't paid attention to the fact that the journey just now had devoured decades of his lifespan. Elena is here, and that red flame figure, seems familiar, probably the one from Black Soil City. This person's strength, even to Laplace, was astonishing. However, considering the timing, this person couldn't have set out much before me, how is he so fast? He didn't know that Levi had already arrived on the battlefield using the ability to travel the void. Just seeing that there was already a battle underway, he didn't rush to intervene but observed for a while. Boom! The body of the 8-headed giant snake collided with the red flame giant's sword, the shockwave annihilating everything around. Levi's form flickered, relying on physical techniques in his body, he clashed head-on with the amethyst race, not losing ground. He had thought of asking Holy Infant and Gondif to take action before coming. But seeing so many wizards here, he gave up the idea. Moreover, after the burst of power from the amethyst race, given the strength of Holy Infant and Gondif, forcibly getting involved might even lead to injuries. He and 100 Flowers were enough. He actually didn't want 100 Flowers to take action, but he couldn't really refute this woman. Chapter 1831. 100 Flowers naturally worried about Levi. She knew that Levi was strong, but the Purple Crystal clan was simply too terrifying. It's better this way, a mixed doubles with husband and wife, even more foolproof. Deep in space. The giant snake wreaked havoc, with 8 purple flame flows sweeping the battlefield like lasers, while 100 Flowers fluttered like a scattering of butterflies, gracefully navigating through them. Levi, on the other hand, attacked boldly with body and sword chi, breaking through the flame flows, and fiercely attacked the 8-headed giant snake. 100 Flowers seized the opportunity. Flower language Eternal Star. Countless star flowers descended, sealing Wanda once again within the barrier. Taking advantage of this moment, Levi charged straight in, his peerless sword chi slashing at one of the snake's heads. Accompanied by a crashing sound. The snake's head was almost completely severed. However, it clung by a thin thread, hanging powerlessly in midair. You despicable couple! Wanda was furious. He felt too restrained. That woman, from afar, continuously released innate spells limiting his performance. 100 Flowers was aware that her spell's power was not potent enough to be lethal to this exploded with power Purple Crystal clan member. Therefore, she mainly employed control-type spells. This was also her forte. Leave the support to herself, and the task of dealing with output to Levi. Swoosh! Levi followed up on his advantage, flickering in front of the giant snake, and once again his sword chi chopped down on that half-severed head. Crack! The snake's head fell to the ground, and no new head grew out. Clearly, the undying body of the Purple Crystal clan also had its limits. Wanda bellowed. Sacred skill star devour! The now 7-headed giant snake erupted with a powerful suction force, turning the space in front of it into a black hole. Levi involuntarily flew towards the black hole. His great sword stabbed into the void, sparks scattering along the way in the land of darkness. The hearts of the warband wizards were raised. We must win! Yabek said. Everyone get ready to attack, support this senior. The terrifying suction force pulled at Levi, as if trying to suck him into the abyss. 1000 mountain butterfly. 100 flowers raised her hand, and an innate spell materialized thousands of butterfly flowers, pulling Levi back. Levi sighed inwardly. It seems now, without using wizard forms or primordial spirit, defeating this level 6 peak Purple Crystal clan member is still insufficient. He had relied on his powerful physical qualities and combat techniques to last till now, which was already his limit. Forget it, it seems difficult to keep a low profile today. He pulled out the red flame giant's sword, giving into the suction force. In his mind, the projection of the primordial spirit appeared. Time riding 6 dragons Thunder Emperor. A majestic figure, 400 meters tall holding the Emperor's sword, landed with a sovereign presence, an invisible dominion spreading from him. Levi's form merged with the Emperor as the red flames and golden light mingled, forming a red-gold Emperor robe flaring in the darkness, with various Emperor's tools brightly shining. The warband wizards gasped in awe. They finally realized who this red flame figure was. Golden Dominator. It's him. No wonder he's so powerful, it makes sense if it's the Golden Dominator. This dazzling Dominion wizard form, except the Dominator, no one else. Yabek was also profoundly shaken. Golden Dominator. When first appearing, he made a resounding name in the realm of hell, and afterward in the Midland continent, he fought against 4 primordial souls, saving a group of body-refining wizards. Hearing that this man has a suspicious relationship with the Flower Witch, no wonder he and Elena appeared almost simultaneously. I must say, Elena has a formidable eye. On the other hand, Laplace is still on his way. Seeing that the figure surrounded by red flames was the Golden Dominator, he felt greatly relieved. Good. This man also seems to be the type who righteously engages in battle, Gandalf speaks highly of him. Mysterious and immensely powerful yet low-key up to now, he most likely has a master guiding him from behind by the way he conducts himself. With such a powerhouse joining, this battle is secure. By the time I arrive, it might already be over. Battlefield. Wanda saw the Emperor's phantom, his face startled. From its wizard forms, it's evident that this is the Golden Dominator shortlisted on the Council of 10,000 Clans killing list and the culprit who killed the Green Light Walker. Before, he only knew of this man's prowess indirectly, but seeing him now, the Council's assessment of his strength was utterly wrong. What Master Fire Dragon, Gandalf, and other geniuses, they're nothing in front of him. Boom! Chaos Sword energy descends, sending the 8-headed giant snake flying again, one of its heads falling. Holy skill Moon Gaze. Around the snake, a purple chi forms an invincible Moon Gaze beast phantom. Then, with a gesture, the destructive attack hits a spherical shield in front of the Emperor, shattering it. The Emperor's phantom also took a hit, getting thrust 10-odd miles with a puncture through the chest. Levi, wounded all over with multiple lethal penetrations, seemingly oblivious to them. Death Ember Dragon's power rapidly healed his injuries, while the power of the Sky Dragon ceaselessly supplied him with energy. The Emperor drew his sword again, striking towards the giant snake. Beauty's captive. Lilac flowers float down, sealing the surroundings, 100 flowers using her innate spell to control the snake's movements. Crack! Another snake head was sliced off. Wanda began to feel some fear in his heart, but was quickly overwhelmed by a surge of murderous intent and madness. The strongest tribe is invincible. The 5-headed snake madly danced, its purple strength burning within. Holy Spirit technique, swallowing all directions. In an instant, the 3 heads Levi had severed grew back. 8 snake heads, emitting an aura as if devouring the universe, intertwined and expelled a purple, sun-like energy cannon. Wanda, filled with a fighting spirit, roared. If you can withstand my most powerful strike in its ascended form, then I, Wanda, dying in this foreign land, will have no regrets. Boom! The energy cannon expanded, exploded, its terrifying impact sweeping across the field. An intense sense of danger arrived. Elena rapidly flickered, withdrawing from the battlefield. Ao! A 9-colored anomaly descended in the land of darkness, accompanied by an earth-shattering dragon roar. The 9-headed Emperor Dragon, pulling the Emperor's phantom, descended, its splendid spells and dazzling sword chi splitting the purple sun. The Emperor Dragon's claws pressed down on the 8-headed giant snake, with wings spread wide, roaring heavenward. The Emperor yelled, descended from above, a red flame giant sword slaying from the head of the dragon, plunging into the snake. Endless crimson Emperor Dragon flames and sword chi infused into it, endlessly. Explode. The land of darkness burst into the most splendid fireworks. A purple true soul emerged from the explosion and quietly vanished. The aftermath dissipated. Levi, leaning on his sword, thrust into the void, stood upright. In his mind, the rousing melody of heated blood also reached its finale. Beside him, a piece of irregular amethyst revolved, emitting an eye-catching luster. As the melody ended, Levi collected the amethyst and took his spoils. It's quiet now. Chapter 1832. Land of Darkness. Silence and stillness. The warband wizards seemed to hear their comrades' intense heartbeats, clearly overwhelmed by the startling scene before them. From initially blocking the big snake breath with the red flame giant sword, to the flesh and blood combat with the giant serpent as a human, to the suppression achieved by the Golden Dominator, the most shocking of all was the 9-headed giant dragon crowned with 9-colored divine light. They had always assumed that the Emperor's phantom was the Golden Dominator's wizard form, but now they realized how wrong they were. The wizard form of the Golden Dominator was this invincible 9-headed giant dragon. The Emperor's phantom might be other methods similar to a wizard form, such as Simon's fire god's phantom. In front of this 9-headed dragon wizard form, everyone felt a tangible sense of insignificance. Yabek, Garcia, and the other primordial soul wizards all stood dumbfounded. Being primordial souls themselves, they could tell how extraordinary this wizard form was. This wasn't an ordinary single-element witch phase, nor was it a dual-element witch avatar. It was an extremely rare multi-element witch avatar that few have mastered from ancient times to the present. This wizard form could definitely be ranked within the top 300 on the wizard's ranking, or even higher. As the Golden Dominator's strength increased, it was feared he could compete with the Grand Wizards, or even the legendary wizards' forms. Damn awesome! Someone couldn't help but use a crude phrase to praise. Oh my god, so powerful! Is that invincible amethyst race really fallen? Yes, there is no breath left, it has now turned into amethysts, which means death. However, though the amethyst race is dead, they were indeed formidable. Today, we have gained combat experience against them, next time we meet, we strive to kill them alone. The Golden Dominator is indeed terrifying. The power he has shown before is probably just the tip of the iceberg. It is a blessing for humans that the wizard world has such a strong being. The Golden Dominator cannot possibly be a nomadic wizard, behind him, there must be a powerful figure who keeps a low profile. Yes, in today's era, it's too hard for a nomadic wizard to emerge as a brilliant and talented being. Many who claim to be nomadic wizards turn out to be invested in by some distinguished person in the end. The warband wizards discussed animatedly, their emotions stirred. Yabek composed himself and said, "The battle is over, all squads take inventory of casualties, bring the injured to the medical department for treatment, and issue honor subsidies to the relatives or clans of the deceased." He approached the Golden Dominator. At this point, Levi was slightly panting, sitting cross-legged on the ground, with Elena silently protecting him. Yabek asked, "Are you the Golden Dominator?" Levi said, "Golden Dominator? Ha ha ha, it's just a nickname others gave me, to be honest, I don't really like it, sounds a bit tacky." Yabek was speechless, then respectfully asked, "Then do you have any other title?" Levi casually replied, "I have no title, I'm just a nameless person." Yabek laughed. "If someone as brilliant as you calls themselves nameless, then the rest of us are mere ants." Levi said, "There's no need for you to belittle yourselves. Being able to push the 6th level peak amethyst race to this extent is already very impressive." Elena spoke up. "With so many well-trained and stronger than weak warband wizards, we will undoubtedly emerge victorious in the future Plains Great Tribulation." Both Levi and Bai, 100 Flowers, sincerely respected those wizards fighting on the front lines with the battle groups. Otherwise, Levi wouldn't have intervened but rather waited to reap the fishermen's benefit after they were wiped out by the Amethyst race. Admittedly, there were many corrupt members within the Wizard Council. But these warband wizards, who fought selflessly to protect the wizard world from the 6th level peak Amethyst race, were not wrong. Put plainly, everyone is struggling on the front lines, it is not easy for anyone, and mutual respect is due. Yabek said. Your name is Levi, right? I've seen your file from the Congress. Levi confirmed. Yes. Yabek continued. According to the recent Wizard World All Citizens Law in response to tribulation issued a while ago, your slaying of the Amethyst race can earn you a corresponding reward. It may not be much for you, but it is a token of our council's appreciation. Levi replied with a smile. Just act according to the law. As a member of the Wizard Council, killing these invading unfriendly alien races is my duty. Yabek nodded. Then I will report this battle situation and apply for rewards for you. He hesitantly added. There's one more thing, I need to inform you, and I hope you won't be angry. According to the battle group law, the piece of amethyst resulting from our battle group's involvement must be processed officially. But rest assured, the battle loot will surely be allocated to you. It's a command from above, otherwise, when the higher UPS ask where the loot has gone, we won't be able to explain. It was clear he was reluctant to say it, worrying about angering Levi. He knew well that without Levi, the battle group would have suffered significant losses. Levi pondered. I wonder how much I and Elena will receive from this battle. Indeed, it was not just him who participated, the battle group wizards made considerable contributions, even making sacrifices. Seeing Levi so amiable, Yabek breathed a sigh of relief and apologized. We are just following orders. According to past practices, I estimate the officials will take half. Chapter 1833. Levi pondered. Suddenly, an awe-inspiring voice came through. This amethyst shall not be desired by the officials, it all belongs to Sir Levi. Then appeared a young and handsome golden-robed male wizard. It was none other than Laplace, deputy head of the law enforcement department of the Sorin Holy Tower. He was also a senior member of Congress. According to Gondifa's introduction, Laplace came from a distinguished background. His father was a grand wizard who held an important military command in the battle group and was a favored disciple of the legendary wizard, the Thousand Mountains Immortal, following the legendary wizard in the past 5-sector expedition. From a young age, Laplace aspired to join the battle group, to fight in the military, and to participate in the grand wars of plain conquest. But his father found the battle group too dangerous and compromised by letting him choose the law enforcement department. However, it was clear that Laplace had still chosen the path of the battle group. Yabek said. Lord Laplace. I worry that there may be objections from Congress. Laplace said. Don't worry, I will handle it. Although you've all tried your best in this battle, it was Sir Levi who played the decisive role. Without him, the entire wizard battle group would have been lost, such a loss could never be offset by any amount of amethyst. As per the law, Congress ought to reward Sir Levi, not only for slaying members of the amethyst race but also for saving a battle group. There is no reason for Congress to split the amethyst reward. Yabek was in a dilemma. This. Laplace said. You're simply following my orders. If there's any blame from above, I will bear the responsibility. You needn't overthink it. With the blood battle imminent, previous statutes also need revising to adapt to the changes of the new era, and only then can we mobilize the entire wizard world to actively confront the abyss and the alien races. Yabek said. Then we'll drop this matter. Without Sir Levi, we might have lost our lives, let alone concern ourselves with opinions from above. Wanda's strength exceeded Laplace's expectations. Had he known that Wanda practiced the Holy Spirit law, he wouldn't have allowed the Dragon Knight Wizard battle group to intercept it. So, that the Wizard battle group was able to survive was a stroke of great fortune. Laplace said. Levi, Elena, Garcia, the three of you have rendered meritorious service in assisting the battle group against a formidable enemy. Following this, officials will reward you with ether stones or cultivation resources according to your battle contributions, to commend your valiant actions. Levi said. Thank you, Senior. I merely made some contributions within my power for the wizard civilization. Garcia said. Indeed so. Furthermore, this alien race even attempted to assassinate my friend, Master Fire Dragon, naturally, I couldn't let it pass. Elena said. Senior Laplace, I was too caught up in business to attend your 7-circle ceremony earlier. I congratulate you here today on your successful promotion. May you take another step ahead on the path of the primordial soul. Laplace's talent was no weaker than hers, and Elena approved of his conduct in society. Compared to the law enforcement department members of the Star Tower, the quality of Soren Holy Tower's members was clearly much higher. Laplace said. Haha, Elena, you're also not far from the 7-circle, are you? I preemptively wish you success in your promotion. Elena humbly said. There's still a long way to go for me compared to Lord Laplace. Laplace seriously said. Levi, I have long heard of the great name of the Golden Dominator. There are some matters, I would like to have a private word with you if possible. Levi said. No problem. 100 Flowers went to chat warmly with Garcia. Garcia exclaimed. Sir Levi really is the most low-profile yet monstrous talent I've ever met. Elena felt proud inside, but humbly said on the surface. It's not that exaggerated. There are always stronger masters in this world. The wizard world is full of hidden dragons and crouching tigers. With the onset of the Great Tribulation, these existences will also step onto the historical stage. Elena had personally witnessed Levi's transformation from a timid little wizard to his current stature. Now with a solid foundation of strength, the current Levi, though still low profile, was no longer as cowardly as he used to be. Like the time he killed the electric eel wizard, 100 Flowers thought Levi would endure longer before taking action. Unexpectedly, Levi killed without hesitation. Little did she know. Following the regrettable incursion of the wild-boar knight, Levi's mindset had also changed somewhat. Vengeance must not wait until morning, otherwise, the opportunity could be lost. In Levi's words, when it's time to strike, I strike with fire through the universe. It wasn't for the sake of being belittled that he had cultivated arduously to the realm of the primordial soul, but for the purpose of raising his head high with pride. Elsewhere, Levi and Laplace talked merrily. The latter asked some trivial questions, and Levi answered all that was asked. Afterwards, Laplace said, Did you visit the Midland continent today and destroy another capital? Levi asked. Did you use the mirror of the past to investigate? Laplace affirmed. Yes, the leader of that nether capital was the 7-circle dark wizard, the Raven Ancestor Witch. Based on the information I have acquired so far, this individual has joined the Council of 10,000 Clans. Your action of taking them on directly means they won't let this pass easily. Take care in your future endeavors. Levi thanked him. Thank you for the warning, Senior. Laplace added. Moreover, regarding the battle, we won't publicize it widely. Currently, there are many spies from the Council of 10,000 Clans within the wizard world. A monstrous existence like you is a primary target for the Council. If they learn of this battle, they will spare no expense to assassinate you, thereby nipping the potential growth of a future Grand Wizard, or even a legendary wizard, in the bud. You know as well as I do that in wars of this scale, ultimately, what's most critical is the struggle at the top. The less 9th circle wizards there are, the less pressure the Council of 10,000 Clans faces. Chapter 1834. He gave his thanks. Thank you, Senior, for considering my welfare. No wonder Gondorf had such high praises for Laplace, declaring that he would achieve great things in the future. Levi realized that this person indeed possessed high emotional intelligence and meticulous thoughts. It was a good thing for Gondorf to be friends with such a being. Laplace said. Our Gondorf from the Midland continent often talks about you. He says you are a genius among body-refining wizards, and seeing you now, I can say your reputation is well deserved. Moreover, you must be of the dragon bloodline, right? Levi said. Yes. Laplace spoke again. Indeed, the wizard form of a typical dragon descendant wizard cannot escape the influence of the dragon clan. However, your type of wizard form is rare. If the people from the Tower of Thousand Mechanisms hear about this and invite you to the wizard's ranking, my advice would be to decline. Aside from fame, that list only brings trouble, and many strong wizards choose not to appear on it. Levi laughed. It's similar to what I was thinking, thank you for your guidance. After a pleasant conversation and exchanging contacts, Laplace left with his battle group. Garcia also bid farewell to Levi and returned to the Endless Sea. Levi exchanged a glance with 100 Flowers and disappeared into the void. On the way back, Laplace looked at his battle group and said, I need everyone to make a vow, to not divulge the details of how the Golden Dominator killed a member of the Amethyst race today. The battle projection should only be viewed internally and not be leaked. As the conflict with the Council of 10,000 Clans intensifies, it is best not to reveal our ace's strengths just yet. The wizards replied in unison. We understand. Their lives had been saved by the Golden Dominator. This great favor could only be kept in their hearts, to be repaid when an opportunity arises. Wanda is dead. The snake envoy loomed over an increasingly desolate plain, appearing rather bleak, much like an old man who had outlived younger generations. Ever since becoming an envoy and accepting the task to assassinate Master Fire Dragon, his life had been a whirlwind of bizarre trajectories. The 23 Swords, Rock Dragon, Green Light Walker had all left him. Newly assigned subordinates Kara and Wanda had also perished on the same day. What was this? Bad luck? He could barely accept the death of the lesser members. He could come to terms with Kara, a sixth circle perfection, dying. But how could someone as powerful as Wanda die? Aren't the Amethyst race claimed to be the strongest across all planes? Aren't they unbeatable six-dimensional warriors in one-on-one combat? Aren't they the nemesis of spellcasters? With such prowess, how could they just fall unexpectedly in the middle of rising to power? Now, the only competent subordinate he had left was Victor. Victor had been discreetly fostering the nine-headed snake offspring over the years and had survived quite well. Tired of this, let it be destroyed. He looked over his shoulder at the dying plane, his heart filled with sorrow and complex emotions, a resentful unwillingness rising within him. Before my death, even if it means burning myself out, I must make the wizard world feel the pain, even if it's just a trivial amount. Fire Dragon Ace, my Komodo snake will be the calamity you cannot escape. Land of Darkness. On a shattered plane remnant, a spacecraft hovered. An array lit up, cloaking both the remnants and the spacecraft in invisibility. Inside the spacecraft, the Raven Ancestor Witch and a group of wizards from Black Soil City looked upset. They were originally hiding comfortably at home when they were struck by an unexpected misfortune and had to flee the wizard world. It was all that damnable Kara and the Red Flame entity's fault. The Raven Ancestor Witch chanted an incantation, and a projection appeared showcasing the snake envoy. He spoke coldly. Your people truly excel at failing missions, my safe haven was lost just like that. The snake envoy offered no rebuttal. He felt that the Raven Ancestor Witch was right. It had to be the fault of these subordinates, surely it couldn't be his own fault, right? The snake envoy said. You mentioned it was a body-refining wizard who killed Kara. Who is this person? The Raven Ancestor Witch calmed down and spoke. I'm not sure, he was shrouded in red flames, it all happened so suddenly, I couldn't confirm his identity, but in the wizard world, there aren't many powerful body-refining wizards. Just filter through the organization's list, and we should be able to find him. The snake envoy said. This person must be quite familiar with the Flower Witch, narrow down the search, and you should be able to find him. Through Wanda, he knew that it was the Flower Witch who had planted the tracking mark on him and Kara. The murderer must have also found Kara through the Flower Witch and executed him. Wanda was probably also killed by him. Thus, finding this person was crucial. If the murderer was a 7-circle wizard, then it would be fine. But if the murderer was a 6th circle wizard with the power to kill Kara and Wanda, such a person would be terrifying and must be nipped in the bud. The Council of 10,000 Clans absolutely would not permit such an impressive person to exist in the wizard world. Endless Sea. Witch's family. Triss heard that Master Fire Dragon had been assassinated again. She quickly contacted Ace to check on his safety. After learning that he was unharmed, she finally breathed a sigh of relief. This Council of 10,000 Clans really has no shame, targeting only the Master to kill. In fact, even Levi didn't understand. Both being geniuses, why were there so few assassination attempts on Gandalf, and why was Ace always the target? After some analysis, he came up with a few reasons. One was because the impression Gandalf had previously given that he was more of a hedonist with talent but lacked diligence. To the Council of 10,000 Clans, he seemed unlikely to achieve greatness. In contrast, the young, talented, and disciplined holy infant who trained rigorously every day naturally had higher potential and a seemingly taunting physique. Chapter 1835. 1. The security conditions in the Midland continent are much better than in the Endless Sea. 2. Through Gandalf, Levi learned that enforcers who really get the job done, like Laplace, are not a few in Sorin Holy Tower. 3. Compared to the security under the management of the Lutney family in the Endless Sea, it's rather indescribable. 4. When the higher UPS are corrupt, the lower ones are crooked, alas, Levi is helpless to do anything about it. A few days later. North Sea Secret Realm. Lucy's tea party. Triss and Lucy are exchanging knowledge about medicines. After the academic discussion ended, she said. Really, the Council of 10,000 Clans is audacious, daring to come to our wizard world to carry out assassinations. Does the Wizard Council have any plans? Lucy said. Who knows? If we were to launch a great expedition against the Purple Crystal World alone, we might fall into an ambush of the Council of 10,000 Clans. The strategy for now is to focus on protecting Nora, that's the key. Triss said. Ah, you're right, the blood battle is imminent, we certainly can't afford to be distracted. Suddenly, Lucy received a message from a Black Abyss Walker. After reading it, her face revealed a knowing smile. Triss asked. Madam, did you see something that made you happy? Lucy gestured lightly, and a projection appeared on the table. In the projection, a formidable Purple Crystal Clan member was killing left and right, fighting an elite battle group of wizards single-handedly, making several primordial soul wizards continually retreat. At the critical moment, a figure shrouded in red flames emerged from nowhere, turning the tide and saving those wizards. Then, the familiar Elena appeared, and the nine-headed Emperor Dragon. Elena, Levi. In the end, even Triss had to carefully deal with it, the extremely ferocious eight-headed giant snake was actually slain by the two of them. Triss's mouth hung open slightly. These two, to think they've actually pursued their foes to the land of darkness and flexed their might vigorously, looks like they'll be famous in the wizard world soon. Lucy shook her head. This battle is classified and won't be publicized, only the high echelons of the Congress will receive word of it, in order to protect the geniuses. It's said that the Frost Witch has taken notice of Levi and wants to make time to see him. Triss exclaimed. The legendary witch wants to meet Levi? That's quite a high honor. Lucy said. Gold will always shine, it can't be hidden. Triss suddenly sighed. Ah, look at Elena and Levi, these two young people, they're so well matched, so nice. Lucy laughed. Why the sigh? You're not old either. Elena said. My child, who's the same age as Levi, is about to advance into being a primordial soul. Lucy laughed heartily. Watching the battle projection, to tell the truth, she was somewhat surprised by Levi's intervention. It seems Levi is ready. Then let him create myths on the next stage. Ancient Dragon Continent. Emperor's Palace. 100 Flowers said. Mr. Levi, may I interview you? How do you feel about killing a 6th level peak member of the Purple Crystal Clan? Levi coughed and said solemnly. Thanks to Soren, thanks to the Congress, thanks to my parents, thanks to my wife. 100 Flowers' eyes curved into a smile, and she chuckled, wrapping her arms around Levi. Just for that thank you, you deserve a good reward today. A day in bed, a year in the human realm. After 3 days of intimacy, 100 Flowers felt completely drained. Levi said. You're still too weak, you should cultivate to become a level 6 knight soon, so you can last longer in battle with me. 100 Flowers said. That's difficult, after all, I practice 3 forms of cultivation. Besides, I have to do alchemy now. Tell me, what's your secret to cultivating so many skills? Levi said. 98% hard work and 1% talent, the remaining 1% is luck. However, Levi was well aware that the 2% of talent and luck might be more important than the 98% of hard work. Soon, the loot from killing the 2 assassins was also tallied. It could only be described as meager. That grey-robed wizard, being a 6-circle perfect wizard, only had 200 million ether stones on him. In addition to that, there was a wizard tool and several soul artifact fragments. The wizard tool was a 6-circle ordinary staff, quite ordinary, perhaps worth a few tens of millions. At present, Levi's cash reserves usually fluctuated around 2 billion. Looking back, it seemed that primordial soul wizards weren't as rich as he had imagined, they still had to hustle for their cultivation. Compared to himself, being supported by the Holy Infant, he was truly living comfortably. Various organizations could also be self-sufficient and occasionally create some profits for him. The grey-robed wizard did provide Levi with several primordial soul spell models, apart from the ones that were damaged due to restrictions, there were still 2 from the Earth faction. They are Mountain Ranges and Earth-Splitting Sky Star. The former spell is an excellent level spell. The latter, in the Earth faction, can be considered a top-grade spell. Mountain ranges can form mountain peaks around the wizard when casting the spell. At its highest realm, it can form 7 peaks. 7 mountain ranges stacked on top of one another, creating a formidable defense. Earth-splitting Sky Star is about summoning shattered stones, sealing the enemy within, controlling the enemy, and using the immense pressure inside the heavenly star to crush the enemy. They are both good, I can learn them. Currently, in my primordial soul spells, I indeed lack earth element methods, especially earth-splitting Sky Star, which is a must-learn. Most importantly, to enhance the potential and power of his wizard forms, Levi must imprint more true traces. Currently, the 9-headed Emperor Dragon is his strongest technique. Since its inception, there has been no enemy it hasn't resolved. Chapter 1836. His main focus going forward would be to continuously strengthen his wizard forms. Other spoils of war were not worth mentioning. As for Wanda, aside from a piece of amethyst and a pile of rare minerals in its belly, it had no other possessions. Of course, the level 6 peak purple crystal was Levi's greatest gain from this trip. He handed it over to Holy Infant for proper distribution. His amethyst light sword, Gondopha's radiant king armor, 100 flowers star ring, including Holy Infant's own red infant sword, could all be reforged anew, turned into top-grade items. With such high-quality materials and Holy Infant's weapon-making skills, achieving top-grade quality should not be difficult. In addition to this, Levi allocated 200 million for Holy Infant to purchase other supplementary ingredients. A month later, the rewards from the Congress were also distributed. Levi received 100 million ether stones, 100 flowers got 60 million, and Garcia received 20 million. Predictably, the Congress still upheld its usual penny-pinching nature. However, as an extra source of income, it was still decent enough. After all, Levi had already taken the level 6 peak purple crystal for himself. Without Laplace's help, Levi could only have taken half. Therefore, Levi did not expect to receive a lot of money. In fact, Levi learned from Gondoph. According to the usual antics of the Congress, wizards often had to wait a year to receive their rewards after going through a bunch of meaningless procedures. Receiving it within a month was also due to Laplace's help. For this senior's kindness, Levi naturally kept it in his heart. Following this assassination event, Levi made a decision. He would move the Fire Dragon shop to Midland Continent, and from then on, Holy Infant and Gondoph would become neighbors. For one, security was better on Midland Continent, and the business environment was favorable. Secondly, the market on Midland Continent was much broader compared to the Endless Sea, making it one of the most bustling places outside the central area. As for number 1, which city, leaving a branch there would suffice. Afterwards, Levi threw himself into his cultivation plan, toiling until the path to enlightenment was within reach. Of course, at specific times each month, he would still cultivate alongside 100 flowers, discussing the production of wizard towers. Time flies, the years go by. There are no years in cultivation. 5 years later. This was the 27th year in the Nora calendar, and there are still 91 years until the next opening of the Dark Ancient Tower. Dragon King Li was now 450 years old. The world's first dragon tournament had been held 20 times. Learning from his seniors, the faceless infant dragon announced his retirement from competition, focusing on preparing for his ascension to level 6. For 200 years, the thunderstorm wolf dragon remained the perennial runner-up, finally ascending to the top rank. On this day, over the sky dome of Thunderclap Mountain, a majestic winged dragon soared high, its nearly 100-meter-wide wings casting a shadow over the land. Following Levi for hundreds of years, Raja finally stepped into the rank 5 realm. And its spouse had already advanced 2 years ago. Even its child, the Wind Shadow Winged Dragon, is now a 3rd-level creature. Members of the Dragon Palace sent their blessings one after another. As a member of the Mixed Blood Dragon clan, rank 5 was the pinnacle of Raja's life. From then on, it had no more pursuits and could rest easy. On this day, members of the Dragon Palace gathered under the giant tree with dragon scale-like foliage. The tree was laden with red fruits bearing dragon scales. Levi wore the joy of a bountiful harvest like an old farmer. He kept a portion for his own research and consumption. The rest were distributed based on the previous martial arts tournament results. Of course, elders like Gustav and Leviathan, though not excelling in combat, still received a consolation prize. Levi said, "In the next 200 years, the dragon scale tree will only bear fruit once. All of you should cultivate diligently during this time. If you can step into the level 6 realm, you will receive the fruits without needing to compete. The members of the Dragon Palace nodded eagerly like pecking chicks, the dragon scale fruit emitting a fragrant scent, their appearance alone far from ordinary. After consuming one, the Black Lotus beast felt a warm current flowing into its body. Not wanting to delay, it hurried to refine and absorb it. Several months later, once all the Dragon Palace members had finished refining, Levi found that the lower the rank, the better the effect of the fruit. Both Gustav and Leviathan achieved considerable gains. Levi himself ate a few, feeling a change in the bloodline breathing technique within his body. For a period, his proficiency advancement from practice of the breathing technique increased, but the effect was limited. Perhaps the effect is not as pronounced for the Dragon Clan because I am still mostly human. Levi was unconcerned about this, as the main reason for transplanting the tree was for the benefit of the members of the Dragon Palace. Returning to the edge of the small stone pond, he cultivated the earth-splitting sky star once more. With incantations under his breath and changing hand seals, pieces of rock and earth elemental power converged high in the sky. Eventually, they formed a meteor with a diameter of hundreds of meters. Boom! The immense pressure inside the meteor immediately burst the testing instrument placed within it by Levi. Explode! The meteor exploded, its shock wave dispersed with a wave of Levi's hand. Not bad, achieving such an effect at level 13, the future is promising. After 5 years of cultivation, both mountain ranges and earth-splitting sky star had been cultivated by Levi to the 13th level realm. And Death Finger was now at level 14, officially entering the 6th circle stage. Levi had ventured into the land of darkness to test it on the black beast. Below the 6th circle, one touch meant a near certainty of death. Above the 6th circle, he conducted 4 tests and succeeded only once. Even so, such power was quite impressive. Imagine, just moving a fingertip could instantly kill a peer in the same realm. How shocking would that be? Furthermore, after 5 years of cultivation, the strength rune had been cultivated to the 13th level, with a strength increase of 20%, reaching 140%. Chapter 1837. Levi had also figured out the pattern. Before level 2, each enhancement increases by 5%. From level 3 to level 12, an enhancement increases by 10%. Starting from level 13, the increase is 20%. The most important thing is that the rune language, up to now, still has no upper limit. Levi suspected that as long as he lived long enough and cultivated to a sufficiently high level, sooner or later, he would be able to punch through an entire plane. And as for the Path of Nights, the Sky Dragon breathing technique had also been cultivated to the mid-stage of level 6. The diameter of the storm domain expanded from 5 km to 6 km. The speed of traveling the void, after Levi's test, increased from 10 times the speed of regular travel to 15 times. Traveling the void, this ability, can be called the most powerful divine skill of the Sky Dragon. Whether it is for traveling, escaping, or pursuing enemies, it can attack and overcome opponents of the same realm from another dimension. In these 5 years, Levi had also refined some soul stone items. Now his spiritual force had reached 3,600 points. The research into the Wizard Tower had also made some progress. Levi dismantled the main body of the black stone he had obtained before, planning to use it as the core for his embryonic Wizard Tower. Next, after collecting a batch of rare materials, he could start construction. There are 9 levels of the Eternal Star Abyss, and with Levi's current strength, naturally, there is no need to refine so many. He planned to refine 1 level first and then, in the years to come, gradually add more levels until it keeps up with his cultivation. Refining the Wizard Tower is extremely mentally draining, and most primordial soul wizards have now given up on this path. Starting to refine from the 6th circle, Levi estimated that by the time he reached the 7-ring realm, his Wizard Tower could keep up with the progress of his cultivation, and he could create a 7-level version of the Eternal Star Abyss. As for Nora on her end, she planned to refine a relatively simple Wizard Tower. Now she had an idea and had also devoted herself to the construction work. However, relying on her alone, naturally, it will be difficult to complete, and Levi, along with the Holy Infant, would also help her refine it from time to time. Midland Continent. The Fire Dragon shop had also relocated to Gundor City. This city has a long history and existed since the era of Sauron. After hundreds of thousands of years, it has become the first nether capital of the Midland Continent, as well as the largest gathering place for nomadic wizards in the wizard world. The city is permanently guarded by 7 circle wizards and battle groups dispatched by the Congress, who are responsible for security, making the possibility of assassination very small. Just to move into it, the Fire Dragon shop spent a large amount of ether stone, and that was after the Holy Infant had used her relationship with Levi and Gondif to pull many strings. The shop's arrival also caused quite a stir. It is foreseeable that in the coming years, the shop will inevitably go through some tempering from various forces within the city, but Levi believed the Holy Infant could solve it. In his mind, the amethyst light sword shone with a rich purple light, and around the sword body, anomalies were emerging. Sword rain streaked across the Milky Way like meteors, extinguishing stars one by one. With one strike, stars fall like rain. Now, the amethyst light sword had become a top-grade wizard tool. The elemental power that could be stored in the sword had increased by another level. This meant that Levi could gather strength for longer and exert greater power. Additionally, because the main materials were level 6 peak amethyst crystals and Achilles fire ore, along with other rare items, the hardness of the sword itself could be said to be indestructible. Levi was confident that with full force behind one sword strike, he could penetrate a 6th ring perfect level force field, or even that of the 7th circle. Month of beginning. The 350th round table meeting of the knights was convened. The Blood Knight was just one step away from the level 6 realm. At the meeting, he consulted with Levi on many questions about promotion. The main focus of the meeting was the discussion surrounding the upcoming great battle. Levi pointed out that the next step was to carry out extensive general education about abyss demons, as knowing both the enemy and ourselves will lead to invincibility in 100 battles. The person in charge of carrying out this work would be the succubus and mind flayers. After consuming a large amount of crystal cores, these two had now become level 5 peak demons and were not far from reaching level 6. At the same time, preparations for the Bright faction of the Tower of Dawn should also be put on the agenda. This blood battle will last for hundreds, thousands, or even tens of thousands of years. Of course, what will take effect most quickly in a short time is still the Tower Master's Ancient Dragon Continent Mechanical Transformation Plan. Currently, the first step of the plan, the Extreme Warrior Project, was progressing smoothly. Over the years, a new generation of armor that is more cost-effective and quicker to produce, yet powerful, had been developed based on the original models. With financial support and strong backing from Levi, the Tower Master was able to devote himself to research, and new achievements were made each year. By now, the Tower of Dawn has formed a research team of around 100 people from the mechanical school. Most of them were converted from the School of Alchemy. It has been the 217th year since the foundation of the Tower of Dawn. The seedlings that Levi had brought from the ancient tower all those years ago have now blossomed and borne fruit, and many have become intermediate wizards, becoming pillars of the organization. Aya, the girl who Levi had brought out of the ancient tower more than 200 years ago, has now been promoted to the 5th circle and can be considered a master of the Shadow faction. Sta, the son of Thunder Element brought out 100 years ago, is already a 3 rings perfect wizard. As for the ancient Dragon Empire, there was no need to say more. After the ancient Saint Plane merged into Nora and became a part of it, it seemed as if it had received Nora's destiny. The suppressed ancient saints had accumulated a great deal of power and had made successive breakthroughs. Now, there are as many as 30 level 5 ancient king strong people, with the Lizardmen still the absolute main force of the battle group. Like the Golden Feathers King, one of the initial 3 kings, their cultivation speed is not much slower than the 18 riders, and reaching level 6 in the future is promising. The biodiversity in the giant beast paradise has seen significant development. Not long ago, a wizard organization from the School of Spiritualism signed a preliminary cooperation agreement with the giant beast paradise, signing a transcendent creature procurement contract. Now that the breeding of transcendent creatures is going well, it is appropriate to sell a part for profit. Of course, the vast majority are still mainly for their own use. After all, the Tower of Dawn has its own spirit summoning academy, and knights and lizardmen also need secret medicine. Besides these overt forces, in the nightmare world, Levi had even more, with 3 territories. Under the Nightmare Black Dragon territory, there are now more than 30 level 5 experts. As for the low-level nightmare creatures that are cannon fodder, there are even more. Levi was confident that before the blood battle came, he could create a safe haven as solid as a bastion in the human realm. Chapter 1838. Land of Darkness. Sauron Plain. Far from Nora, this is a place of spatial distortion, creating a graveyard for travelers akin to the Bermuda Triangle. Since ancient times, countless black beasts and travelers from alien races have accidentally entered this place and vanished without a trace. Caw caw caw. An ice blue crow passed by, diving into the dark rift and disappeared. When it opened its eyes, it was already in an unknown world. The sky was azure, and the sunlight was splendid. Caw caw caw. On the ground, an extremely fierce battle was erupting. In an oasis, a group of green-skinned beings were using various primitive and wild tools to fend off an invading army of black beasts from the desert. These green-skinned beings had diverse forms, including giants with towering physiques up to 100 meters tall, their skin dark green and textured like tree bark, without legs but with roots anchored to the earth. The giants had branching limbs that joined hands with the surrounding giants, encircling the oasis to form a giant wall. The weaker black beasts that could not penetrate this wall were impaled by the suddenly extending branches from the giant's body, their flesh melting away like ice and snow. Behind this giant wall, there were delicate-bodied green-skinned beings with large heads and mouths, capable of spitting green viscous projectiles. These gluey projectiles landed among the black beast horde, exploding and killing many. There were green-skinned beings covered with frost, who with each breath could exhale numerous ice arrows. And there were also groups of tiny beings similar to green potatoes, less than 1 meter tall, seemingly with low intelligence. These small green beings chanted gibberish slogans with devout faces. Mother Goddess above. For the Mother Goddess. The small green beings were launched into the black beast horde by the branches of the giants, exploding ferociously, leaving no black beasts within 100 meters radius. In the center of the oasis, rising from the fertile soil, was a giant tree that reached a height of 1 kilometer. Under the green canopy, a shrubby plant sprouted from the ground, those tiny green beings from before nested underground. Ayak wandered around this world, discovering that this oasis was the only place where life still thrived. It was quite interested in the branches of the kilometer-tall tree. Those would certainly make a fine nest. In the oasis, the green-skinned beings continuously fought to protect the giant tree, their home. But unfortunately, there were too many black beasts. Ayak, like a traveler, silently watched the grand battle unfolding below. After roaming the land of darkness for 10 years, it was not the first time it had witnessed such a scene. In the distance, 2 black beast lords, emanating a level 6 upper-level aura, joined the battle. In the oasis, the green-skinned beings fell into despair. On the trunk of the kilometer giant tree, a pair of old, dim yellow eyes opened, filled with reluctance. For the wizard civilization, 2 black beast lords could be dealt with effortlessly. But for this little civilization on the oasis, it spelled the doom of their world, a calamity of extinction. After the great battle, the giant wall collapsed thunderously with roots torn from the ground, and the last of its life force slowly ebbed away into a true dead wood. The other green-skinned beings also vanished amid the sea beast tide. The giant tree was overwhelmed by the black beasts, erupting with a strong green light. Caw caw caw. High in the sky, a miraculous cold crow flapped its wings, and snowflakes began to fall above the oasis. Black beast after black beast was frozen within, utterly devoid of life. Where Ayak passed, a sweep of icy light turned the black beast lord into solid ice. Its claws made a grasping motion in the void, and a crunching noise came from the body of the giant beast. After a bitter fight, 1 black beast lord fell thunderously to the ground. The other, heavily injured, fled in panic. The tide of black beasts receded, and Ayak circled above the oasis, cold eyes watching the giant tree below. Traveler, can you do me a favor? Ayak, as long, naturally couldn't speak. With a sigh, the giant tree said. I am about to die. Inside me, there is a 50,000-year-old tree core, a rare and precious material. You can pull it out and take it away. I only hope that you can carry these seeds and leave this world, forgotten by the Mother Goddess. Ayak caught in response. The giant tree took it as an agreement. Soon after, it closed its eyes, its verdant branches and leaves instantly withered yellow, completely lifeless. Ayak spread its wings, transforming into a blade of frost. Crack crack crack. The tough bark of the giant tree was sliced open. Before long, a kilometer-long, divine light-beaming green column emerged. The column slowly shrank and was swallowed by Ayak. Colorful seeds, exuding exotic fragrances, floated in the void. Ayak swallowed them as well. It looked down at the oasis, gradually buried by the winds and sands, then broke through the crystal wall, continuing to wander in the darkness, searching for the exit from the rift. Another flicker of civilization's light vanished in an obscure corner of the land of darkness. Ayak was the sole witness. 3 years later. Year 30 of Nora. Endless Sea, Witch's Family, Triss Wizard Tower. On this day, rolling 7-colored clouds brood high up in the sky. One after another, primordial souls flew out. This is the Triss Wizard Tower. What's going on? Wasn't Triss a primordial soul long ago? It must be her son, Anya. Recently, the wizard world has been unsafe, and she's worried about Anya secluding himself in the nether capital. I see, remarkable indeed. Triss has actually cultivated a primordial soul wizard. Yes, it feels like just yesterday when Anya was still a little boy being teased by the witches with his bare behind. And now in the blink of an eye, he has become a primordial soul wizard. The group of old folks sighed incessantly. Chapter 1839. Triss, Levi, and 100 Flowers surrounded the wizard tower to protect Anya. Even though it was her own home, one could not afford to be careless. The Prince of Airstream, who was ambushed by a spy during his breakthrough, was a cautionary tale. Levi thought to himself. It hasn't been easy. Anya has also become a primordial soul. Anya was about the same age as himself, and advancing to a primordial soul before the age of 500 was quite fast. Although Triss verbally claimed not to care about Anya, in reality, she still worried quite a bit. With the blood battle approaching, Triss wouldn't feel at ease unless Anya possessed the strength of a primordial soul. For Anya, who possessed top-grade wizard tools, overcoming the 3 calamities and 4 disasters wasn't difficult. For the final soul artifact, he chose a golden secret sword. It was forged by Master Fire Dragon, named Flash Dragon. As the sword's cry echoed through the sky, Anya came riding on the sword with his silver hair fluttering, and his wizard robe billowing, looking quite dashing and clearly excited. Thank you all for the help along the way, I have now succeeded in becoming a primordial soul. Triss said. Don't thank me, I'm your mother. You should thank Levi. Levi smiled and said. I didn't really help you, your achievements today are all thanks to your own effort. Elena said. Congratulations, Anya, on becoming a primordial soul and becoming famous throughout the Endless Sea. Anya shook his head and said. I just hope to protect myself in these troubled times and not rely on my mother. Triss smiled and replied. Don't feel too much pressure. If there truly are difficulties you can't handle, I certainly won't ignore them. The cat witch gracefully arrived, sighing. I'm getting old, getting old. Little Anya has become a primordial soul. If it weren't for my recent advancement to 7 Circle, I would have to consider you a peer. Other primordial soul wizards also offered their congratulations. Triss asked. Are you going to hold a primordial soul ceremony? Anya replied. No need, it's just an empty title. As the troubled times approached, this once important tradition is gradually being abandoned by wizards. After a brief celebration for Anya, Anya then followed Levi and 100 Flowers to report to the ancient dragon continent. With his primordial soul cultivation, he naturally became the head of the metal faction at Tower of Dawn. In addition, Levi also suggested that Anya could learn some mechanics and alchemy knowledge, since those fields have a good synergy with the metal faction. Now, the Holy Infant stays behind the scenes at the Tower of Dawn, no longer involved in management, focusing on weapon refinement, crafting talismans, cultivation, and running the Fire Dragon shop. The primary management is the old team from Grey Tower, led by Herman. It's quite difficult for the Dawn Wizard Tower to catch up with other wizard organizations on the conventional path, especially in terms of the Elementalist School. That's why Levi places greater emphasis on the development of the mechanical path. Mechanical School. It's not just about following the mechanic's path of transforming oneself into a non-human entity, as the Tower Master is an extreme case. They could also, like alchemy wizards, simply research and create mechanical creations, relying on mechanical creations for combat, while still following the path of a wizard. This type is what the Tower Master calls mechanical wizard, or mechanic for short. Manufacturing firearms, artillery, powered weapons, mechanical prosthetics, mechanical armor, mechanical transportation, bionic mechanical creatures, war fortresses, etc., are all research directions and functions of mechanics. As their focus differs from that of the traditional elementalist school, the knowledge and ability they gain are also primarily about strengthening these external objects, not as combat-oriented as traditional wizards. The meditation techniques mechanics need are also unique, including the Heavenly Net Meditation Method and Elemental Magnetic Meditation Method among others, invented by Machine Sage. After meditation, they produce something called mechanical power. Mechanical power is similar to spell power, also born of spiritual force, and is the foundation for mechanics to manufacture and control machinery. Elemental magnetism is also a force that mechanics must comprehend for manufacturing. The spells mastered by mechanics are called mechanical formulas. These are knowledge structures similar to alchemy styles, composed of arrangements and combinations of mechanical runes. When mechanics meditate or advance, they can often observe nature and study to understand interesting mechanical formulas. According to Madison, this seems to be a gift from the mechanical Skynet. And some people are naturally more sensitive to this, and more easily connect to the mechanical Skynet. These individuals are what Herman seeks as mechanical sons. Therefore, elemental affinity talents are not the most crucial for the mechanical school. Of course, children of the elements are still excellent. After all, elements are the basic composition of everything in the world, the fundamental force. The mechanical school is just one of its variations and different expressions. Now, the mechanical department has become a mainstay of the Tower of Dawn. As Anya walked through the Tower of Dawn, he felt as if he had entered a dreamlike world. The entire Dawn Wizard Tower is made of alloy, seamless in one piece. Protective arrays, cannons, and mechanical guards on each floor. These are mechanical creations similar to alchemical creatures. Compared with traditional alchemical creatures, mechanical creations have lower material requirements and their performance is not inferior. These mechanical guards range in power from level 1 to rank 5. But for now, the Institute only has 4 rank 5 guards. Then, under the guidance of the Tower Master, Anya visited the production workshop for mechanical battle armor, witnessing many new and fresh things. Chapter 1840. Anya exclaimed. I didn't expect that the ancient dragon continent has already established such a vast mechanical kingdom. It feels no less magnificent than the myriad machine plane I read about in the newspapers. Herman said. It is still too early to call it a kingdom, it is just the beginning. The grand plan for the mechanical transformation of the ancient dragon continent is a 1,000-year plan, a legacy for future generations. If we truly achieve some results, perhaps we can influence the course of wizard civilization and become eternally renowned. The Tower Master is well aware that the mechanical knowledge of the myriad machine plane is just the tip of the iceberg revealed by Madison. And Madison himself is a seeker on the path of mechanics, not the strongest. That mysterious mechanical Skynet, the mechanical world behind the anomaly of tribulation, all of this needs to be explored by the mechanical school. Afterward, Anya also showed a strong interest in the path of mechanics. She often followed the students to listen to Herman's lectures. 2 years later. Year 32 of Nora. With the progress of the mechanical transformation movement, the Dusk Holy Temple initially established a special forces team of 100 extreme warriors. Levi named this team the Fire Dragon Apostles. The members of the Fire Dragon Apostles were all carefully selected elite knights from the Dusk Holy Temple, the top of their level. Levi had tested them with low-level black beasts he had raised himself. 100-member Fire Dragon Apostle group could easily defeat a far greater number of black beasts. The Fire Dragon Apostle group, led by the Fire Dragon Knight, was responsible for regular training and missions. Levi planned to use the 18 Twilight Riders as the core to create the 18 Apostle groups. Each knight would have his own Extreme Warriors squad, named after each of their own titles. The Fire Dragon Apostles was just the beginning, followed by the Dark Moon Apostles, Silver Dragon Apostles, Blood Apostles, and others. Finally, the 18 ace battle groups of the Dusk Holy Temple took shape, becoming a sharp sword on the blood battlefield and a shield for the ancient dragon continent. Each battle group leader was responsible for their subordinates, all loyal to the Supreme Knights as leaders. The special forces structure of the ancient dragon empire, on the other hand, was based on the original Three Kings, establishing 3 special battle groups, collectively known as the Three Kings team. The Three Kings team had more personnel than the 18 apostle groups and had lower requirements. The 18 apostle groups were the absolute elite, small in number but highly skilled, responsible for carrying out special complex siege tasks. Whereas the Three Kings team was the main force on the battlefield, responsible for frontal combat. Additionally, based on the Sea Demon Knight order, they established the Song of the Sirens, all equipped with armor enhanced for assassination, speed, and burst, responsible for sacrificial soldier missions. Based on double-headed giants, they established the Giant Soldier Roar, serving as the battlefield steamroller, piloting giant armors comparable to those of the Ring of Pacific, crushing enemies and combating formidable foes. Based on the Fur Knights, they established the Barbarian Ancestors, also a formidable special forces unit. The Apostle Groups, Three Kings Teams, Song of the Sirens, Giant Soldier Roar, Barbarian Ancestors together created an invincible extreme warrior system. If new soldier species emerge later, new formations can be established accordingly. Of course, all these require money. Ordinary high-level wizard organizations can't afford to fully arm themselves. However, since there is still some time before the blood battle, there is no need to be overly anxious. The ancient dragon continent is undergoing massive construction. Levi himself also continued his diligent cultivation. Over these years, after refining all the soul stones he obtained from hell, his spiritual force level has reached 3,930 points, just a step away from 6th circle perfection. Note, the previous chapter stated 3,600 due to a typo, which has been corrected to 3,800. The Holy Light Barrier and Death One Strike spells have also stepped into the 14th tier, formally entering the 6th circle stage. The Holy Light Barrier, mainly prepared for combating demons, envelopes in Holy Light once activated, causing multiple times the Holy Light damage to any demon daring to approach. The Death One Strike, tested with good results, can instantly kill severely wounded 6th level black beasts, obliterating both body and spirit, excluding them from reincarnation. However, Levi dares not use this technique recklessly, fearing it might break too many rules and attract the underworld's scrutiny. After witnessing the might of the underworld, he inevitably holds some reverence in his heart. The Wizard Council's listing of Death One Strike as a forbidden technique is not without reason. Now, Levi's 9-headed Emperor Dragon form has been branded with 9 true traces. This is the minimum quantity for advancing to a 7-circle wizard. 6 months later, at the edge of Small Stone Pond, Levi emerged from his cultivation state. He opened his proficiency panel. Levi. Scarlet Dragon Breathing Technique, 18th tier, 2,000/5,000,000, Special Effect, Red Dragon Body Legendary, Level 6 Middle Stage. After reaching Level 6 Middle Stage, many spell-like abilities such as Crimson Rod and Red Boil have been further strengthened, with the diameter of Scarlet Blood Prison reaching 6 km. In comparison, the initial diameter of the Red Emperor domain at level 6 early stage was 7 km, and after reaching mid-stage, it reached 9 km. The gap between legendary level and super mythical level is evident. To this day, Levi's basic attributes such as strength, defense, endurance, and speed, have all reached level 6 middle stage. Without resorting to wizard forms or primordial spirits, relying solely on his pure physical body and physical techniques, he is confident in contending with 6th circle perfection wizards. The stronger he becomes, the greater his chances of successfully surviving the blood battle. Chapter 1841. Besides the blood battle, I must also beware of the assassinations by the Council of 10,000 Clans. Levi reckoned that after the Council discovered that even the 6th level Peak Purple Crystal clan was insufficient to kill the Holy Infant, they would likely lay low for a while. If they were to make another move, it would surely be from a level 7 or higher powerhouse. Dragon Palace. The dark corrosion power of the Snake King Dragon had been completely eradicated. Levi immediately retracted the Crimson Enslavement, freeing up a valuable slot. Now, only 2 demons, Sorit and Isa, remained under the Crimson Enslavement. There's no need to mention demons, this entity must be enslaved. As for Sorit, Levi had also considered using the Truth Oath on him but ultimately decided to temporarily abandon the idea. Considering Sorit's towering hatred towards himself, even with an oath, it might not be entirely secure. The same goes for Isa. Once her enslavement is removed and her nature restored, if she went over to complain to Martha, Levi's relatively kind persona maintained thus far would collapse. Endless Sea. North Sea Secret Realm. How has your cultivation been recently, Levi? Triss asked with a smile as she and 100 Flowers accompanied Levi. Levi replied. Not bad, I've made some progress. By the way, Anya is currently in the ancient dragon continent, specializing in the mechanical Deo. Triss said. The mechanical Deo? That actually suits his talents quite well. Anya has a rather introverted personality, good at studying on his own, which is why I let him study pharmacy. Elena chimed in with a laugh. Anya is with us over there, rest assured. Triss said. I wasn't worried. Lucy's figure appeared. You three seem to be having a great time. Levi, I heard you plan to work on the mechanical Dao in the ancient dragon continent. Levi responded earnestly. Yes, miss. I believe the wizard world has underestimated the potential of the mechanical Dao, so I want to give it a try to prepare for the blood battle. Lucy smiled and said. I participated in the great expedition to the myriad machine plane before and indeed collected some knowledge from the mechanical school. You can take it with you when you return this time. Levi was greatly encouraged by Senior Lucy's compliment. And he was profoundly moved by the lady's generosity. He said. I won't stand on ceremony then. Thank you, miss. I will surely repay your support once I achieve results in the future. Lucy waved her hand and said. Don't be so polite. There are still many systems similar to the mechanical Dao in the multidimensional plane. These paths all have a bright future, but the journey is harder than you might think. The path of wizardry is still the most suitable system for Nora. Of course, as a senior, I still highly encourage you to make such an attempt. Today, I invited you here because a significant figure wants to meet you. Levi asked. Senior Black Abyss. Lucy shook her head with a smile. Someone even more important than my teacher. She waved her hand, and a projection slowly formed in the void. The ice and snow castle majestically stood in the high heavens, with groups of ice elemental spirits transforming into bizarre and exotic beasts. On the balcony, a witch wearing a crown leaned on the railing. Her ice blue tight-fitting witch skirt, like condensed frost, displayed her proud snow mountains, slender waist and graceful figure in full view. Her silver hair, as dazzling as starlight, was styled into an elegant bun, while her deep blue starry sky cloak fluttered in the wind, exuding full Queen Elsa vibes as if a Disney princess escaped from captivity. With a confident smile curving at her lips, she looked at Levi and said. Hello, I am Frost Witch Gullwig. Levi had naturally seen the Frost Witch, in the news headlines. His first thought was, could it be because of the frost giant armor that had been gathering dust in his ring for centuries? Could it be this reason that brought the legendary to him? Levi took a deep breath and said. I've long admired your great name, Senior, and I am a bit nervous right now. What a joke! Before him stood one of the top 11 giants in the wizard world, a person who achieved legendary status faster than any in history, a great being who could stand shoulder to shoulder with heavenly fathers. It was definitely nerve-wracking. Even though it was just a projection, the supreme aura exuding from within brought immense pressure that made Levi's heart pound. Lucy said. Relax, Levi, Elder Gullwig became interested in you after seeing your projection killing the Purple Crystal clan and asked me to contact you. Not only Levi was nervous. Triss, Elena were all nervous. The only composed one was Lucy. Gullwig said. I have reviewed your records, from the human realm, the Emerald Kingdom at that time, indeed, a distant memory. Levi said. Yes, during my time in the human realm, I unintentionally obtained a suit of armor you once left to the Mellon family, which led me onto the path of seeking wizards. Gullwig said. That armor holds some special significance for me. But the past is like smoke, and now it's just a pile of mithril. Regarding the story of this armor, if you ever come to the ice and snow castle in the central realm, I can slowly tell you about it. I've seen your battle projections against the Purple Crystal clan, quite impressive. You are trying a path that most wizards dare not take, and I hope you continue on it. I will keep an eye on your progress. Lucy said. See, Levi, although Elder Gullwig belongs to the Frost Blood sect and seems cold on the outside but warm on the inside, she is very amiable. Levi replied sincerely and cautiously. Thank you for your attention, Senior. I will continue to work hard. It seems. That battle inevitably brought him into the sights of a legendary wizard. Chapter 1842. Perhaps among the 11 legendary giants, several of them are already aware of their existence. For themselves, whether it is a blessing or a curse, they can only face it calmly. Gullwig said. The blood battle is about to begin, and the great tribulation is coming. You are the backbone of the wizard world. I expect that among you, there can be grand wizards, and even legendary wizard-level powerhouses. I will wait for you in the central realm. Gullwig's seemingly casual words, however, excited everyone greatly. Elena said. Nora is our only homeland, we will surely guard it well. Levi said. Protecting wizard civilization is an unshirkable duty for us. Lucy applauded. Good, very spirited. Gulwig said. On our first meeting, I have prepared some modest gifts for you. Lucy, please distribute them on my behalf. After saying this, her figure disappeared. Legendary wizards hardly ever leave the central realm. Lucy said. Come over here and receive your gifts. Triss said with a smile. Looks like Elena and I are reaping the benefits of Levi's influence. Elena with a curved eyes. Isn't it? Levi is so reputable, even the legendary wizard wants to meet him. Levi said with a laugh. We all are the future of the wizard world, this is the elder's affection, it has nothing to do with me. He felt delighted inside. Last time, from Ms. Lucy, he got the immensely useful illustrated guide of strange items, he was very much looking forward to Gulwig's gift. Could it possibly be a bright moon or blazing sun oddity? That shouldn't be, it's too precious, I don't deserve such. While gifts seemed like an act of elder's generosity, they invariably came with a price tag marked. This favor, once he succeeds in the future, he must repay. Ancient Dragon Continent. Levi returned full-handed, the feeling of getting something for free was truly wonderful. He handed over the mechanical school knowledge to Herman for his reference. Levi, what is your gift? 100 Flowers looked pridefully at Levi, seemingly having received a wonderful thing. Levi cautiously opened his gift, then was stunned. It was another book, titled Abyssal Handbook. 100 Flowers skeptically said. Why does everyone give you books? Is this to prepare you for the Abyss Blood Battle? Levi was also puzzled. Before it was an illustrated guide of strange items, now it is an Abyssal Handbook. However, when he opened the first page of this book, he was stunned. Because he saw the compiler of this handbook. Sauron. 100 Flowers said. SSS, looks like this is an original edition of the Abyssal Handbook by Sauron, a priceless treasure of immense collectible value. Levi said. Yeah, what's your gift, let me see. 100 Flowers extended her hand, a blue mini armor emerged in her palm, exuding a chilling aura. This is a level 7 treasure, Yogmir armor, refined years ago by the Frost Witch herself. Wearing it, with my cultivation, I can withstand the attacks of a level 7 expert for a while. What do you think, jealous? Levi said. Wow, a level 7 treasure. I'm so jealous. 100 Flowers gave him a glance. Your tone sounds so fake. She recited an incantation. An armor, inducing chills and exhibiting a sense of quality and age marks, appeared perfectly fitted on 100 Flowers' curvaceous body. Snowflakes dematerialize upon its surface, exclusively stunning. Pretty, right? 100 Flowers asked. Levi nodded. A spirited female knight wearing this frost armor looked exceedingly fitting, even eliciting a sense of uniform allure. I'm going to ask Triss what her gift is. Excited, 100 Flowers left. Levi took out the Abyssal Handbook alone and began to study intensively. When you gaze long into an abyss, the abyss also gazes into you. On the title page, was a thought-provoking phrase, a similar saying had been mentioned by someone in Levi's previous life. Levi flipped through the table of contents, discovering that this book had 666 pages. And each page corresponded to a level of the abyss. As his fingers touched upon them, it was filled with endless knowledge, thoroughly describing the ecology, species, demons, rules, treasures, etc., of the abyss. This knowledge, much of it was mentioned in the abyss general education classes. But also much was new, even to Levi. This is an encyclopedia of the abyss. Levi's breath hastened. This abyssal handbook was remarkably timely, a gift sent in the snow. With the imminent blood battle, Gulwig was clearly implying something by giving this to him. Levi quickly flipped through. At page 624, he saw a familiar name. Fungal Grandmother, the powerful ruler of the 624th level of the Abyss, the Fungus Land, a level 10 existence, born of the will of the Abyss, has fallen, but such beings are bound to be reborn and return someday. Fungal Grandmother, this must be an ancestor of the Fungal Queen. The Art of Fungus, compiled by the Fungal Queen. Levi, curious about those top-tier beings of the Abyss, directly flipped further. On page 660, he saw a knot. Chapter 1843. The entire book comes to an abrupt halt at this point. In Levi's mind, a storm of thoughts and emotions arise. Reading through the notes Sauron left in this manual, he's drawn into that breathtaking journey through the abyss. That last whimsical line. It seems to cross dimensions and converse with those who follow, a feeling surreally romantic. To hold one's own in front of a level 11 being, chatting and laughing without concern. Sauron has undoubtedly transcended the legendary level 10, reaching a realm never seen before and likely never to come again. Beyond the 600th level of the Abyss, nearly all are level 10 lords, and at level 666, they reach level 11. The title Chaotic Servant suggests that it's not even the strongest force in the Abyss. So, is the Abyss will itself the greatest terror of the Abyss? Such terms as will are not exclusive to the Abyss. Levi also knows that the Golden Ancient Tree is referred to as the Golden Will, and the barbarian tribe's supreme god is the Heavenly Will. But Levi feels that the wills of these two civilizations are not the same as the Abyss will. Levi sighs and tucks the Abyssal Handbook away. He has witnessed the Abyss world through Sauron's eyes, beheld the terrifying lords like gods. He understands the necessity of keeping his feet on the ground while reaching for the stars. For now, he can at best contend with the weaker lords of the Abyss's first few levels. The ancient rival of the astral world indeed poses a significant challenge, and the thought of blood battles weighs heavily on Levi. If these Abyss lords were all to emerge in full force, the wizard world surely could not withstand them. The two are on entirely different levels, unless Sauron has some remaining tricks up his sleeve. Now, it appears that the blood battles of history were but trivial skirmishes to the Abyss. Triss has gotten another Morning Star artifact. Elena comes back with some gossip. By the way, how was the book? She asks. Levi replies. It's very useful for dealing with blood battles. After studying the Wizard Tower for several days, Levi continues his secluded cultivation. The Extreme Warrior project is also advancing steadily. In the blink of an eye. Another 3 years pass. The year 35 of Nora. The spells Mountain Ranges and Earth-Splitting Sky Star are cultivated to level 14. Aside from the 9 great talents, Levi now has 9 6th Circle Primordial Soul spells. After level 14, as one enters the 6th Circle, the cultivation of Primordial Soul spells slows down. To reach the limits, one needs time for maturation and gradual refinement. Levi's Chariot Rune cultivation has reached level 13. Just like the strength enhancement, the speed boost has reached 140%. And the Heavenly Pegasus Chariot's instant void travel distance has hit a staggering 5,000 miles. Dragon King Lee's proficiency in the Great Path of Running has become increasingly profound. It can be said that, as long as he doesn't recklessly provoke level 8 or higher beings. With the right preparation and a combination of knight and wizard techniques, no one in the wizard world should be able to hold him back if he wishes to leave. Upon exiting seclusion, his first action is to inspect the progress of the Extreme Warrior project. Following the Fire Dragon Apostle Group, the Silver Dragon Apostle Group has also been freshly completed. Currently, all Apostle Groups are about 100 strong. Everything is difficult at the beginning. By now, the cost to produce a level 1 Extreme Mecha has been reduced to 20,000 Ether Stones. With a few more updates and iterations, it should be possible to lower the cost to under 10,000. At that point, more production lines can be put into operation to begin research. Of course, the current challenge is the lack of mechanic talents. Levi asks the admissions office of the Tower of Dawn to find a way to recruit some qualified alchemists from the School of Alchemy for training. Frankly, with the current strength of the ancient dragon continent, it nearly rivals half of the entire wizard world's alchemy faction. With the support of Ms. Lucy and the Black Abyss Walker, Levi feels more confident in boldly expanding his influence. Not to mention, having gained the favor of the Frost Witch, this is a prime opportunity for the ancient dragon continent to grow strong, and Levi must seize it to accelerate development. Land of Darkness. The Snake Envoy meditates with closed eyes. I know who killed Wanda and Kara. The projection of the Raven Ancestor Witch appears. The Snake Envoy says. I guess it must be the Golden Dominator, right? The Raven Ancestor Witch says. Indeed, in the wizard world, there are no more than 10 body-refining wizards capable of killing Wanda. The most likely of them is the Golden Dominator. The Snake Envoy says. What do you plan to do next? The Raven Ancestor Witch says. I have informed an emissary from the Amethyst race about this matter, I'm sure he'll be eager to take revenge. The Snake Envoy says. That's for the best. He has no desire to avenge Wanda and Kara. With just a work relationship to an Amethyst race member and a wizard, there's no point in risking it all. He now only resents Ace, feeling that his misfortunes over the years are all due to this man. Human Realm. Outer Sea Region. Beneath the bottomless abysses lies a hidden domain. A splendid underwater palace cluster stands here, akin to Atlantis. This is the Sea Clan's stronghold in the human realm. Since the Sea Clan's rebellion, the eight-armed demon emperor has integrated other Sea Clan tribes and fled from the endless sea to the human realm, establishing a new Sea Clan empire, hiding in the deep sea, biding their time for resurgence. Demon Emperor Palace. A towering eight-armed silhouette sits high on the throne, exuding a powerful aura comparable to the leaders of top organizations. Strong sea aristocrat figures stand silently beside. A figure enters and bows before speaking. Young red whale ancestor which greets the emperor. As a power in the immersed ancient castle, he also possesses Sea Clan blood and has always maintained contact with them. In fact, the original form of the eight-armed demon god body tempering technique practiced by the eight-armed demon which comes from the strongest eight-armed sea aristocrat emperor of ancient times, who is said to have been the closest being to the sea god. The eight-armed demon emperor says, "Red whale, what do you need?" The red whale ancestor which says, "My lord, I would like to represent the immersed ancient castle to discuss a mutually beneficial deal with you." Chapter 1844. Human Realm. The territory of the Sea Clan. The eight-armed demon emperor looked at the red whale ancestor witch and said with a grim smile, "Cooperate with you wizards." The red whale ancestor witch said, "Lord Demon Emperor, I too carry the bloodline of the ancient whale emperor, and I have always taken pride in my identity as a descendant of the Sea Clan emperor." The eight-armed demon emperor said, "Speak. If you fail to interest me, then make haste and scram, my patience is thin." The red whale ancestor witch said, "I have heard that the Lord Demon Emperor wants to unlock the monarch's treasure and is collecting tokens for this purpose. You haven't collected all of them yet, have you?" The eight-armed demon emperor's eyes narrowed, and he said coldly, "What if I haven't? Are you saying you have a token?" The red whale ancestor witch said, "I don't, but our immersed ancient castle does, and there are 3. The eight-armed demon emperor fell silent. To open the monarch's treasure, a total of 12 tokens are required, coming from 12 ancient sea aristocrats. After a millennium of prolonged searching, he had now collected 8, lacking 4. Namely, the Sea King Spear, Sea King Shield, Sea King Lock, and Poseidon Trident. Among them, according to the intel from his subordinates, the Poseidon Trident originally from the Sturgeon Emperor had been lost by his descendants, whereabouts unknown. Now it seemed that the immersed ancient castle possessed the remaining 3 Sea King relics. The eight-armed demon emperor said, "Do you dare swear a truth oath to prove that the immersed ancient castle possesses 3 Sea King relics?" The red whale ancestor witch said, "To show my sincerity, I am willing to swear a truth oath." After the red whale ancestor witch took the oath, the eight-armed demon emperor was overjoyed. In this case, the whereabouts of 11 tokens have been found. When the time comes, I will use the Sea Clan secret technique, sense the last Poseidon Trident through the tokens we have, retrieve it, and the gates to the monarch's treasure will open for me. And I will set foot in the realm of the supreme sea god amidst the Sea Clan. The eight-armed demon emperor was the most gifted among all Sea Clan members since the near-ancient times. Now already at level 8 peak power, even the strongest ancient eight-armed sea aristocrat, if he were alive, would be no more than this. Becoming a sea god, he could claim a position in the wizard world and fight for greater rights for minorities like the Sea Clan. Not long ago, a person claiming to be an emissary from the Council of 10,000 Clans came looking for him, inviting him to join the council. And they claimed that the council had already arranged a suitable medium-sized plane for the Sea Clan to inhabit. However, the eight-armed demon emperor did not want to leave Nora at the moment, as the Sea Clan was native to Nora. In terms of history, they were older than the later rising wizards. He was not willing to leave. The red whale ancestor witch said, "Lord Demon Emperor, have you ever heard of the Golden Dominator?" The eight-armed demon emperor said, "I've heard a little, what about it?" Being a Sea Clan emperor, he also paid attention to information about wizard talents. The red whale ancestor witch said, "Lord Demon Emperor may not know, but this individual is also in the human realm, residing on the ancient dragon continent." The eight-armed demon emperor said, "Do you want me to send the Sea Clan to kill him?" The red whale ancestor witch said, "Not to kill, but to capture alive. Of course, I will cooperate with the Sea Clan here. After capturing him alive, the deal will be struck, and the immersed ancient castle will naturally hand over the treasure's tokens." The ancestor witch felt disdain internally. He knew the calculations in the Sea Clan Emperor's heart. Even if the Sea Clan gained access to the monarch's treasure and the 8-armed demon emperor became a sea god akin to a level 9 expert, he wouldn't escape the council's control. The Sea Clan's fate was sealed from the moment they were conquered by the Wizard Council. Looking across the multidimensional plane, there were countless races with fates worse than the Sea Clan. The Council kept the Sea Clan's population to develop organizations like the Ocean Abyss Alliance, ensuring continuous access to Sea Clan bloodlines for body-refining wizard organizations. The ultimate goal of the Council was to absorb these excellent bloodline genes into the wizards, creating a unified wizard community. Like himself, a Sea Clan bloodline wizard, he essentially felt no sense of belonging to the Sea Clan. Pride in the Sea Clan was just a platitude. Mixed bloods from the Sea Clan, dragon descendants, and other minorities were products approved by the Council. Their aim was to create a unified wizard community. The 8-armed demon emperor said, "You want to use our Sea Clan's hand to remove the Golden Dominator. I heard he is a mighty body-refining wizard. Give me all the information you have on him, and I'll consider it." The Red Whale Ancestor Witch smiled and said, "May our cooperation be pleasant." He knew just how obsessed the 8-armed demon emperor was with the monarch's treasure. This matter was very likely to succeed. After the Red Whale left, the 8-armed demon emperor looked down at the Sea Clan kings below. A gigantic whale clan member, colossal like a mountain with an abyssal maw, said, "My lord, leave this task to me." The 8-armed demon emperor said, "Giant whale king, the Golden Dominator is formidable. Although you are a level 7 expert, do not underestimate him. Those wizards from the immersed ancient castle are extremely cunning. They have sought us out because they find it troublesome." He knew the Red Whale Ancestor Witch had no good intentions, but for the sake of the monarch's treasure, they had to proceed in this manner. Giant Whale King said, "For the Sea Clan, I shall ensure the successful completion of this mission." Ancient Dragon Continent. 100 Flowers lay on the bed and asked the somewhat distracted Levi, "What's wrong?" Levi said, "I just feel like someone is out to get me." Just now, his danger perception had sounded a very strong alarm. Chapter 1845. Although there was danger perception before, it has always been quite stable, never as urgent as today. 100 Flowers, upon hearing this, dressed and said, "I suspect the Council of 10,000 Clans is trying to target you." Levi said, "That's possible." In his mind, the creepy smile of the blind pig vaguely revealed a scene of the seabed. Deep sea, hey. Levi carefully recalled the people and forces he had offended. 1. The Council of 10,000 Clans. No need to elaborate on this one. Levi, under the identity of the Golden Dominator, had repeatedly antagonized them, and they would naturally rack their brains to deal with him. 2. The Letney family. In order to ascertain the cause of the electric eel wizard's death, they even hired a grand wizard. Although Levi's actions were flawless, he could not completely rule out the possibility that they would find him out. 3. The immersed ancient castle. There was a greater likelihood for this because the immersed ancient castle itself was a wizard organization in the deep sea, which was highly associated with the scenes displayed by the Fool Rune. Seeing Levi's serious expression, 100 Flowers said, "No matter who wants to harm you, I will face it with you this time. Don't think about sending me away. I am, after all, a 6-circle perfect wizard with 7 engraved witch marks." 100 Flowers knew that Levi had the ability to foresee danger. His reaction like this, the enemy must not be easy to deal with. Levi said, "Don't be too nervous, the enemy might be around level 7. With my strength, it's not like I don't stand a chance to fight." 100 Flowers suddenly said, "Levi, let's have Triss stay with us for a while. With Triss here, it will be safer. If it doesn't work out, we can also call Ms. Lucy." Levi said, "That's not good, how can we trouble these seniors?" Let's invite Madame Triss over, but we have to explain to her clearly that there might be danger." Levi bowed to reality. Now was not the time to show off his bravery. When it's time to seek help from powerful figures, one must not care about face. A few days later, a figure in a pharmacist wizard robe urgently arrived at the ancient dragon continent. It was Triss. When she saw Levi and Elena, the couple coming to greet her, she couldn't help but smile and said, "Only in trouble do you two think of me, right?" Elena said, "We miss sister all the time. But this time, the problem is indeed a bit tricky." Levi gratefully said, "Thank you, madam." Triss snorted lightly and said. This time, I'll help as a favor, since you took Anya in. Besides, if the enemy is from the immersed ancient castle, I can also resolve them once and for all. In her hand was the level 8 treasure demon dragon whip that the immersed ancient castle was desperate to obtain. This dark wizard organization would certainly not rest easy. Is your danger perception accurate, or should I call for more help? Levi said. I can only sense that there is imminent danger, only the three of us need to know about this. With Triss 7 rings ordinary cultivation, 100 flowers 6 circle perfect cultivation, plus himself. Even if the enemy sent a level 7 expert, they should probably return without success. As for a level 8 powerhouse? Looking at the wizard world, there aren't many, all are prominent figures leading the top wizard organizations. Triss said. Alright then, I will take a vacation here for a while, and it's also a good opportunity to check out your love nest. Elena blushed. Why don't you build a wizard tower on the ancient dragon continent as a vacation spot? Taking a break from work and cultivation to relax in the human realm is an excellent idea. Triss's eyes sparkled as she looked towards Levi and sighed. I'd like to, but let's see if this great lord beside you agrees. Levi was taken aback and said. Me? I agree, I just worry that my place is too small, and a 7 rings wizard like Madame might not find it appealing. Levi felt somewhat helpless in his heart. The old witch from Witch's family wouldn't blame him, would she? It was already enough that he eloped with Elena, now Triss also seemed to be taken away. Nevertheless, he shouldn't be blamed, as it was those two women taking the initiative to come. Thus, Triss just settled down in the ancient dragon continent like this. Anya was somewhat astonished. Mother, why have you come too? Triss, with an expressionless face, said. Levi is your mom's friend, of course I can come. Anya, deep in thought, pondered the underlying meaning, not fully understanding but feeling the profoundness, and silently returned to cultivation. He had just advanced not long ago and needed to consolidate his realm. Human realm. Outer Sea region. An undersea castle. Surrounded by giant whales, schools of sharks roamed around. Red whale ancestor Witch's face was glum. Damn it, that damn Triss actually came to the ancient dragon continent too. Is she having an affair with the Golden Dominator? Why are the two always seen together? And this Golden Dominator, really greedy, already has the Flower Witch, and now it seems he also wants to take the Medicine Witch. Why does he get all the benefits? Red whale ancestor Witch cursed, feeling somewhat imbalanced mentally. Just because the Golden Dominator is talented and young, does that mean he can do whatever he wants? I'm such an old creature, no one loves me, right? A sense of desolate heroism emerged. The giant whale king said. Just a 7 rings witch, you and I can disguise ourselves, rush to the ancient dragon continent, finish her directly, and capture that bastard Golden Dominator too, isn't it doable? Red whale ancestor witch said. It's not that simple, such a move is too conspicuous, a last resort. Let's just wait until the Golden Dominator leaves the ancient dragon continent. I don't believe he can stay there forever. Chapter 1846. Giant Whale King said. What's with all the hesitation, when will you complete the mission? Red Whale Ancestor Witch replied. We'll make our move once Triss leaves. Time flies. In the blink of an eye, it's 5 years later, the 40th year of Nora. Tower of Dawn. Mechanical Workshop. A new batch of mechanical battle armor has just been assembled. These armors emit a robust metallic feel, their surfaces painted with patterns resembling eagle feathers, each with a unique serial number. A group of mechanics is bustling about, performing final adjustments. Herman said. The Feather Apostles are complete and ready for deployment. Levi said. Good work. A group of knights, eagerly awaiting, stared at these dashing steel creations. Feather Knight, bearing a shark tooth-shaped sword, excitedly said. Fantastic, our Feather Apostle group is now officially established. Levi said. Feather Knight, this unit is now under your command. Complete your training and coordination as soon as possible to prepare for the blood battle. Feather Knight replied. I assure you, the mission will be completed. The knights donned their armor and quickly headed to the training ground to commence their busy work. Levi asked. Lord Tower Master, should we also prioritize the agenda for the bionic surveillance mechanical creatures of the continent? Tower Master replied. No problem, the production line for the armor is now established, I no longer need to be personally involved. Next, I'll start developing more advanced mechanical creations. Relative to other constructs, the mechanical battle armor does not have the highest value. The real power of the mechanical school lies in the fully automated central cluster control mechanism for the War Fortress Mechanical Guardian system. The secret to a mechanic forming an army lies here. It is said that Madison's Wizard Tower is a mobile mechanical war fortress, combining alert, reconnaissance, defense, and attack functionalities in one. Just one control center, also known as the Supreme Archmage of the Wizard Tower. Through intricate calculations, it can direct thousands of mechanical guards in well-organized assaults against the enemy. Currently, the alert system of the ancient Dragon continent mainly relies on the scythe colonies Levi brought from the Dark Ancient Tower and patrol teams established by various organizations, which is still far from perfect. To build a defense system as solid as gold, a continent-wide alert network is indispensable. An array, mechanical creatures, and scythe, among other systems, collaborate to prevent any demons from entering. Of course, these systems mainly target demon armies below level 6. Demon lords above level 6 still have to be dealt with by the experts of the ancient Dragon continent. After visiting the mechanical workshop, Levi went to Triss Wizard Tower and said, "My lady, I think the enemy must have discovered your presence, they don't dare to make a move. If you have other things to do, there's no need to waste time here with me, it's not a solution to keep waiting like this." Triss said, "It's fine, wherever I am is a place for cultivation, the tasks at the Pharmacist Association can also be managed remotely." Levi asked, "Are you sure it's no problem?" Triss, with a raised eyebrow, said, "You wouldn't be trying to get rid of me, would you? After making use of someone, you start to be ruthless, don't you?" Levi replied, "Not at all, it's just that I feel bad for taking up so much of your time. If you would like to continue staying here, I naturally welcome it. Wouldn't the witch's family mind?" Triss said, "I've already informed the witch's family, so don't worry." Levi was secretly delighted in his heart. Having a seven-circle wizard like Triss stationed on the ancient Dragon continent was something he greatly desired. Over these 5 years, that sense of danger has been lingering, and waiting like this was not the solution. He couldn't just wait passively, he needed to take the initiative to strike. "I now have 3,970 points in spiritual force, and I'll soon truly enter the 6th ring perfect realm. Just a few more years." With Triss watching over, Levi felt a great sense of security and was not in a rush. Undersea Castle. The giant whale king said impatiently. "Red whale, it's been 5 years, shouldn't we make a move?" Red whale ancestor witch replied. "According to the intelligence I've gathered, Triss hasn't returned to the Endless Sea, she's still in the ancient Dragon continent." Giant whale king said. "We are both level 7, I can help you distract Triss while you take down the Golden Dominator. Isn't it easy?" Red whale ancestor witch remained silent for a long while, then said, "It's not that simple. The true strength of the Golden Dominator far exceeds his realm." The failure of the mission during Triss's birthday battle was due to an underestimation of the Golden Dominator's strength. This time, he could not afford to repeat the same mistake. To Red Whale Ancestor Witch, either he on his own or with the Giant Whale King, the chances of taking down the Golden Dominator were slim. To succeed, they must join forces, which would provide a higher probability. So, he must wait for the Golden Dominator to be alone, ensuring that he is not with Triss or Elena, before making a move. Giant Whale King said. "All right, then we'll wait. But the 8-armed Demon Emperor's patience is limited. I hope you move quickly." Land of Darkness. Norapan Plain. Black Marsh Plain. A world filled with swamps, miasma, and poisonous fog. A massive worm-like creature lies coiled in a palace, its back manifesting the image of a young man in a blood robe. This is the Blood Vortex Venerable, also known as the God of Leeches by the creatures of the Black Swamp Plain, the ruler of Black Marsh Plain. His true form is a powerful abnormal creature, a vortex beast. He's also a member of the Council of 10,000 Clans and one of the high-ranking Venerables. Chapter 1847. A projection materialized a chubby-looking youth whose aura resonated through the multidimensional plane with a time-worn vastness, evidently an ancient being of indeterminable age. The Venerable Blood Scales hurriedly said. "Supreme Overlord, do you have commands for me?" This Overlord is an ancient-level powerhouse from the Council of 10,000 Clans, one of the 7 giants. The Worm Lord. The Worm Lord and the Venerable Blood Scales had long been acquainted, with the former being the latter's immediate superior. Under the Worm Lord's command, there were many strong insect alien race warriors. The Venerable Blood Scales, Poison Bee Venerable, Black Butterfly Venerable, and others were his capable subordinates. The Worm Lord stated, "The blood battle is imminent. Are those leech duplicate you've embedded in the wizard world ready?" The Venerable Blood Scales replied, "They are ready and can execute orders at any time." The Worm Lord stated, "Good. Don't take action for now. Once the blood battle commences, an important individual will need to be assassinated. I will need your duplicate to collaborate with other emissaries for a joint operation." After finishing speaking, the Worm Lord disappeared. A list of targets appeared in the mind of the Venerable Blood Scales. He glanced at it. The majority were top-tier talents from the Wizard World's Ocean faction. Elena, Snow Lotus Witch, Son of Hurricane, the Supreme Fist Wizard. Beyond that, the list mentioned one individual warranting special attention. Golden Dominator. Golden Dominator. Danger level, high. Basic information: a sixth-circle body-refining wizard who has repeatedly caused significant hindrances to our operations, highly powerful, suspected of slaying a 6th-level peak purple crystal clan. Recommended for multiple level 7 envoys to take joint action. Killing reward: a level 8 exotic treasure in a medium-sized plane. SSS, is this Golden Dominator so valuable? The Venerable Blood Scales was astonished. Not to mention a level 8 exotic treasure. An additional reward of a medium-sized plane was being offered. Even the most ordinary of these was a priceless treasure. The organization was truly ready to pay a hefty price this time. He was somewhat intrigued by the Golden Dominator. Interesting, my duplication in the wizard world has been faring quite well, this individual's head is as good as mine. Elsewhere. In the dark void near Nora, a desolate group of meteorites lay. Standing there were over 20 purple figures, unmistakably the Amethyst race. Among them, even the weakest was from the level 5 Amethyst race, with several from level 6. The one leading them was an extremely rare level 7 Amethyst race. His name was Dagu, an envoy from the Council of 10,000 Clans, the team leader of this Purple Crystal Clan Suicide Squad. Team leader, when can we avenge Wanda? My hatred. Wanda, who died many years ago for our cause of liberation, has surely had his remains made into a wizard tool by those detestable wizards. Dagu said coldly. No rush. Acting now would be too difficult. According to information from the higher UPS in our organization, the Abyss is already in the process of excavating an abyss well leading to Nora. It could be a few decades, or as long as a century or two before the blood battle begins. When the snipe and clam fight, the fisherman reaps the benefits. We'll observe from the sidelines for now and pick the right moment to avenge Wanda. Abyss World. This is perhaps the most terrifying forbidden zone in the multidimensional plane. Many civilizations prefer to call evildoers demons, illustrating the influence of the Abyss, which could be considered the #1 villain across all worlds. In stories, villains often need motives, whether it's to rule the world or because they have a tragic past. But not the Abyss. It simply craves slaughter and chaos for their own sake. Since ancient times, the Abyss has always been indiscriminately launching random invasions into the multidimensional plane. From small planes to worlds like the astral world inhabited by all gods. The Abyss would attack without a second thought. If it could win, it would fight; if it couldn't, it would fight anyway, prepared to face total annihilation. After all, after a period of resting and recuperating, the Abyss would be ready to rise again. Now, in the sky above the first layer of the Abyss, overwhelming dark demonic auras roiled, spilling out of the abyssal plane and into dark deep space. The demonic aura twisted and folded space, forming vortexes similar to wormholes. These demonic aura vortexes were like cobwebs, densely connecting to the multidimensional plane. Among them, a colossal vortex 1,000 miles in diameter was slowly forming, devouring everything in its vicinity. One by one, terrifying figures powerful enough to distort space itself lurked around the vortexes, filling the void with chaotic, brutal, and malevolent thoughts. He, Nora, long time no see. 7 years later. Year 47 in Nora. Ancient Banyan Fairyland. After another session of meditation, Levi opened his eyes that shone with divine light, a 6th circle perfection aura sweeping across. Spiritual force reached 4,000. It took me 400 years to achieve the 6th circle, but just 70 years to step into the 6th circle perfection realm. This is the power of the infinite primordial soul method. With such a solid foundation, I can now build upwards quickly and steadily, surpassing others in a curve. The blade's edge comes from sharpening, and the fragrance of plum blossoms comes from the bitter cold. Ancient wisdom has not misled me. Levi was grateful that he had spent an extra couple of 100 years taking the most difficult path. There was no need to elaborate on the difficulty of advancing past the sixth circle. Snow Lotus which, with her talents, took 300 years to move from ordinary sixth circle to sixth circle perfection. And for someone with an ordinary primordial soul like the Black Shark Devourer, it might be impossible to reach sixth circle perfection even by the end of their life. Levi's swift improvement in spiritual force was due to two factors. One was the solid foundation he had laid, and the other was the proficiency panel and his elemental affinity talents. Chapter 1848. Most importantly, Levi had an abundance of resources. Soul stones, soul artifact fragments, fire dates, death soul dates, truth oddities. These items that could save years of arduous cultivation were all used extravagantly by him. For any other primordial soul wizard without such resources, even with exceptional talent, they wouldn't be able to advance as rapidly as Levi. Of course, the above-mentioned resources had already been exhausted by Levi. From now on, to increase his spiritual force that quickly would be very difficult. Opening the proficiency panel. Levi. 6 Suns Continuous Explosion, Level 15, Maximum. The first limit level 6th Circle Primordial Soul spell has been born. After testing it in the training grounds, Levi was overjoyed. The power of 6 Suns Continuous Explosion was already triple that of the Fire Dragon Tribulation. Unleashed, even a 6th Circle Perfect Wizard wouldn't dare to take it head-on, likely unable to withstand it with their protective force fields. Of course, the consumption of 6 Suns Continuous Explosion was far higher than that of Fire Dragon Tribulation. Thus, innate spells and primordial soul spells each have their advantages and disadvantages and need to complement each other. But although I am now a 6th Circle Perfect Wizard, I still lack 2,000 points to cultivate my spiritual force to its limit. There's no helping it, my upper limit for spiritual force is a full 1,000 more than that of a regular wizard. A normal 6th Circle Wizard would have an upper limit of 5,000 points, while Levi's is 6,029 points. It could be considered a happy worry. Next, I'll refine my spiritual force to its limit, then I can prepare to advance to the 7th Circle. During this period, Levi would gather and learn as many primordial soul spells as possible, to see how many witch marks he could imprint before reaching the 7th Circle. Advancing today, as per custom, calls for a celebration. Levi left the fairyland to celebrate with Elena at the Flower Hall, but bumped into Triss, who had just left. Triss felt that it was quite normal for Levi to have a 6th Circle perfect level of spiritual force. She estimated it was because she had become numb from being around this freak of nature for too long. How many years has it been since Levi advanced to the 6th Circle? Not even 100, right? His cultivation had rocketed straight to 6th Circle perfection. Triss said. What are you in such a hurry to find Elena for? Levi coughed. I'm here to help the 100 Flowers build a wizard tower. Triss laughed. Go on, I won't disturb your world of two. Congratulations on reaching 6th Circle perfection, it won't be long before you surpass me. Now it's clear why the Frost Witch Ms. Lucy values Levi so highly. Because Levi is the same kind of freak as they are, the later the stage of his cultivation, the faster it progresses. Flower Hall. Weapon Refinement Room. Elena was designing the foundation of the Wizard Tower. Some weapon craftsmen and array wizards from the Tower of Dawn were also busy on the side. The Wizard Tower is a massive project, especially since 100 Flowers itself does not possess any weapon making or array craftsmanship. Thus many people are needed to assist in the construction. Sensing Levi's 6th Circle perfect spiritual force, Floral Witch said. Everyone can go home for today, I'll complete the remaining work by myself. After the place was empty, Floral Witch smiled. You've finally caught up to me. Levi said. Haven't I? Back when you were a primordial soul wizard, I was just a middle-level wizard. At that time, I couldn't even dream that the most beautiful flower knight in the world would become my woman. After he finished, Levi embraced Floral Witch in his arms. Floral Witch playfully scolded. Stop it, you're making me feel like I've been spinning my wheels for 300 years. Laughing mischievously, Levi took the opportunity on the construction site of the Floral Witch Wizard Tower to indulge in a bit of amorous delight. Several days later, Levi said. Now that I am a 6-circle perfect wizard, it is time to start counterattacking. Floral Witch said. You, me, and Triss together facing the enemy, what are our chances? Levi said. Judging from my danger perception ability, the enemy's strength should be around the level 7 early stage. I've also made preparations these years, and we're almost guaranteed to win this battle. You also know my character, I don't do things I'm not sure of. Floral Witch said. Then I feel relieved. Levi said. Follow me to the ancient Banyan Fairyland. Ancient Banyan Fairyland. In front of the residence of Dragon Palace. A dazzling 9-colored array enveloped the surroundings with its brilliant light. Floral Witch asked. What kind of array is this? Levi responded. This is the latest 6-circle array that I've developed, an improved version based on the 8 Heavenly Dragon Prison. I call it the 9 Dragon Purgatory Array. Over the years, Levi had been busy. Together with the Holy Infant, he spent a massive 900 million to upgrade the previously phased-out 8 Heavenly Dragon Prison. On that original foundation, they took it a step further. This new 9 Dragon Purgatory Array, composed of 9 major modules. They are Earth, Fire, Wind, Water, Frost, Lightning, Metal, Shadow, and Death. Each module on its own is a 6th circle level array, powerful enough to serve as the grand protective array for an ordinary high-level wizard organization. And when all 9 arrays are combined, they form a top-level 6th circle array, which is also Levi's reliance for daring to make a move against the hidden enemy. Like before, the 9 Dragon Purgatory Array's power could be significantly enhanced if there were powerful beings matching its attributes stationed at the array cores. Earth, Fire, Wind, and Water, respectively, are Earth Spirit Soldiers, Diabo, Wind Spirit Soldiers, Water Spirit Soldiers. Frost, Heaven Crystal Dragon Ant. Lightning, Ancient Thunder Shell. Metal, Metal Spirit Soldier. Shadow, Black Shadow Army. Death, Bone Dragon, Jerry, Little Pink. Choosing the right array cores is also crucial. Those that could potentially expose Levi's Dragon Abomination avatar cannot be used. This is to prevent the enemy from escaping and revealing Levi's identity, which would surely be troublesome. Chapter 1849. Sub-dragons cannot be used. Generally speaking, presiding over the array core is not very dangerous, as it doesn't require engagement in direct combat. However, sub-dragons are central to Levi's future cultivation. Fighting an opponent who is possibly at level 7, the uncertainty is significant, making it impossible to fully control the battlefield. He cannot allow them to take this risk. Therefore, Levi chose to use his own spiritual weapons as substitutes. Seeing such a powerful array, 100 Flowers was overjoyed. With this, our chances of taking down the enemy have increased greatly. Levi, you are truly talented. Levi took a deep breath and said. Now, it's time to draw the snake out of its hole. Somewhere in the outer sea region. In front of the red whale ancestor witch, a projection emerged, showing the giant whale king. It's been over a decade, isn't it time we made our move? The giant whale king's tone was quite impatient. The incessant inquiries from the 8-armed demon emperor were giving him no peace of mind. The red whale ancestor witch said indifferently. Let's make our move. My mole and witch's family has discovered that Triss has returned to the Endless Sea. He too was eager to bring down Levi as soon as possible, but a setback teaches one to be smarter. Dealing with these monstrous level 6 wizards required full effort. Even a single level 7 wasn't enough, they would need 2. The giant whale king revealed a bloodthirsty smile and said. Remember to have the token ready at the immersed ancient castle. After more than a decade of patient waiting, it was almost time for their efforts to bear fruit. After this battle, the destiny of the Sea Clan might witness a chance for a turnaround. In the Sea Clan Palace. Seated high on his throne, the 8-armed demon emperor received the news that the giant whale king was ready to act. His expression remained as calm as an ancient well, but internally he murmured. The affairs of the monarch's treasure are of great importance, but with the trump card I gave to the giant whale king, it should be absolutely foolproof. At some unknown time, a towering figure clad in crimson scales appeared, clapping and laughing. Welcome Nora Sea Clan to the Council of 10,000 Clans family. We have already arranged your new Sea Clan home. Going forward, let us, the oppressed, join forces and turn the wizard world upside down. The 8-armed demon emperor said. Proceed. Over the years, while scheming over the monarch's treasure, after thorough consideration, the 8-armed demon emperor made a significant decision. The Sea clan would join the Council of 10,000 clans, strategically withdrawing from Nora. Firstly, if the giant Whale King's assassination of the Golden Dominator were to be revealed, the Sea clan would undoubtedly bear the brunt of the Wizard Council's fury. As vassals, to dare assassinate a noble wizard prodigy is a grave taboo. If they continued to stay in Nora, he and the mighty of the Sea clan might run, but what about the ordinary Sea clan? Secondly, the Council of 10,000 clans had also been exerting pressure on him. Thirdly, he had long recognized the reality but was unwilling to accept and believe it. The Sea clan are canaries imprisoned in Nora by the wizards, and relying on their own strength to escape the cage is truly impossible. Even if one were to ascend to the Sea God, it only amounts to a slightly larger say, but the fate of being oppressed and assimilated by wizards cannot be changed. Currently, only the Council of 10,000 clans can realize his dream. As for the giant Whale King, once his transaction with the immersed ancient castle is complete and he receives the token, naturally someone will respond. If the giant Whale King fails, then at the opportune moment, they will rely on the power of the Council of 10,000 clans to wipe out the immersed ancient castle and take back the token. In any case, the monarch's treasure, he was determined to obtain it, his hope for promotion to level 9 lay within. In the hands of the crimson-scaled alien race, a sea blue bead appeared, encompassing mountains, rivers, lakes, and oceans, everything one could imagine, as if holding a world in itself. This is the 9-level treasure realm of Azure Blue. Next, move your carefully selected Sea clan into this place. I will take you to new worlds. Remember, there must absolutely be no spies from the wizard civilization within. Better to kill an innocent by mistake than to let a guilty person go. The 8-armed demon emperor said. I understand. Central Realm. Alien Affairs Management Department. Living in the wizard world, the numerous alien races, counting in the hundreds, are all managed by this department. Sea Clan Administration. The 8th Circle Wizard Krieg, who is responsible for monitoring the movements and situation of the Sea Clan, showed a murderous intent. According to the spies the Congress had planted among the Sea Clan, it seemed there was significant activity stirring within them. He said. Contact the Law Enforcement Department immediately. There has been an incident with the Sea Clan, and the cause is still unclear. Based on previous cases involving alien races, we cannot rule out incitement by the Council of 10,000 clans with the intention of defecting from Nora. I suggest deploying battle groups to implement mandatory measures on the Sea Clan and report this situation to the Grand Wizard responsible for overseeing the Sea Clan, Lord Wanderer of the Vast Sea. His eyes were cold. It seems, over the years, the Wizard Council has been too liberal with freedom for certain people. These sea barbarians have almost forgotten their own strength. Outer Sea Region. The majestic underwater city was deserted. Only the towering figures of the 8-armed demon emperor and the crimson-scaled alien race remained, along with some bound members of the Sea Clan. The 8-armed demon emperor said with mixed feelings. You, as members of the Sea Clan, have betrayed me to serve the Wizard Council. Sigh, I really do not wish to strike my own kin. One of the bound young Sea Clan members cried out tearfully. Lord Demon Emperor, your actions will completely enrage the Wizard Council. For our Sea Clan, there will be no room for reconciliation. What awaits us is an extinction in the future. Yes, Lord Demon Emperor, you should be most aware of the ruthlessness and power of the Wizard Council. This is a path to certain death. Why can't you accept reality? Hearing these words, a fury rose in the 8-armed demon emperor's heart. Although you have the blood of the Sea Clan, the heart that belongs to the Sea Clan has already been corrupted. Die! He raised his hand, and with one unadorned punch, the group of Sea Clan and the seabed within 100 miles radius were all reduced to nothingness, vanished from the human realm. The crimson-scaled alien race said. These traitors are the most hateful. Let's go, we can't delay. In the blink of an eye, both were about to enter the land of darkness. Suddenly, an immense power of imprisonment pressed down. The crimson-scaled alien race and the 8-armed demon emperor were both shook out from the void, their expressions drastically changing. Above the sky dome, 8 distinct battle groups, each led by 7th Circle wizards, guarded all around, with an air of deadly solemnity. A gigantic heavenly net array that covered 1,000 miles enveloped the whole land and sky. Cloud Summit. A very young-looking blue-robed wizard with emotionless face walked leisurely over, his terrifying 9th Circle aura skyrocketing into the sky. In an instant, a boundless sea of dark clouds suddenly surged over the ocean's surface, as far as the eye could see. The blue-robed wizard sighed and said with a piercing gaze. Eight-armed demon emperor, in such a rush, where are you planning to go? Chapter 1850. Human Realm. Outer Sea. Grand Wizard, Wanderer of the Vast Sea, leads 8 elite wizard battle groups, encircling the red-scale alien race and the 8-armed demon emperor. The Wanderer of the Vast Sea is the highest authority assigned by the Wizard Council to handle the affairs of the Sea Clan this era. This position rotates every 1,000 years and is always held by a 9th Circle Wizard. The 8-armed demon emperor coldly said. Where I go, why should I explain to you wizards? Wanderer of the Vast Sea replied. We don't care where you go, but is your collusion with the people of the Council of 10,000 Clans not taking our Wizard Council too lightly? The Council of 10,000 Clans is the sworn enemy of the Wizard Council. Their years of covert assassinations have enraged most wizards. Both of you, surrender without a fight, don't struggle needlessly. Wanderer of the Vast Sea said indifferently. Boom! The aura of a 9th circle swept across, turning the sea instantly into a storm with huge waves crashing. A mere thought could cause vast atmospheric changes. Under this overwhelming aura, the 8-armed demon witch and the red-scale alien race struggled bitterly. You dare to oppress our Sea Clan? The 8-armed demon emperor bellowed, an infinite amount of black gas entwined surged forth, engulfing him and instantly transforming into a colossal black deity with 8 arms, thousands of meters tall. This is not the imitation 8-armed demon god generated from body tempering techniques, but a true demon deity. Sea God Trident. Aid me in vanquishing my enemies. A trident tore through the skies, landing in the hands of the 8-armed demon god, emitting an aura capable of destroying worlds. The red-scale alien race's crimson scales rubbed together, making metallic clashing sounds like a rattlesnake. From the mouth of the red-scale alien race, a savage, insane pale bone sword was spit out, grasped in its hand. Today, we truly witnessed the Wizard Council's unreasonable nature, strengthening our resolve to obliterate the wizard civilization. Come on, let me see the true power of a grand wizard. Wanderer of the Vast Sea said. 2 9-level treasures, both of you came prepared. Well then, I won't be polite. 8 Kings Chaotic Formation, activate. He raised his hand. In the 8 directions of this world, 8 dazzlingly bright lights arose. 8 kings riding horses, adorned in various colored armor and crowns, emerged out of nowhere. The 8 kings consist of earth, fire, wind, water, frost, thunder, metal, and death, each phantom showing battle strength close to the 8th circle level. Kill. Rumble. A chilling aura spread through heaven and earth. 8 thunderous king phantoms, riding horses and wielding their weapons, charged across the battlefield. The 8-armed demon emperor's sea god trident swept, clashing with the fire king. Water and fire exploded in response. Waves thousands of meters high surged on the ocean, sweeping towards the surroundings. It was fortunate that no new world was near the Sea Clan, otherwise countless lives would have suffered. Wanderer of the Vast Sea watched calmly, in no rush to take action. Under the pressure of the 8 kings, the 8-armed demon emperor and the red-scale alien race were steadily losing ground. Suddenly, a black heart appeared in the hands of the 8-armed demon emperor, emitting an overwhelming deadly energy. Wanderer of the Vast Sea coldly smirked. So it turns out you've obtained the heart of the sea god, no wonder you had the courage to oppose the council. He stretched out a palm as white as jade, and a transparent water orb appeared within it. Talent spell flowing water shattering star. The water orb disappeared instantly, reappearing above the 8-armed demon emperor's head as a blue planet hundreds of miles in diameter. Boom! The planet descended oppressively. A demon claw covered in black scales reached towards the sky, supporting the planet. Crack! The next moment, the demon claw suddenly burst. The 8-armed demon emperor turned pale. Even after utilizing the power of Sea God, which he hesitated to use, he was still no match for Wanderer of the Vast Sea. His heart was filled with unwillingness and despair, already prepared for death. So be it, it's better to vanish from the river of time than to live as a captive in someone else's cage. UDA, I'll create an opportunity for you to escape next. I hope you can properly settle the people of our Sea Clan. UDA is the name of the red-scale alien race. Witnessing a leader of civilization in such a desperate state, his hatred towards the wizard civilization deepened even more. Their clan, known as the Red Scale, was once a moderately sized civilization in the Sauron Plain. Yet, during UDA's youth, this civilization was flattened by a massive wizard army that opened wars to plunder resources. Uda became a displaced orphan until taken in by a senior. Seeing the plight of the Sea clan, he felt a pang of sympathetic sorrow. Don't worry, I will properly settle the Sea clan. According to the ancient, Nora's Sea clan actually holds great potential. If provided enough conditions, growing into a large civilization was entirely possible. Sadly, the Sea clan had always been oppressed and divided by the Wizard Council, thus unable to give birth to a level 9 expert. They could only become stepping stones for young wizards' trials. The 8-armed demon emperor swallowed the heart of Sea God. His form and aura explosively increased again, transforming into a gigantic 8-armed demon god that reached the heavens. Wielding the 9-level treasure, the Sea God Trident, wherever it passed, a lingering rift hundreds of miles long appeared in the sky. The sealed void by the battle group was showing signs of fracturing. Wanderer of the vast sea said. Futile effort. 9-ring holy method. Sea prison in the palm. A beam of light connected heaven to earth, as the entire ocean rolled up, forming a massive prison. Both the 8-armed demon emperor and the red scale alien race were enveloped within. For more audiobooks, support me in Patreon. The link in the description.